reluctance. An after-dinner speech before an audience rendered innocuous by good food and champagne was one thing. I saw nothing attractive in addressing 1,200 skeptical and severely critical revolutionaries in their own language. I took pains over that speech. I wrote it out very carefully in English and had it translated into mellifluous Russian by a Russian poet. I learned it off by heart. Indeed, I made myself something more than word perfect. I rehearsed my effects even down to the place where my voice was to break. Not in vain had I gone the rounds with Kerensky. My appeal was frankly sentimental. There is no other reason I know that will compel large bodies of men to fight. But my sentiment was Russian. I made no reference to the crime of deserting their Western allies. I discussed quite frankly Russia's desire and even need of a separate peace, and then I drew a picture of a better world created by the glorious revolution. But neither the better world nor the revolution itself could stand. If discipline was to be thrown to the winds and the road to Moscow open to the enemy, Lenin would have demolished the argument with one sentence. But Lenin, fortunately, was still in hiding in St. Petersburg. Quite. On the day of the ordeal, I made my way to the theater, secretly hoping that I might have no audience to address. But the soldiers' council had kept its word. The house was packed. Moreover, seated beside the presidium in the balcony were the Assistant Minister of Marine and Kishkin, the High Commissar for Moscow. Our films were of two kinds, naval and military. Very wisely, we showed the naval films last. They were impressive and free from all horrors. My speech came at the end. There was no applause when I stood up on the narrow stage before the curtain, and I began nervously. The silence, however, was respectful. I was to be given a hearing. I forgot all the tricks I had practiced. I almost forgot my words. I spoke with a quivering anguish in my voice, which the Russians mistook for genuine emotion. For 20 minutes I strove to master my nervousness, my voice now raucous, now breaking queerly at the oddest moments. To the end, I was listened to in deathly silence. When I had finished my peroration, my knees shook and the sweat streamed like tears down my face. Then pandemonium broke loose. A soldier jumped onto the stage and kissed me on both cheeks. In the box of the Presidium, Kishkin stood up and in stentorian tones declared that Russia would never desert her allies. That afternoon he had received official news that the Russian fleet had sailed out into the Baltic in full fighting trim. More cheers, more pandemonium. In every corner of the house, soldiers were standing up and clamoring to be heard. The scene was almost like the opening of the war. I had unloosed the strings of Russian hysteria. It was a short-lived triumph. The next day, the account of the meeting was severely censored. The socialists had repented of their emotion. This was my last public appearance as acting consul general in Moscow. Just as the old Russia was advancing inevitably to her final tragedy, so too there was a minor tragedy in my own life. I relate it frankly and without excuses. Some months before, I had formed an attachment to a Russian Jewess whom I had met casually at the theater. I had made myself talked about. The matter came finally to the ears of the ambassador. He sent for me, and we went for a walk together. No man could have been kinder. No man could have made a more successful appeal to my better nature. He told me the story of his own life. When he was young, he had undergone a similar temptation. Real happiness consisted in resisting temptations which one was bound to regret later. He referred to the good work I was doing. It was a pity to wreck what might be a wonderful career for what was merely a passing infatuation due to war strain. Convention might be the first cousin to hypocrisy, but in government service it had to be observed. Besides, there was the question of duty and of the war. I should put my country before my self-indulgence. I was deeply moved. We shook hands emotionally, my emotion being due to genuine affection for this splendid old man, who had treated me with so much understanding, and his, I believe, to an equally genuine regret for his lost youth. and I returned to Moscow. Having pledged myself to make the grand renunciation, I made it, and it lasted exactly 3 weeks. Then one day the telephone rang, and I went back. This was the end. I had broken my word, and this time the ambassador sorrowfully but firmly decided that I was on the verge of a nervous breakdown and that I must go home to England for a rest. Perhaps he was right. There was no scandal. I do not suppose that even the private secretary at the Foreign Office was informed of the real reasons for my sudden return. It was said that I had broken down from overwork, and in this manner I received much sympathy. For the same reason, I was able to avoid all the publicity of an official farewell. My friends in Moscow were kindness itself. They were told I was ill and not to be worried. They all expected me to be back within 6 weeks, and in any case the approaching collapse of Russia was now so apparent that everyone was fully occupied with the salvage of his own affairs. To such of the public as thought about me, I was a martyr to duty. But, knowing that my enforced sick leave was really a recall, and that I should never come back, I felt my position keenly. And it was as a culprit rather than as a martyr that I slunk out of Moscow in those early days of September 1917. I left St. Petersburg just as the Kerensky-Kornilov duel was starting. I arrived in London 6 weeks before the Bolshevik Revolution. Book 4. History from the Inside. History is generally only the register of the crimes, the follies, and the mistakes of mankind. Gibbon. Chapter 1. Of that voyage home to England I remember very little. I had to travel via Finland and Scandinavia, and was seeing Stockholm for the first time. On this occasion, it made no impression on me. I do not remember where we stayed. As far as I can recollect, I avoided our legation. I kept no diary during this period. My mental anguish was extreme, and I wanted to forget. All that remains in my mind is the memory of the railway journey from Christiania to Bergen. The scenery, wilder, more picturesque than the Canadian Rockies, provided the proper background for my own melancholy. The wild stretches of moor, the lofty peaks and tortuous ravines, the lochs and turbulent trout streams, above all, the firs and the birches, their leaves golden with the first tints of autumn, reminded me of Scotland. At Bergen I met Wardrop, who was to take my place in Moscow. He was an elderly, scholarly man, and the personification of caution. Obviously, the Foreign Office were taking no more chances with you. Mechanically, I gave him the information he required about Moscow. I cannot say I enjoyed the interview. I could not bear the thought of having to talk about Russia. All I wanted was to go to my own country and fish. I assume that I made the dreary journey, exciting only because of the danger from submarines, from Bergen to Aberdeen, and that I crossed in the Vulture. In a court of law I could not swear either to the name of the ship or to the port of landing. I know that I arrived in London on the morning of the day on which Kornilov's troops were marching on St. Petersburg. I went straight to the Foreign Office to report myself. I was received with the greatest kindness. I was a man who had accomplished great things at the expense of his health. I was to take a long rest, and not to think about the war or work or Russia until I had made a complete recovery. With disgust in my heart, I accepted the role which had been forced on me, and that same day I made arrangements to go to the Highlands to stay with my uncle. Before I left, I had one more ordeal to face. Within a few hours of my arrival in London, the Daily Mail succeeded in tracking me down. They wanted information about the outcome of the Kerensky-Kornilov clash. Opinion in London favored Kornilov's chances. I held definite views regarding the inevitability of Kornilov's failure. Would I write an article? It would have to be done at once. The Mail would pay handsomely for it. There and then, with the sacrifice of my dinner, I scribbled out the article with the Mail's representative looking over my shoulder. I threw in some new photographs of Kerensky and Savinkov, and I received a check for 25 guineas. I showed my customary lack of business instinct. I sold my article for probably less than half the sum a more astute journalist might have received. On the other hand, the article had to be anonymous. As a government servant, I could not use my name, and the check paid for my return fare to Scotland. It was my first experience of frenzied journalism. The ways of Providence are not only incalculable, they are on occasions highly diverting. Greatly refreshed in mind and body, I returned from Scotland to London 14 days after the Bolshevik Revolution. I was to start work again. I had been temporarily attached to Sir Arthur Steele Maitland as his Russian expert in the new Department of Overseas Trade. I owe much to Sir Arthur. He overwhelmed me with kindness and insisted on my staying with him at his house in Cadogan Square. What was more important, he plunged me again into the very heart of Russian affairs. The Bolshevik coup d'etat had completely nullified the value of my services to the Department of Overseas Trade. Sir Arthur helped me, or rather, pushed me into finding a new outlet for my activities. During a hectic period of 3 weeks, I lunched and dined with the politicians. Russia, of course, was the one topic of conversation, and in the prevailing ignorance I regained my self-confidence. I had long foreseen the inevitability of the Bolshevik Revolution. I could not share the general belief, stimulated by the opinion of nearly all the Russian experts in London, that the Lenin regime could not last more than a few weeks, and that then Russia would revert to Tsarism or a military dictatorship. Still less could I believe that the Russian peasant would return to the trenches. Russia was out of the war. Bolshevism would last, certainly as long as the war lasted. I deprecated as sheer folly our militarist propaganda, because it took no account of the war weariness which had raised the Bolsheviks to the supreme power. In my opinion, we had to take the Bolshevik peace proposals seriously. Our policy should now aim at achieving an anti-German peace in Russia. Rather futilely, I sought to combat the firmly rooted conviction that Lenin and Trotsky were German staff officers, in disguise, or at least servile agents of German policy. I was more successful when I argued that it was madness not to establish some contact with the men who at that moment were controlling Russia's destinies. The reactions to my pleading were varied. That moment, the general atmosphere in political circles was pessimistic. I think that in their hearts, the cabinet realized that Russia was out of the war for good, but with an obstinate lack of logic, they refused to accept the implications of their secret beliefs. Hate of the revolution and fear of its consequences in England were the dominant reactions of conservatives, who at that moment had an unnatural and today inexplicable dread of the machinations of Mr. Arthur Henderson. I found the same fears among the Labour patriots. At Cadogan Square, I renewed my acquaintance with Jim O'Grady and Will Thorne. They, too, were critical of Mr. Henderson, who, they said, had gone over to the Snowdenites and was playing for revolution and the Labour premiership. I saw Mr. Rio Henderson himself at 1 Victoria Place. I found the same man as I had met in Russia 7 months before. He was as God-fearing, as conventionally Methodist, as petit bourgeois, and as scared of revolution as he always has been and always will be. He talked to me very frankly about his own position. He was bitter about his treatment by Lloyd George, which, he said, had only strengthened his own standing in labor circles. His views on the Russian situation were not very different from my own. He was entirely in favor of establishing contact with the Bolsheviks. He went further. He was in favor of a conference, a form of negotiation which would have been infinitely more dangerous than the original proposal of the Stockholm Conference. In those days, however, Mr. Henderson, like Mr. Lloyd George, was convinced that he had only to meet Lenin face to face in order to vanquish him in the ensuing battle of wits. During these 3 weeks, from November 27th to December 18th, 1917, I must have met scores of politicians and experts. The endless conversations seemed to lead no further. One lesson that period should have taught me, that the man in London has 1,000 advantages over the man on the spot. Then I was too young to profit by it. During the next year I was to acquire it by the bitter experience of being myself the man on the spot. One exciting adventure I had at this time. On December 18th I was to dine at Cadogan Square to meet Bonarlaw. It was a night of fog, and to the inconvenience of the fog was added the unpleasantness of an air raid. I dressed to the accompaniment of gunfire and the crash of bombs. To the same discords I forced my way through the huddled crowds in the Piccadilly tube station, and after long delays and some trepidation, I reached Sir Arthur Steele Maitland's house an hour late. The table was set for 8 people. Sir Arthur was in his day clothes. There was no Bonarlaw. I was the only guest who had succeeded in reaching his destination. The next day, however, the weeks of talk were translated into action. Sir Arthur gave another dinner party. This time there were only 2 guests in addition to myself. H.W.L.C. Davis, the Oxford historian, and Lord Milner. We talked until late in the night, and I repeated all my arguments about the necessity of establishing contact. Lord Milner was very sympathetic. When he went away, he told me that I should hear from him very soon. The next morning I was summoned to Downing Street. I met Lord Carson and Lord Curzon, both of whom referred very flatteringly to my work, and we had a long discussion on Russia. That same afternoon we had another meeting at the War Cabinet offices in Whitehall Gardens. Several Russian experts were present, including Rex Leeper and Colonel Byrne Dort. The ministers who listened to our words of wisdom were General Smuts, Lord Carson, and Lord Milner. The discussions were rather futile. Lord Milner was the only minister who seemed to have even an elementary knowledge of Russian geography, and Lord Carson nearly upset my unnatural solemnity by asking me seriously if I could explain to him the difference between a maximalist and a Bolshevik. At the end of the meeting, Lord Milner told me that the cabinet approved in principle the necessity of establishing contact with the Bolsheviks, but that they were unable to find the right man for the task. On the morning of December 21st, I was again summoned to 10 Downing Street. I was kept waiting about 10 minutes. Then I was ushered into a long, narrow room, which seemed to me all table. A cabinet meeting had just ended. Mr. Horley, Lloyd George, his pince-nez in his hand, was standing by the window, talking and gesticulating to Lord Curzon. My sponsor, Lord Milner, was not present, and for what seemed an eternity I stood waiting. Then Lord Milner came in, rescued me, and took me up to Mr. Bott. Lloyd George. Mr. Bell. Lockhart, he said. He shook hands and stepped back in order to scrutinize me more carefully. The Mr. Lockhart. I looked foolish. Then, having made me a center of attraction, he continued very slowly, so that everyone could hear. From the wisdom of your reports I expected to see an elderly gentleman with a gray beard. He patted me on the back, asked me my age, muttered something about youth and Pitt being prime minister at 20 all. 40. And we sat down to business. Another meeting was started, this time with Mr. Bright. Lloyd George presiding. My diary tells me that at the time I thought he looked tired and old. He was, however, remarkably active and adroit in his handling of the meeting. He asked me a few questions about Lenin and Trotsky. A fresh question followed almost before I had time to answer the previous one. I saw that his own mind was made up. He had been greatly impressed, as Lord Milner told me afterwards, by an interview with Colonel Thompson of the American Red Cross, who had just returned from Russia and who had denounced in blunt language the folly of the Allies in not opening up negotiations with the Bolsheviks. The questions ended, Mr. Lloyd George stood up, referred briefly to the chaotic conditions in Russia and to the necessity of getting into touch with Lenin and Trotsky, emphasized the need for tact, knowledge, and understanding, and finished up by stating that Mr. G. Lockhart was obviously a man whose right place at that moment was in St. Petersburg and not in London. I was then told I could go. That afternoon I had another meeting with Lord Milner and Lord Carson. This time Viscount Cecil, then Lord Robert Cecil, was present, and I had a very difficult quarter of an hour. Lord Robert was then Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs. He was supremely skeptical of the usefulness of establishing any kind of relations with the Bolsheviks. And, as a sidelight on his subsequent development as an internationalist, it is worth putting on record that the man, who since the war has sat so often round the same table in Geneva as Litvinov and Lunacharsky, was at that time the most convinced of all responsible English statesmen that Lenin and Trotsky were paid agents of Germany, working deliberately for German ends, with no policy and no ambitions of their own. I was still in the dark regarding my fate. That night, Lord Milner and Lord Robert left for Paris, and I went home to spend Christmas with my father and mother, having been told to leave my telephone number and to hold myself in readiness in case I might be required to go on my travels again. On New Year's Day, I was back at the offices of the War Cabinet. A scheme was being evolved. It was certain that I was to return to Russia almost at once. In what capacity I was not told. 3 days later, all my doubts were put at rest. I was to go to Russia as head of a special mission to establish unofficial relations with the Bolsheviks. Sir George Buchanan was returning home. I was to leave on the cruiser which was to fetch him from Bergen. My instructions were of the vaguest. I was to have the responsibility of establishing relations. I was to have no authority. If the Bolsheviks would give me the necessary diplomatic privileges without being recognized by the British government, we would make a similar concession to Litvinov, whom the Bolsheviks had already appointed Soviet ambassador in London. The situation bristled with difficulties, but I accepted it without hesitation. The first essential was to acquire a suitable introduction to Lenin and Trotsky, and to establish a modus vivendi with Litvinov. Thanks to Rex Leeper, both tasks succeeded beyond my expectations. Leeper was on friendly terms with Rothstein, subsequently Bolshevik minister in Tehran, and then an official translator in our own war office. I had a long talk with Rothstein, the substance of which I carefully noted in my diary. Rothstein, who had lived for years in England, was an intellectual armchair revolutionary. He said Trotsky's ambition was not a separate peace, but a general peace. He pointed out that if he were Lloyd George, he would accept Trotsky's offer of a conference unconditionally. England would be the chief beneficiary. The Russian stipulations about self-determination would fall through with an ineffective protest from Trotsky, and England and Germany could arrange the colonial questions between them. Germany would agree to almost all other terms, that is, no annexations and no contributions. She might even be prepared to compromise on the Alsace-Lorraine question. In any case, it was absurd for England to prolong the war for the sake of Alsace-Lorraine. There was nothing easier to destroy than sentimental causes which are not rooted in a people itself, and we should have to consider very seriously whether we should get a better peace 9 months hence. At the time, such proposals would have been regarded as treason. Today, to a world which is groaning under the burden of the peace treaties, they do not seem so unreasonable. Incidentally, it is interesting to note that Rothstein was only 6 weeks out in his prediction of the end of the war. I avoided any discussions of a general peace, brought the subject back to Russia herself, and elaborated my proposals for opening up negotiations with his friends. I expressed a genuine sympathy with Russia's desire for peace, pointing out that she might have great difficulty in concluding a separate peace with Germany, and that even unofficial contact between the English and Russian governments would be as useful to the Bolsheviks as to us. We parted on good terms, Rothstein promising to use his influence with Litvinov to provide me with the necessary recommendation to Trotsky. A few days later, the whole affair was arranged over the luncheon table at a lion's shop in the Strand. The two contracting parties were represented by Litvinov and Rothstein on the Russian side and Leeper and myself on the English side. There was to be no recognition, at any rate for the present. Unofficially, both Litvinov and I were to have certain diplomatic privileges, including the use of ciphers and the right to a diplomatic courier. It was an amazing meal. Outside, the January sky was like lead, and the room, poorly lit at the best of times, was gray and somber. Leaper and I were just 30. Litvinov was 11 years our senior. Rothstein was a year or two older than Litvinov. Both men were Jews. Both had suffered persecution and imprisonment for their political convictions. Yet Litvinov, whose real name was Wallach, was married to an Englishwoman. Rothstein had a son, a British subject, in the British Army. The success of that luncheon was made by Rothstein, who supplied to the conversation the necessary mixture of banter and seriousness, which afterwards I was to find so useful in my negotiations with the Bolsheviks in Russia. Small, bearded, with dark, lively eyes, he was a kind of intellectual cricket, whose dialectical jumps were as bewildering to us as they were amusing to himself. There was certainly nothing bloodthirsty in his revolutionary makeup. If the British government had only left him in peace, I believe he would be living quietly in England this day. Litvinov, heavily built with broad forehead, was more sluggish and slower-witted. My impression of him was not unfavorable. Insofar as a Bolshevik can be said to differentiate in his degrees of hate of bourgeois institutions, he certainly regarded German militarism as a greater danger than English capitalism. After a nervous beginning, the course of our negotiations ran smoothly, and there and then, on the rough linen of a standard lion's table, Litvinov wrote out my letter of recommendation to Trotsky. I give it herewith in Rothstein's translation. Citizen Trotsky, People's Commissary for Foreign Affairs. Dear comrade, the bearer of this, Mr. Lockhart, is going to Russia with an official mission with the exact character of which I am not acquainted. I know him personally as a thoroughly honest man who understands our position and sympathizes with us. I should consider his sojourn in Russia useful from the point of view of our interests. My position here remains indefinite. I learnt of my appointment only from the newspapers. I hope a courier is bringing me the necessary documents, without which the difficulties of my position are greatly increased. The embassy, consulate, and Russian government committee have not yet surrendered. Their relations to me will be determined by the relations of the British government. I wrote the other day to the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, asking for a meeting in order to regulate certain practical questions, the visaing of passports, use of ciphers, military convention, etc., but have not received any reply. I presume the question of my recognition will not be settled until the arrival of Buchanan. The reception accorded me by the press is quite satisfactory. I am making the acquaintance of the representatives of the labor movement. I have issued an appeal to the English workingmen in all the socialist papers. Even the bourgeois press readily accords me its pages to explain our position. I shall write more fully by the first courier. I have not received an answer from you to my telegram of January 4th. New style, no. 1. I request you very much to confirm the receipt of all telegrams and to number your telegrams. The ciphers will, I trust, be delivered to me by the courier. Greetings to Lenin and all friends. I press your hand warmly. Yours, signed, Litvinov. Rothstein begs me to greet you. London, January 11th. New Style, 1918. The luncheon closed on a humorous note. As we were ordering a sweet, Litvinov noticed on the menu the magic words, pouting diplomat. The idea appealed to him. The new diplomatist would eat the diplomatic pudding. The lions, Nippy took his order and returned a minute later to say there was no more. Litvinov shrugged his shoulders and smiled blandly. Not recognized even by lions, he said. My last days in England were not solely occupied by Litvinov and Rothstein. There was the personnel of my mission to engage. I was given almost a free hand. As my chief assistant, I wanted Rex Leaper, whose knowledge of Bolshevism would have been invaluable. Almost at the last moment, however, he decided to remain at home, where he thought he could serve a more useful purpose by maintaining contact with Litvinov, and by interpreting the peculiar mentality of the Bolsheviks to the mandarins in Whitehall. Subsequent events were to prove the wisdom of his action. Although at the time I regretted his decision, I was to be grateful later for his presence in England, when I ran my neck into the noose in Moscow. As a substitute for Leeper, I took Captain Hicks, who had recently returned from Russia, where he had done useful work as a poison gas expert. A man of great personal charm, he was popular with Russians and understood their mentality. He was, too, a good linguist with a first-class knowledge of German and a working acquaintance with Russian. His views on the situation were in tune with my own. I never regretted my decision. He was a most loyal colleague and devoted friend. As my commercial expert, I took with me Edward Burse, a Moscow businessman who had talked Russian from his cradle. Edward Phelan, a brilliant young official of the Ministry of Labor, and today a prominent figure in the International Labor Office in Geneva, made up the full complement of my mission. As I was taking ciphers with me, I was also recommended to engage the services of a reliable orderly. This necessitated a letter from the War Cabinet and an interview with General Macready, the Adjutant General. The interview was invigorating. General Macready had views on Russia. Standing before the fireplace of his room in the War Office, he delivered them in a series of snorts. An orderly for Russia. What the devil was the use of taking soldiers to Russia? Did the boys in the Foreign Office never read history? Couldn't they realize that when an army of 10 millions had once broken, it could not be reformed inside a generation? All military propaganda in Russia was useless and a sheer waste of money and manpower. The general's views were eminently sensible. They would have saved unnecessary bloodshed and millions of money if they had prevailed in Whitehall during 1918. I agreed with them and between the snorts endeavored to tell him so. I explained to him that my mission was diplomatic and not military, and that my object was to establish contact with the men who at that moment were negotiating a separate peace with Germany. I obtained my orderly, a 6-foot, Miu, 2XU, Irish guardsman, who was drunk when he joined me at the station, slept himself sober during the journey to Edinburgh, drank himself drunk again the next morning, offered to fight me for half a crown in Prince's Street, and lost himself on the way to Queensferry. We never saw him again. I had, too, a long round of interviews with the various officials at the Foreign Office. Lord Hardinge, Eric Drummond, George Clerk, Don Gregory, John Buchan, Ronnie Campbell, and Lord Robert Cecil, the last, named still supremely skeptical and still convinced that Trotsky was a German in disguise. During these first 11 days of January, I derived a minor thrill from the English press. My mission was vested with a certain amount of secrecy. There had been, however, the usual leakage. There were paragraphs, facetious or flattering, according to the views of the particular newspaper, about the young man from Moscow. One evening, paper excelled itself by declaring that I had been appointed ambassador to Russia, that the choice had been between Mr. Arthur Henderson and myself, and that my knowledge of Russia had turned the scales in my favor. Lord Milner I saw almost daily. 5 days before my departure, I dined alone with him at Brooks. He was in his most inspiring mood. He talked to me with a charming frankness about the war, about the future of England, about his own career, and about the opportunities of youth. He was bitter about the Foreign Office, called Mr. Balfour a harmless old gentleman, and castigated other prominent permanent officials who are still living. Before he died, he said, he would like to have 6 months at the Foreign Office. He would begin with a broom. No, he would start with a fire. He would have liked to see Lord Robert Cecil as Foreign Secretary, with Sir Eyre Crowe as his assistant. About the war, he was inclined to be pessimistic. As he gave me my final instructions about my mission, he pointed out the gravity of the situation. If the submarine menace were not speedily averted, a decision could not be long delayed. He envisaged the possibility, and even the probability of a peace by negotiation. As far as Russia was concerned, things were so bad that it did not matter very much what I did. My main task must be to do as much harm to the Germans as possible, to put a spoke in the wheels of the separate peace negotiations, and to stiffen by whatever means I could the Bolshevik resistance to German demands. All the information I could obtain as to the real nature and strength of the Bolshevik movement would be extremely valuable. If I was in any difficulty, I was to telegraph to him direct. I find it hard to write of Lord Milner in anything but superlatives. He never shone in the marketplace of politics. He had none of the tricks of the politician. Certainly he was no orator as Mr. Lloyd George is. But in a cabinet most of whose members were profoundly ignorant of everything outside England, his wide range of knowledge, his capacity for real work, and his comprehensive grasp of administrative detail made him invaluable. To Mr. Lloyd George, he was the indispensable collaborator, who could be relied upon to read every paper, to sift every scheme, and to form an unbiased and detached view of every problem that was put before him. His nobleness of mind, his entirely natural charm of manner, his lofty idealism, the complete absence of ambitious scheming, or of anything approaching self-conceit in his character, and his broad and vigorous patriotism made him the ideal inspirer of youth. With young men, too, he was at his best. He liked to surround himself with them. He believed they should be given their chance. For to the end of his life, this man, so gentle and understanding in manner, and so tenacious in purpose, was deeply concerned with the future of England. He was, too, very far from being the jingo and the conservative reactionary whom popular opinion at one time represented him to be. On the contrary, many of his views on society were startlingly modern. He believed in the highly organized state, in which service, efficiency, and hard work were more important than titles or money bags. He had little respect for the aristocrat, who was effete, and none at all for the financier, who had made his money not by production, but by manipulation of the market. I must have been one of the last of the young men to worship at his feet, and there I have remained. I see no Milners in our public life at present, men who are prepared to serve the state disinterestedly and with no other ambition than to serve it well. And, to this day, far more than the politicians or the millionaire, he stands out as an example to the country of the ideal public servant. In the life of every nation, it is character which counts in the end, and among all the so-called great men of the world whom I have met there has been none who in this respect is fit to hold a candle to Lord Milner. My own conduct must have tried him highly. He had arranged my Russian mission, not because he had anything but a profound abhorrence of Bolshevism, but because he believed that I understood the Russian situation better than most English. He was probably disappointed when I seemed to go over body and soul to the Bolsheviks. He may have regarded my subsequent failure in Russia as a reflection on his judgment. But his attitude to me underwent no change. He was as kind to me when I returned as when I set out. I dined alone again at Brooks with him on several occasions. I was a frequent visitor at his house in Little College Street. When I went abroad again, I kept in touch with him. He took an interest in my career, and it was on his advice, taken unfortunately too late, that I left the Foreign Office. In one respect, Lord Milner's promotion of my interests was detrimental to my prospects. I had been selected for this Russian mission, not by the Foreign Secretary, but by the War Cabinet, actually by Lord Milner and Mr. Lloyd George. The decision had been taken over the heads of the permanent officials, who chafed under the Lloyd George method of handling affairs, and who resented having stray missions, headed by a junior vice-consul, foisted upon them. I should have realized this at the time. Indeed, I received a broad hint from Lord Robert Cecil, and with a proper humility should have placated the higher permanent officials. The Cecils and the Milners would depart with the end of the war. The Hardinges and the Tyrrells or their equivalents would remain. I did see Lord Hardinge before I left, and was, I hope, properly humble. But I confess that I gave this aspect of my new position little thought. Adventure tugs at the heartstrings of youth. I had been given the opportunity for a great adventure, and my one thought was to start on it at once. During the month which had just passed, I had seen and met, and even been listened to, by the men who were in the very heart of affairs in London. I had been selected from among God knows what weird choice of candidates for a difficult and exciting mission. I had had a colossal stroke of luck. If my head had not been turned a little, and I do not think it was, there were sure to be kind friends who would say that it had been. My departure was in the grand manner. With Litvinov's letter in my pocket and Lord Milner's blessing on my head, I travelled up to Edinburgh on January 12th and stayed the night with my grandmother, who cried affectionately over me. The next day, accompanied by the other members of my mission and by my wife, who had come to see us off, I made my way to Queensferry. It was a glorious sunny day, and as we passed the 10th milestone, suddenly the 4th bridge came into view and drawn up in 2 long rows behind it, the assembled might of the British battle fleet. We arrived at the Hawes Inn in time for luncheon. The Navy had now taken charge of us, and very little information was vouchsafed to us. Sometime that afternoon we were to go on board the cruiser, which was to take us to Bergen. Till dusk time lay heavy on our hands. I walked along the shore, looking at the great ships, and wondering when I should be home again. I'd been brought up on kidnap. It was in this same salty, old-fashioned Hawes Inn that Uncle Ebenezer and Captain Hoseason had made their plot to entice David Balfour on to the brig Covenant and to sell him into slavery on the American plantations. It did not seem a very happy omen. The day, too, was the 13th of the month. Action, however, soon banished the gloom from my thoughts. As the dusk grew into darkness, a young lieutenant came ashore, and in a whisper informed us that we were to go aboard. There was a delicious secrecy and sense of mystery about the whole business. Soft-footed sailors spirited our luggage away. Then silently, in single file, we crept down the steps of the jetty to the pinnace which was to convey us to the Yarmouth. At 6 p.m. we were on board, but it was not until dawn the next day that we raised anchor. Then, headed by the 2 destroyers which were to be our escort, we steamed slowly between the towering lines of the great battle cruisers, down past the massive cylinders of the 4th bridge, and out into the open sea. The great adventure had begun. Chapter 2. If I had conveniently forgotten my sickly voyage from Moscow to London, the return journey remains as clearly stamped on my mind as if it were yesterday. There was neither monotony nor much tranquility about it. I had become someone, or at least something, of minor importance, and the change in my status was reflected in the different attitude towards me of those 2 great barometers of worldly significance, the press and our own legations abroad. On my first night on board the Yarmouth, I dined alone in solemn state with the captain, a tall, well-built man with a strong face and a quiet, self-reliant manner. He was a grandson of W.A. G. Shy, Grace, the famous cricketer, and is today an admiral. The rest of my mission dined in the wardroom. For many of us, that was the last meal we had on board. As soon as we had passed May Island, we ran into terrible weather with heavy seas and a raging wind. The cold, too, was bitter, and every half hour or so we encountered a fresh blizzard. It was, in fact, the North Sea at its worst, and a light cruiser, cleared for action, was not the kind of ship best suited to face it. We could not go on deck. A goodly number of the crew, and at least one officer, were violently seasick. Hicks, Phelan, and Burse were in extremis. The next morning we arrived off the Norwegian coast, but the seas were too stormy, and the blizzards too blinding to permit our making the entry into the fjord. During the night, one of our destroyers, unable to keep head with the weather, had been forced to return home. For some time we had lost touch with the other, owing to the wireless freezing. I have never been seasick in my life, but I confess frankly that I was relieved both of discomfort and of a certain amount of fear when, after 24 hours of cruising off the Norwegian coast, we entered the Bergen Fjord. Here we were met by Commodore Gade, the commander-in-chief of the Norwegian fleet. He had on board his steam yacht Sir George Buchanan, General Knox, Admiral Stanley, Captain Scale, and Captain Nielsen, who were returning to England. I had half an hour's conversation with the ambassador, who was his usual charming self. This time, however, he looked ill and tired. The first 10 months of the revolution had added 10 years to his life. Having said goodbye to the ambassador and his suite, we had an excellent luncheon with Gade, and at 4 o'clock were glad to stretch our legs on the firm ground of Bergen. The next morning we made the railway trip, the most wonderful in the world, from Bergen to Christiania. It was not to my mind so impressive in winter as in the autumn. Christiania, whose merchants had grown fat on supplying ships and fish to the Allies, was very expensive and almost gay. Champagne began to flow at 11 o'clock in the morning and never ceased. The inhabitants, too, were very pro-British and, owing to the Norwegian loss of life from German submarines, violently anti-German. A few days before we arrived, a German music hall artist, who had been hissed by his Norwegian audience and who had expressed resentment, had been torn almost to pieces. We had 24 hours at Christiania, and although owing to the Russo-German peace negotiations, I was anxious to push on as quickly as possible, the time passed pleasantly enough. I dined at our legation and met Sir Mansfeld Findlay, one of the tallest Englishmen in the world and certainly the tallest man in diplomacy. He was a good organizer and, aided by Charles Brudenell Bruce, ran his huge legation. Christiania, in peacetime a diplomatic backwater, had, owing to the blockade, the largest staff of any legation or embassy during the war, with great efficiency. In his political views he was an extreme conservative, who would rather have lost the war than run the risk of social upheaval in England. In Christiania, too, we met the first of the English refugees from Russia, members of our prosperous colonies in Senior Rank, Petersburg and Moscow, who in a night had seen their comfortable existence swept away before their eyes in the maelstrom of revolution. One conversation, in particular, I noted in my diary. It was with Reynolds, a well-to-do timber merchant, who had been very intimate with members of the embassy staff. He had lost everything, was very nervous, and was obsessed with only one idea, that we should make peace as soon as possible in order, in alliance with Germany, to restore order in Russia. I recall this conversation because it was typical of the point of view we were to find among the Russian bourgeois in Moscow and St. Petersburg during 1918. Yet in the face of these facts, all through this period our military experts were writing memoranda about the loyal Russians and about the restoration of the Eastern Front. As if there were any Russians who thought of any other interests than their own, or of any other front than the Civil War front, once the Bolshevik Revolution had started. This is not anti-Russian prejudice. It is plain common sense. An Englishman or a German situated in similar circumstances would have had the same thoughts and the same mental reactions. If there were Russians who accepted the English formula of restoring the Eastern Front, and who talked of the sanctity of their oath to fight until victory was assured, they did so, consciously or subconsciously, with their tongues in their cheeks. The one aim of every Russian bourgeois, and 99% of the citoyens, called loyal Russians were bourgeois, was to secure the intervention of British troops, failing British, German troops, to establish order in Russia, suppress Bolshevism and restore to the bourgeois his property. On our arrival at Stockholm, we received news that civil war had broken out in Finland and that the chances of our getting through to St. Petersburg were very small. I was determined, however, to push on, and, while Sir Esme Howard, Lord Howard and Exu, ambassador to the United States, then our minister in Stockholm, telegraphed to the British authorities at Haparanda and Helsingfors, to make all possible arrangements for our journey. I went off to see Vorovsky, the Bolshevik minister, to arrange for a Russian train to meet us at the Finnish frontier. I rather liked Vorovsky. He had a fine intellectual face with wistful gray eyes and a brown beard. He was thin, looked ascetic, and gave me the impression of a man of taste and refinement. He had beautiful hands, and in Paris would have been taken immediately for an artist or a writer. I showed him my letter to Trotsky, and he promised to do everything he could to help me. He also gave me the latest news of the Russo-German peace negotiations at Brest-Litovsk. From my point of view, they were encouraging. At first, the Germans had wanted to conclude peace with the greatest possible dispatch. But now, encouraged by the defection of the Ukrainians, who had gone over body and soul to them, they were trying to force the most impossible terms upon the Bolsheviks. The negotiations, Vorovsky said, were likely to be prolonged. If it were humanly possible, he would get us to St. Petersburg in 3 days. We arrived in Stockholm on Saturday, January 19th. It was Friday, January 25th, before we left for Haparanda and Finland. Although the delay was irksome, our sojourn in Stockholm was not uninteresting. The town itself looked its best in its winter mantle of snow and clear blue sky. The weather was wonderful, and the air like champagne. My hotel was besieged with visitors, mostly English and Russian refugees from Moscow and St. Petersburg, who wanted me to protect their property or to take a message to their relatives. I lunched and dined with Sir Esme Howard, and through him met Branting, the Swedish Socialist Prime Minister. Branting, a massive and impressive figure of a man, was the convener of the ill-fated Stockholm Socialist Conference, which had been frowned on by Mr. Lloyd George and which had failed through the refusal of the British seamen to convey Mr. Ramsay MacDonald and Mr. Henderson across the North Sea. Branting still wanted to have his conference and to include the Bolsheviks in his general invitation. Sir Esme Howard, who in Stockholm probably had a better objective view of both sides in the war than any other diplomatist elsewhere, rightly concluded that we had something to gain and nothing to lose from such a conference, and supported Mr. Conference. Branting's proposals, like every other proposal which seemed to hint at peace, they came to nothing. In Stockholm, too, I found some old friends, the volatile Lykiordopoulos, Guy Colebrook, and that fine old Russian gentleman, General Wogak, and made some new ones, including Clifford Sharp, the brilliant editor of the New Statesman. Lecky, formerly a liberal, had now, like other Russian liberals, become very reactionary. He tried to strike terror into our hearts with tales of horror from Russia. How in Turkestan the population was killing off the old men and women and children because there was not enough to eat. How in Petrograd people were bartering a suit of clothes for a loaf of black bread. It was madness for us to proceed on our journey. England should reverse her policy and put her money on the monarchists. The Bolsheviks would not last another month. More interesting was my dinner with Nobel, a member of the famous Swedish family. He had spent years of his life in St. Petersburg and had large interests all over Russia. He had formed a more accurate estimate of the situation and was convinced that Bolshevism had not yet reached its apogee. Like all foreigners who had property in Russia, he was anxious for a general peace and for an Allied German intervention against the Bolsheviks. He was one of the few people who at that time had visualized Bolshevism as a world danger. With other Swedes, he had joined a rifle club in order that he might take his place behind the bourgeois barricades in the event of a proletarian rising in Sweden. Not all my time was passed in such serious and lugubrious conversations. More frivolous entertainment was provided by Sir Coleridge Kennard, who was the legation secretary in charge of British propaganda in Sweden. Sir Coleridge is an Orientalist, a poet, and a romanticist. Obviously, he would have imaginative ideas on propaganda. The Swedish upper classes were pro-German. They were also sentimental and fond of late hours. Sir Coleridge conceived the fantastic but inherently sound plan of making them pro-ally by providing Stockholm with a first-class British variety entertainment. He won over the benevolent Sir Esme Howard to his scheme. He convinced Whitehall that English beauty and English talent were more potent political factors than subsidized leading articles in the Swedish press. And he was given almost a free hand. He was as proud of his cabaret as Mussolini is of his dramas, and we were not allowed to leave Stockholm without seeing it. It was a great experience. We dined in the magnificent Moorish hall of the Grand Hotel, and then, beneath a starlit sky with the moon shining on the icy waters of the fjords, we made our way to Rolf's, where Sir Coleridge held his court. Here for the first time I heard Miss Irene Brone sing, "Hello, my dearie." Here, too, Miss Betty Chester made her contribution to the Allied victory by a vivacity which drew roars of applause from the sentimental, punch-drinking Swedes. It was an excellent and most successful form of propaganda, for it paid it its own way. For me, it was to be the last link with Western civilization for 9 months. The next day, I received a message from Vorovsky requesting me to come to see him. He had received a telegram from St. Petersburg. All arrangements had been made for our safe conduct from the Finnish frontier. He also gave me the latest news from Russia. It was disturbing. Shingarif and Kokoshkin, 2 ex-ministers of the Kerensky government, had been brutally murdered in their beds by sailors in the Marine Hospital in St. Petersburg, to which they had been taken from the Petropavlovsk fortress. I had known both men intimately, more especially Kokoshkin, who was an old Moscow friend. Each belonged to the very best type of Russian. Their whole lives had been spent in disinterested public service. They were liberals, who had worked incessantly to help the downtrodden and oppressed, and it would have been hard to find 2 men in public life more free from personal ambition or self-seeking. The news of this butchery filled me with a sickening horror. The revolution was working out to pattern. Its chief victims were to be amongst those Democrats who had trusted most in the common sense of the people. Even Vorovsky was shocked and seemed ashamed. 5 years later, he himself was to be shot down by the pistol of a Russian monarchist in the dining room of the Beau Rivage Hotel in Lausanne. That same evening, after a series of hurried farewells, we left for Haparanda, the Swedish frontier town on the northern extremity of the Gulf of Bothnia. The journey was tedious, lasting more than 26 hours. There were many delays, the engine puffing and snorting as though unwilling that we should go farther. And indeed there would have been every justification for our turning back. Civil war had broken out in Finland between the Whites and the Reds. The Whites held the north. The Reds had seized control of Helsingfors. We should have to cross the line of fire between the opposing forces. The conductors and Swedish passengers on the train told us we should never get through. On the morning of Saturday, January 26th, we arrived at Haparanda, and after some discussion and much uncertainty, we crossed over to Tornio on the Finnish side, where we spent the whole day debating our next decision. Having come so far, I was determined to push on. Thanks to the energy of Greener, the British passport control officer, we succeeded in persuading the Finns to run a train, and at 10 in the evening we set out into the unknown. Our fellow passengers were mainly Russian emigrants, former exiles of the Tsarist regime, who were returning to the new paradise. Most of them were in a state of abject terror. Doubtless, they were afraid of the Finnish Whites, who at this stage of our journey were in complete control. At 8 o'clock the next night we arrived at Ruumäki, where we were told that the bridge at Kouvola had been destroyed by White Guards and that we could not proceed farther. We had a choice between returning to Stockholm or persuading the guard to make a detour and take his train to Helsingfors. We spent the night in the station, and the next morning came on to Helsingfors to find the capital in a state of revolution. Desultory firing was going on in the square outside the station. On the platform we met Leditsky, a leading Polish lawyer, whom I had known in Moscow. He informed me that the hotels were crowded with refugees, that people were sleeping in 3s and 4s even in the bathrooms, and that we had no chance of obtaining accommodation. He offered to try to find rooms for us at the house of a Polish priest. When the firing seemed to have died down, I left Burse and Phelan in charge of our luggage and wandered off with Hicks and Lednitsky to find the priest. The priest had no available accommodation. We left Lednitsky with him and, armed with a map, set out on our long tramp back to the station. The weather was vile. There had been a thaw, and the snow, dirty and yellow, was soft and slushy. The firing in the side streets sounded unpleasantly close. Then suddenly, as we mounted a hill and turned into a broad boulevard, we ran into a fleeing mob, pursued by a detachment of sailors with a machine gun. The sailors were spraying the street with bullets. The pursued had sought the shelter of the pavements. Some were rushing helter-skelter as fast as their legs could carry them. Others were trying to break open the locked doors of the shops and houses. Several corpses lay face downwards in the snow. The whole rush lasted only a few seconds, and Hicks and I, who were a fine mark in the middle of the road, had not time to turn back. We flopped on our faces in the snow. Very gingerly I held up a white handkerchief while Hicks waved his British passport. The next few seconds seemed like eternity. The sailors, equally cautious, advanced very slowly with their machine gun and pointed rifles. Fortunately they were Russians, and my letter to Trotsky worked wonders. The sailors, in fact, turned out to be a godsend. Satisfied regarding our bona fides, they took us to the station, where they gave strict orders for the safe custody of our baggage. Then they conducted us to the British consulate. Here we met Grove and Fawcett, his vice-consul. They succeeded in fixing us up for the night in a small pension. And the next day, Fawcett, who knew everyone in Helsingfors, persuaded the Red Finnish government to give us a train and a safe conduct to the broken bridge, on the other side of which we hoped to find a Russian train. At 7 o'clock the same evening we set out once more on our odyssey. Thanks to our Red safe conduct, we traveled very comfortably. Our train, at least, was heated, and the accommodation, if rough, was ample. We were favored, too, by circumstances. The Finnish Reds were especially kind to us because at that moment the White Finns were negotiating for German assistance. When we came to the bridge, we had a moment of trepidation. Rumor, however, had exaggerated, as usual, the extent of the destruction. The line, it is true, had been torn up. The arch of the bridge had been buckled, but the bridge itself was still standing and still passable on foot. At midnight, we got out of our warm train into the freezing night. Then, with the aid of a lantern, we crept our way across the bridge. It was another eerie performance, but once again, it was safely accomplished. The Red Finns who accompanied us, we had been provided with an armed escort, were both kind and efficient. In 2 shifts they carried our heavy luggage across the bridge for us. This was no mean feat, for we had provided ourselves with an abundance of stores, and our packing cases were both heavy and cumbersome. Not as much as a parcel was missing when the task was completed. What was more, thanks to the intervention of the Finnish Reds, a train with steam-up was waiting for us on the other side. We entrained at once, and at 7 on the following evening we arrived in St. Petersburg without further incident or delay. We were the last British passengers to get through, the last British officials to make the journey from London to St. Petersburg via Scandinavia until the end of the war. Chapter 3. It was a very different St. Petersburg to which I had returned. The streets were in an appalling state. The snow had not been swept away for weeks, and the sleigh drive from the Finland station on the north side of the river to the embassy was like a ride on a scenic railway, without the security. The people in the streets were depressed and unhappy. Very dreadful, too, was the condition of the horses. They looked as if they had not had a square meal for weeks. Just before we came to the Trotsky bridge, we passed a dead horse. It was frozen into the snow and had obviously been there for some days. At the embassy, there was some confusion of thought and much division of opinion. Trotsky was at Brest-Litovsk endeavoring to make peace with the Germans, and no one seemed to know quite what was happening. The embassy staff was split up into recognitionist and anti-recognitionist, and Lindley, now Sir Francis Lindley, and HBM's ambassador to Japan, who was in charge, steered an indecisive course between the two conflicting groups. Until we could find a suitable house, the members of my mission were quartered on different members of the other British missions in St. Petersburg. My own good Samaritan was Rex Hoare, now British minister in Tehran, and then second secretary at the embassy. A charming companion with a slow drawl, which belied an extremely active intelligence, Hoare was one of the few Englishmen who could take an objective view of the revolution. He was in favor of recognizing the Bolshevik government, and his views were in close accordance with my own. That night, as I sought to read myself to sleep, I found beside my bed a copy of Lord Cromer's Modern Egypt. In it, I came across an aphorism, which had guided Cromer's conduct in Egypt. Il faut s'y accommoder aux circonstances, et en tirer parti, même de ce qui nous déplaît. It seemed an excellent guide for my own conduct in the difficult situation in which I now found myself. The next day, I had my first interview with Chicherin, who in Trotsky's absence at Brest-Litovsk was in charge of the Foreign Office. He received me in the same building in which Sazonov had formerly held sway. Petrov, a swarthy Jew, was present during our interview, and the serio-comic nature of the situation may best be illustrated by the fact that both men had been released from an English prison in order to return to Russia. A Russian of good family, who long before the revolution had sacrificed a fortune for his socialist convictions, Chicherin was a man of great culture. In his youth he had begun his career as an official of the Tsarist Foreign Office, and he spoke French, English, and German with fluency and accuracy. He was dressed in a hideous yellow-brown tweed suit, which he had brought with him from England, and during the 6 months of our almost daily contact, I never saw him in any other. With his sandy-colored beard and hair and his sandy-colored suit, he looked like one of those grotesque figures made by children on the seashore. Only his eyes, small and red-rimmed like a ferret's, gave any sign of life. His narrow shoulders were bent with much toiling over his desk. Among a group of men who worked for 16 hours out of the 24, he was the most indefatigable and relentless in his attention to his duties. An idealist, whose loyalty to his own party was unshakable, he was extraordinarily mistrustful of everyone outside it. Our first interview was satisfactory but vague. Later, when I knew my Chicherin better, I learnt that he never took a decision without reference to Lenin. On this occasion, however, he had evidently received instructions to be friendly. Indeed, the Bolsheviks, whose obvious policy was to play off the Germans against the Allies, and the Allies against the Germans, welcomed my arrival. In the Bolshevik press, the importance of my mission and of my own position was willfully exaggerated, and I was described not only as the man of confidence of Mr. Trotsky, Lloyd George, but also as an influential politician whose sympathies were entirely with the Bolsheviks. This description of my standing caused some misunderstanding among the other Allied missions in St. Petersburg. In particular, one American intelligence officer, whose chief contribution to the war was the purchase of a stack of documents, so palpably forged that even our own Secret Service would have nothing to do with them, reported to his government that a dangerous English revolutionary had arrived in St. Petersburg and was hobnobbing with the Bolsheviks. Chicherin was honest enough in his account of what was happening at Brest. He told me that the negotiations were going badly, and that now was the great opportunity for England to make a friendly gesture towards Russia. Almost in the same breath, he informed me that the Bolsheviks were now busily engaged in organizing a new international, in which there would be no room for moderate socialists like Branting and Henderson. This, in fact, was the beginning of the notorious Third International. Another new acquaintance of these first days in the Bolshevized St. Petersburg was Raymond Robbins, the head of the American Red Cross mission, and brother of Elizabeth Robbins, the well-known authoress. On the third evening of my arrival, Rexhor invited him to dine with us, and we had a good talk. Robbins, who was a philanthropist and a humanitarian rather than a politician, was a wonderful orator. His conversation, like Mr. Churchill's, was always a monologue, but it was never dull, and his gift of allegory was as remarkable as it was original. With his black hair and his aquiline features, he had a most striking appearance. He was an Indian chief with a Bible for his tomahawk. He had stood as Roosevelt's vice president in the Bull Moose campaign for the American presidency in 1912. Although a rich man himself, he was an anti-capitalist. Yet, in spite of his sympathies for the underdog, he was a worshipper of great men. Hitherto, his two heroes had been Roosevelt and Cecil Rhodes. Now Lenin had captured his imagination. Strangely enough, Lenin was amused by the hero worship, and of all foreigners Robbins was the only man whom Lenin was always willing to see, and who ever succeeded in imposing his own personality on the unemotional Bolshevik leader. In a less official sense, Robbins had a similar mission to my own. He was the intermediary between the Bolsheviks and the American government, and had set himself the task of persuading President Wilson to recognize the Soviet regime. He knew no Russian, and very little about Russia, but in Gumberg, a Russo-American Jew, who for years had been in close touch with the Bolshevik movement, he had an assistant who supplied him with the necessary knowledge and arguments. And Gumberg's arguments in Robbins' mouth made a most convincing case for recognition. I liked Robbins. For the next 4 months we were to be in daily and almost hourly contact. My first 12 days in St. Petersburg were spent in an endless round of discussions with Chicherin and our own officials. My relations with Lindley, who, as chargé d'affaires, might reasonably have resented my intrusion into the political arena as the official representative of the British government. Of course, no dealings with the Bolsheviks were of the friendliest. I cooperated with him to the fullest extent, reporting everything to him, and consulted him about every step I took, and in this way what might have been an awkward and unpleasant situation was averted. I made, however, little progress, and most of my telegrams to London remained unanswered. We were still completely ignorant of the true course of the negotiations at Brest, and Chicherin did little to enlighten our darkness. All that he would admit was that, while German militarism and British capitalism were equally hateful to the Bolsheviks, German militarism was for the moment the greater danger. Germany was now the center of an anti-Bolshevik league. She was supporting the bourgeois cause in Finland, Romania, and Ukraine. The Russian bourgeois were looking to her to intervene in Russia and to restore them to their former position. Here was a situation which the British government could exploit to its own benefit. The Bolsheviks would welcome British support. On February 9th, I had an interview of a more intriguing nature. Various commissions of the Central Powers peace delegation were actually working in St. Petersburg. Through a reliable channel, I received a demand for an interview from one of the Bulgarian delegates. As I had nothing to risk in seeing him, I acceded to the request. In my diary he is entered merely as S. His name, I think, was Semidov. In a long and interesting conversation, he told me that Bulgaria was ripe for peace and revolution, and that with encouragement, which, I assume, meant money, from England there would be little difficulty in starting a movement to dethrone King Ferdinand and expel the pro-German ministers. Obviously, the man may have been an agent provocateur sent to me by the Bolsheviks. In this case, however, the odds are that he was genuine. I reported the incident to London and heard no more about it. While awaiting Trotsky's return from Brest, we took advantage of this respite to establish our mission in a large and well-furnished flat on the Palace Quay, almost directly opposite the Peter and Paul fortress, and within a few hundred yards of the embassy. There was, too, an excellent cellar, which we took over at a reasonable price. We could, in fact, have had a palace for next to nothing. The unfortunate aristocracy, deprived of everything, was only too glad to find a foreign official who could, even temporarily, safeguard its property. As a housewarming, I gave a luncheon party to which I invited the embassy staff and other prominent British officials in St. Petersburg. My chief guest was Robbins. He arrived late, having just come from Lenin. He brought with him the news that Trotsky had refused to sign a shameful peace, but that, as Russia could not fight, she would go on demobilizing. During luncheon, Robbins spoke little, but afterwards, when we assembled in the smoking room, his tongue was loose. Standing by the mantelpiece, his black hair smoothed back with characteristic gesture, he made a moving appeal for Allied support of the Bolsheviks. He began quietly, analyzing the various Allied arguments against recognition, and demolishing the ridiculous Allied theory that the Bolsheviks were working for a German victory. He drew a touching picture of a helpless people facing with courage and without arms the greatest military machine in history. We had nothing to hope from the demoralized Russian bourgeoisie, who were actually relying on German aid for the restoration of their rights and property. Then he began his eulogy of Trotsky. The Red leader was a four-kind son of a bitch, but the greatest Jew since Christ. If the German general staff bought Trotsky, they bought a lemon. As he worked up to his peroration, he became almost indignant over the folly of the Allies in playing the German game in Russia. Then he stopped dramatically and took a piece of paper from the flap pocket of his uniform. I can see him now. Consciously or not, he had provided himself with an almost perfect setting. Before him, a semicircle of stolid Englishmen. Behind him, the roaring log fire, its tongues of flame reflected in weird shadows on the yellow-papered walls. Outside, through the window, the glorious view of the slender spire of Peter and Paul, with the great fireball of the setting sun casting rays of blood on the snow-clad waters of the Neva. Once again he pushed his hair back with his hand and shook his head like a lion. "Have any of you read this?" he asked. "I found it this morning in one of your newspapers." Then in a low voice, quivering with emotion, he read Major McCrae's poem. "We are the dead. Short days ago, we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you from failing hands we throw the torch, be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders fields." When he had finished, there was an almost deathly silence. For what seemed an eternity, Robbins himself turned away and looked out of the window. Then, squaring his shoulders, he came back to us. "Boys," he said, "I guess we're all here for one purpose, to see that the German general staff don't win this war." 3 quick strides, and he was by my side. He wrung my hand. "Goodbye, Lockhart," he said. 4 more strides, and he was gone. As a dramatic performance, Robbins' effort was immense. Today, it sounds like emotional hysteria. Doubtless, too, he had rehearsed all his effects before his shaving glass in the morning. But at the moment, his words made a deep impression on everyone who heard him. There was not a laugh or a smile. Even Benji Bruce, with all his Ulster prejudices against revolution, was temporarily convinced that recognition or at least support of the Bolsheviks against German aggression was the right policy. General Poole, who afterwards commanded the ill-fated expedition to Archangel, was then of the same opinion. 3 days afterwards, I had my first interview with Trotsky in the Russian Foreign Office. It lasted for 2 hours, during which we discussed all the modalities of Anglo-Russian cooperation. As one of the accusations leveled against me afterwards was that I had been infatuated from the first by Trotsky and was completely under his influence, I give my first impressions of him exactly as I entered them in my diary at the time. February 15th, 1918. Had a 2 hours conversation with LDT. Lev Davidovich Trotsky. D. He struck me as perfectly honest and sincere in his bitterness against the Germans. He has a wonderfully quick mind and a rich, deep voice. With his broad chest, his huge forehead, surmounted by great masses of black, waving hair, his strong, fierce eyes, and his heavy, protruding lips, he is the very incarnation of the revolutionary, of the bourgeois caricatures. He is neat about his dress. He wore a clean, soft collar and his nails were carefully manicured. I agree with Robbins. If the Basha bought Trotsky, he bought a lemon. His dignity has suffered an affront. He is full of belligerent fury against the Germans for the humiliation to which they have exposed him at Brest. He strikes me as a man who would willingly die fighting for Russia, provided there was a big enough audience to see him do it. Nah. Trotsky was angry with the Germans. At that moment, he was not quite certain what the German reaction would be to his famous declaration of no peace and no war, but he had a shrewd idea that it would be unpleasant. Unfortunately, he was also full of bitterness against the English. We had not handled Trotsky wisely. At the rime of the First Revolution, he was in exile in America. He was then neither a Menshevik nor a Bolshevik. He was what Lenin called a Trotskyist, that is to say, an individualist and an opportunist. A revolutionary with the temperament of an artist and with undoubted physical courage, he had never been and never could be a good party man. His conduct prior to the First Revolution had incurred the severest condemnation by Lenin. Trotsky is always, wrote Lenin in 1915, in principle, opposed to the socialist chauvinists, but in practice, he is always in agreement with them. In the spring of 1917, Kerensky requested the British government to facilitate Trotsky's return to Russia. Common sense seemed to indicate one of two courses: to refuse on the grounds that Trotsky was a danger to the Allied cause, or to allow him to return unmolested. As usual in our attitude towards Russia, we adopted disastrous half measures. Trotsky was treated as a criminal. At Halifax, New Brunswick, he was separated from his wife and children and interned in a prison camp at Amherst with German prisoners for 4 weeks. His fingerprints were taken. Then, having roused his bitter hate, we allowed him to return to Russia. I am giving Trotsky's own account of the incident. I learned afterwards that it was substantially correct. The outraged Trotsky came back to Russia, threw in his lot with the Bolsheviks, and relieved his injured feelings by writing a fiercely anti-British pamphlet entitled A Prisoner of the English. Some trace of his resentment showed itself during our interview. I succeeded, however, in soothing him. The German danger was uppermost in his mind, and his last words as I left him were, "Now is the big opportunity for the Allied governments." I returned from my interview to our flat, only to find an urgent message from Robbins requesting me to come to see him at once. I found him in a state of great agitation. He had been in conflict with Salkind, a nephew of Trotsky, and then Assistant Commissar for Foreign Affairs. Salkind had been rude, and the American, who had a promise from Lenin that, whatever happened, a train would always be ready for him at an hour's notice, was determined to exact an apology or to leave the country. When I arrived, he had just finished telephoning to Lenin. He had delivered his ultimatum, and Lenin had promised to give a reply within 10 minutes. I waited while Robbins fumed. Then the telephone rang and Robbins picked up the receiver. Lenin had capitulated. Salkind was to be dismissed his post, but he was an old member of the party. Would Robbins have any objection if Lenin sent him as a Bolshevik emissary to Bern? Robbins smiled grimly. "Thank you, Mr. Lenin," he said. "As I can't send the son of a bitch to hell, Bern is the next best thing you can do with him." This was the beginning of what was to be a hectic month. The Germans lost little time in replying to Trotsky's refusal to sign their peace terms, and, to the consternation of the Bolsheviks, began to advance on St. Petersburg. At first, the Bolsheviks made some show of resistance. Orders were given in this sense to the fleet and to the army. Trotsky himself, whom I was now seeing daily, informed me that, even if Russia could not resist, she would wage a partisan war to the best of her ability. Very soon, however, it became clear that, in the military sense of the word, there could be no resistance. The Bolsheviks had come into power on a peace slogan. A war slogan might easily bring about their ruin. The bourgeoisie was openly delighted at the prospect of the German advance, which had emboldened the anti-Bolshevik press to attack the Bolsheviks with a frenzied fury. The determining factor was the attitude of the troops. On the rumor that the war was to be renewed, desertions from the front assumed the proportions of panic flight. And, after an all-night sitting of the commissars, a telegram was sent to the Germans capitulating entirely and asking for peace on any terms. In the Bolshevik left Social Revolutionary Coalition, of which the Lenin government was composed, there was a holy war party. It included Bolsheviks like Petrov, Bukharin, and Radek, and numerically, it was nearly as strong as the Peace Party. Lenin, however, was for peace. Without peace, he could not consolidate his position. It was now that he formulated his policy of Levirovat, of which the best translation is the French, reculer pour mieux sortir. Trotsky, as usual, steered a middle course. He wanted to fight. He considered that war was inevitable. If the Allies would send a promise of support, he informed me that he would sway the decision of the government in favor of war. I sent several telegrams to London requesting an official message that would enable me to strengthen Trotsky's hands. No message was sent. On February 23rd, the German terms were received. They were considerably stiffer in their territorial demands than the Treaty of Versailles, and once again the ranks of the Bolsheviks were torn with dissension. The next day, after a fierce and passionate debate, the Central Executive Committee decided by 112 votes to 86 to accept the German terms. Lenin's cold, calculated logic dominated the meeting. There were, however, 25 abstentions. Among them was the vote of Trotsky, who during the discussion remained skulking in his room. On the afternoon of the debate, I telephoned to Trotsky. He had given me his private telephone, and he answered the call himself. "May I speak to Citizen Trotsky?" I asked. There was a growl of no from the other end, but I had recognized his voice. "Lev Davidovich," I said quickly, "this is Lockhart. I want to see you immediately." There was a moment's silence. Then another growl. "It's no use, but come at once if you like. I'm at Smolny." Smolny, in Tsarist days a seminary for young girls of good family, was the Bolshevik headquarters. It had a picturesque situation next door to a monastery, a pleasant blue and white building on the outskirts of the city. The institute itself was gray, with an entrance like a Greek temple. It reminded me of the old Royal Military College building at Sandhurst. As I made my way past the armed guards who with machine guns and fixed bayonets were posted before the gates, my pass, signed by Trotsky himself, was subjected to the closest scrutiny. Finally, one was taken to the commandant, a tall sailor whom I was to meet again in less pleasant circumstances, and in a few minutes I was being piloted upstairs through a maze of corridors and classrooms to Trotsky's sanctum on the second floor. I made a mental note of the various notices still posted on the walls. V8th class dormitory, linen room, drawing class. Formerly these corridors had resounded to the gentle tramp of girls' slippers. Everything, one could be sure, had been immaculate, the only unseemliness a foolish giggle. Now all was dirt and confusion. Sailors, red guards, students, and working men lounged against the walls. None of them looked as if he had washed for a fortnight. Cigarette ends and crumpled news sheets strewed the floors. Trotsky's own room was an exception. Lofty and well lit, it contained a red carpet. There was a fine birch wood writing desk. There was even a waste paper basket. The habitual neatness of its occupant was everywhere manifest. The occupant himself, however, was in the worst of temper. "Have you any message from London?" he asked, still scowling. I told him that I had not yet had a reply to my telegrams, but that, if the Bolsheviks would make a genuine effort to prevent half Russia from falling into German hands, I was confident that British support would not be withheld. "You have no message," he said. "Well, I have. While you are here trying to throw dust in my eyes, your countrymen and the French have been intriguing against us with the Ukrainians, who have already sold themselves to the Germans. Your government is working for Japanese intervention in Siberia. Your other missions here are plotting against us with all the bourgeois scum. Look at this," he shouted. He seized a bundle of papers on his desk and thrust them into my hands. They were the alleged originals of forged documents which had already been shown to me. They were typed on paper with the stamp of the German General Staff. They were signed by various German staff officers, including, I think, Colonel Bauer. They were addressed to Trotsky, and they contained various instructions, which he, as a German agent, was to carry out. One instruction was an order to facilitate the passage by rail of 2 German submarines from Berlin to Vladivostok. One of the weakest spots in Balfour's speech is the statement that the Japanese are going to help the Russians. Which Russians? In Russia today there is one power, which by its nature is destined to wage a life and death struggle against the attacks of international imperialism. That is the power of the Soviets. The first step, however, of those Russians, whom the Japanese intend to help, as soon as they heard rumors of the advance of the latter, was to demand the abolition of the Soviet power. Should the Japanese move into Siberia, these same Russians, whom the Japanese are going to help, will demand the abolition of the Soviets throughout the whole of Siberia. What can take the place of the Soviet power? The only power that can take its place is a bourgeois government. But the bourgeoisie in Russia has proved clearly enough that it can only remain in power with foreign help. If a bourgeois government, supported by outside help, should establish itself in power in Siberia and eastern Russia become lost to the Soviet, then in western Russia the Soviet power would become weakened to such an extent that it could hardly hold out for long. It would be followed by a bourgeois government, which would also need foreign help. The power to give this help would, of course, not be England. It is easy to understand what avenues are opened up by this possibility. I confirm that I really said this in a conversation with Ransom, and I give permission for it to be printed. Lenin.du. Moscow 23, Vex 1928.01. I had seen these documents before. They had been hawked around the Allied missions in St. Petersburg for some time. One set of originals had been bought by an American agent. Months afterwards it was discovered that these letters, purporting to come from such different centers as Spa, Berlin, and Stockholm, had been written on the same typewriter. I smiled, but Trotsky was not to be placated. "So this is what your agents waste their time and money on," he hissed. "Your intrigues here have only helped the Germans. I hope you are proud of your work. Your Foreign Office does not deserve to win a war. Your policy towards Russia right from the beginning has been indecisive and vacillating. Your Lloyd George is like a man playing roulette and scattering chips on every number. And now I have to put up with this. Do you know that, while your fools of spies are trying to prove that I am a German agent, my friends down there," he waved his arm eerily towards the room below where the Central Executive Committee was sitting, "are calling me an intentophile." There was some justification for his attack. The British government was entitled to regard Bolshevism as a scourge and an evil. It might make war on it or ignore it severely, but it was sheer folly to continue to regard it as a movement fostered solely for the furtherance of German ends. When I had told Trotsky that I had received no reply to my telegrams, I had been strictly truthful. I had, however, received messages from our Foreign Office. They still expressed Lord Robert Cecil's doubts and suspicions regarding Trotsky. If I had succeeded in convincing Whitehall that Trotsky was not a German staff officer in disguise, he was still a German agent. It was an unsatisfactory interview. The most I could extract from Trotsky was that, if peace were signed, it would be of short duration. The Bolsheviks had no intention of observing the German terms. He promised, however, to keep me fully informed. The same night Pokrovsky, Chicherin, and Karashin left for Brest-Litovsk to sign the peace. With the dislocation of the railway traffic and the Bolshevik genius for protraction, the actual signing was to be delayed for another week. In the meantime, the uncertainty regarding the peace negotiations and the advance of the Germans towards St. Petersburg had thrown the Allied embassies into the wildest confusion. For hours on end, there were long conferences regarding the policy to be pursued. Were the embassies and missions to remain, or were they to be evacuated? If they waited too long, they ran the risk of falling into the hands of the Germans. The decision to evacuate was forced by the action of the Germans, who refused to stop their advance until the Bolsheviks had actually signed the dictated peace treaty. The decision having been taken, there remained the delicate task of obtaining Bolshevik visas for the large number of British officials and agents, many of whom were not entered on the diplomatic list. The Bolsheviks, who regarded the departure of the Allied embassies in much the same manner as a gambler regrets the loss of an ace, were likely to make difficulties. The securing of the visas was left to me, and armed with a sheaf of passports, I drove down to the Foreign Office to try my luck. In the absence of Trotsky and Chicherin, I was received by Petrov, whose imprisonment in England had not increased his affection for British officials. After informing me that there could be no objection to the departure of bona fide diplomatists, he referred me to Lutsky, an unpleasant Jewish lawyer, who was in charge of the passport department. He was seated at his desk in a large room, the only other occupant of which was a girl typist, who sat at a small table in the corner. Lutsky's rudeness made me boil with rage. He was a rat, and I should have liked to shake him. I kept my temper while he went through my huge pile of passports. My orders are that only genuine diplomatists may receive visas, he said. All these people are not on the embassy staff. I explained patiently that my list was genuine, and that the bearer of every passport was attached in some form or other to the embassy. He scrutinized each photograph closely. To my relief, he passed General Poole and various other officers who had been photographed in uniform. The pile was nearly finished, and I thought I was about to achieve a complete success. The rat, however, was enjoying his short reign. He was determined to let me feel his newly acquired power. He picked out a passport. "I know this man," he said. "He's a spy. You are trying to deceive me in the same way as the French and Italians have done." He stormed at me for a few minutes. "For this dupery I shall refuse all visas." I stood up, still keeping my temper under control. "In that case," I replied, "please allow me to telephone to Trotsky. Here is his private telephone number, and here is my pass to him, signed in his own handwriting." Lutsky hummed and hawed and changed his tune. "Very well then," he said, putting the rejected passport on one side. "I shall stamp the others, but this one I shall not stamp." At this moment the Marchese della Torretta, the Italian chargé d'affaires, and later Italian ambassador in London and foreign minister under Mussolini, was announced. Lutsky sprang to his feet. In preparing for a new scene, he became almost friendly to me. Once again he went rapidly through my passports. He rejected several which belonged to members of the British colony and added them to the passport which he had already turned down. He called his typist. "Sit down at my desk and stamp these passports," he said, pointing to the large pile. "The others are to be retained until further instructions." Then, puffing out his little chest, he advanced to the middle of the room to receive the Italian Marquis standing. The scene that followed was the most extraordinary that I have ever witnessed, perhaps the most extraordinary that has ever taken place between two representatives of foreign governments. As soon as the Marquis entered the room, Lutsky overwhelmed him with a torrent of abuse. There had been some row about an Italian deputy called Count Frasso, who had been arrested by the Bolsheviks and who had been included in the Italian official passport list. There seemed no end to the epithets which Trotsky showered on the unfortunate Italian. Bandits, sneaks, sons of bitches were among the mildest. Both men were of small stature. At first Cheka, gentle, correct, and scrupulously polite, tried to remonstrate. His protests produced a further storm of violence. Cheka then became hysterical and almost tearful. His face went a ghastly white. With his silver-gray hair and his short black coat, he reminded me of the rabbit in Alice in Wonderland. His hands clutched nervously at his trouser legs. Then he, too, began to scream. It seemed only a matter of seconds before the two men must come to blows. The scene fascinated me, but I had work of my own to do. Among my rejected passports was the passport of Terence Keyes, a brother of Admiral Keyes and a colonel in our intelligence service. I knew that he had been engaged in various anti-Bolshevik schemes. If his passport were to be held up, things might be awkward. In the meantime, the girl was stamping my passports with one eye on her work and the other on the drama which was taking place before us. She was pretty. I talked to her gently and she smiled. I continued to talk, and as we talked, I began to fiddle with the passports. As I was whispering to her, I slipped Keyes' passport into the large pile, and God bless her blue eyes, she stamped it. Just as her work was finished, I heard Trotsky flinging his last word at Cheka. Not a single Italian is to leave, and crestfallen and crumpled, the Marquis crept out of the room. Thoroughly satisfied with himself, Trotsky came over to his desk. I had the visé passports, Keyes among them, under my arm. The half-dozen rejected ones were still lying on his table. "May I go now?" I said politely. "Certainly," he replied. I walked away and then turned back. "I think I had better take the rejected passports as well," I said. "Their owners may get into trouble without them." He shrugged his shoulders. In his mind, he was still fighting his battle with Cheka. "Take them," he said, and picking them up slowly, I made a dignified exit. That night, the British and French officials, there were of course no Italians, left by special train for Bielostroff and the Finnish frontier. Petrov, who was acting commissar for foreign affairs, went down on the engine for a final revision of the passport. There was trouble with the French, but all our party, including Terence Keyes, passed the frontier without a hitch. If my mission in Russia failed in every other respect, it was at least successful in this, that it saved some 40 or 50 British officials from the indignities and humiliations that were heaped upon their French and Italian colleagues. There was a pleasant curtain to this passport drama. On the day after the departure of the embassies, Trotsky was arrested for granting visas to French subjects who were not entitled to them. He was accused of having accepted French money. That night I dined well on an affair that was well ended. I had used no bribes, solely my innate Celtic persuasiveness and a pair of Russian eyes. Chapter 4. The Allied embassies left on February 28. The next day I went to Smolny and had my first interview with Lenin. I felt a little forlorn. My own position was now vaguer than ever. But I had decided to remain at my post for two reasons. The Bolsheviks had not yet signed the peace terms. They probably would do so, but even then the peace was likely to be of short duration. Here was a position which I might usefully exploit. Secondly, so long as the Bolsheviks held the reins of government in Russia, I felt that it would be foolish to cut off all contact with them and to leave the field open to the Germans. I was convinced that their internal strength was far greater than most foreign observers realized, and that there was no other power in Russia which was capable of replacing them. This, indeed, was the fundamental difference between Whitehall and myself. The consensus of official opinion in London seemed to be that Bolshevism would be swept away within a few weeks. My instinct told me that, weak as the Bolsheviks were, the demoralized forces of the anti-Bolsheviks in Russia were still weaker. In the intensity of the civil strife which was now developing, the Great War had ceased to have any significance to all classes of Russians. Insofar as Germany was our main enemy, and at this state few Englishmen regarded Bolshevism as a serious menace to Western civilization, we had nothing to gain by stimulating civil war. If we took sides against the Bolsheviks, we should be backing the weaker horse, and would have to employ large forces to ensure even a temporary success. In informing Lindley of my desire to remain, I made use of these arguments. He made no objection. I therefore sent back to England Phelan and Burse, who in the situation which had now arisen could be of little service to me, and asked for Rex Hoare, whose views were in sympathy with my own, and whose steadying influence would have been of great value to me. He was willing to stay on, but Lindley, perhaps rightly, decided that, as my mission was nominally an unofficial one, he was not justified in allowing me to retain the services of a professional diplomatist. He was quite willing that I should take on any official who was willing to remain and who was outside the permanent staff of the embassy. There were several volunteers, and from them I selected Denis Garstein, a brother of the well-known novelist and a young cavalry captain, who spoke Russian with tolerable accuracy. Other English officials who remained were Captain Cromie, the naval attaché, who was determined not to let the Baltic fleet fall into the hands of the German; Woodhouse, the consul; Major McAlpine and Captain Schwabe of General Poole's mission; and various officers and officials of our intelligence services. They were entirely independent of me and supplied their own reports to London. With Lindley's departure, I was therefore left to my own resources. Moreover, the route through Finland was now closed, and for the next 6 months I was to be shut off from all communication with England, except by telegraph. Robbins, too, had joined the American embassy in its flight to Vologda, and had informed me by telephone that in all probability the ambassador and his staff would leave the next day for America via Siberia. If I could receive any encouragement from Lenin, he would remain and do his best to persuade the American ambassador to follow his example. It was, therefore, with a sinking feeling in my heart that I went to Smolny that morning to see the Bolshevik leader. He received me in a small room on the same floor as Trotsky's. It was untidy and bare of all trappings except a writing desk and a few plain chairs. It was not only my first interview with Lenin, it was the first time that I had set eyes on him. There was nothing in his personal appearance to suggest even faintly a resemblance to the Superman. Short of stature, rather plump, with short, thick neck, broad shoulders, round, red face, high intellectual forehead, nose slightly turned up, brownish mustache, and short, stubbly beard. He looked at the first glance more like a provincial grocer than a leader of men. Yet in those steely eyes there was something that arrested my attention, something in that quizzing, half-contemptuous, half-smiling look which spoke of boundless self-confidence and conscious superiority. Later, I was to acquire a considerable respect for his intellectual capacity, but at that moment I was more impressed by his tremendous willpower, his relentless determination, and his lack of emotion. He furnished a complete antithesis to Trotsky, who, strangely silent, was also present at our interview. Trotsky was all temperament, an individualist and an artist, on whose vanity even I could play with some success. Lenin was impersonal and almost inhuman. His vanity was proof against all flattery. The only appeal that one could make to him was to his sense of humor, which, if sardonic, was highly developed. During the next few months I was to be pestered with various requests from London to verify rumors of serious dissensions between Lenin and Trotsky, dissensions from which our government hoped much. I could have given the answer after that first interview. Trotsky was a great organizer and a man of immense physical courage, but morally, he was as incapable of standing against Lenin as a flea would be against an elephant. In the Council of Commissars, There was not a man who did not consider himself the equal of Trotsky. There was not a commissar who did not regard Lenin as a demigod, whose decisions were to be accepted without question. Squabbles among the commissars were frequent, but they never touched Lenin. I remember Chicherin giving me an account of a Soviet cabinet meeting. Trotsky would bring forward a proposal. It would be violently opposed by another commissar. Endless discussion would follow, and all the time Lenin would be writing notes on his knee, his attention concentrated on some work of his own. At last someone would say, "Let Vladimir Ilyich, Lenin's Christian name and patronymic, decide." Lenin would look up from his work, give his decision in one sentence, and all would be peace. In his creed of world revolution, Lenin was as unscrupulous and as uncompromising as a Jesuit, and in his code of political ethics, the end to be attained justified the employment of any weapon. On occasions, however, he could be amazingly frank, and my interview was one of them. He gave, correctly as events proved, all the information for which I asked. It was quite untrue that the peace negotiations had broken down. The terms were such as one might expect from a militarist regime. They were scandalous, but they would have to be accepted. They would be signed preliminarily the next day, and would be ratified by the overwhelming majority of the party. How long would the peace hold? He could not say. The government was to be transferred to Moscow to enable him to consolidate his power. If the Germans forced their hands and tried to install a bourgeois government, the Bolsheviks would fight even if they had to withdraw to the Volga and the Urals. But they would fight on their own conditions. They were not to be made a cat's paw for the Allies. If the Allies understood this, there was an excellent opportunity for cooperation. To the Bolsheviks, Anglo-American capitalism was almost as hateful as German militarism. But for the moment, German militarism was the immediate menace. For that reason, he was glad that I had decided to remain in Russia. He would give me all facilities, guarantee, as far as lay in his power, my personal safety, and grant me a free exit from Russia whenever I wanted to leave. But he was skeptical about any possibility of cooperating with the Allies. "Our ways," he said, "are not your ways. We can afford to compromise temporarily with capital. It is even necessary, for, if capital were to unite, we should be crushed at this stage of our development. Fortunately for us, it is in the nature of capital that it cannot unite. So long, therefore, as the German danger exists, I am prepared to risk a cooperation with the Allies, which should be temporarily advantageous to both of us. In the event of German aggression, I am even willing to accept military support. At the same time, I am quite convinced that your government will never see things in this light. It is a reactionary government. It will cooperate with the Russian reactionaries." "No, why would they?" I expressed my fears that, now that peace was a certainty, the Germans would be able to throw all their forces against the Western Front. They might then crush the Allies, and where would the Bolsheviks be then? Even more serious was the danger that Germany would be able to relieve her starving population with grain, forcibly exported from Russia. Lenin smiled. "Like all your countrymen, you are thinking in concrete military terms. You ignore the psychological factor. This war will be settled in the rear and not in the trenches. But even from your point of view, your argument is false. Germany has long ago withdrawn her best troops from the Eastern Front. As a result of this rubber peace, she will have to maintain larger and not fewer forces on the East. As to her being able to obtain supplies in large quantities from Russia, you may set your fears at rest. Passive resistance, and the expression comes from your own country, is a more potent weapon than an army that cannot fight." Nay. I went home in a thoughtful mood to find a batch of telegrams from the Foreign Office. They were full of complaints about the peace. How could I insist that the Bolsheviks were not pro-German when they proposed giving half Russia away to Germany without firing a shot? There was, too, a strongly worded protest against Litvinov's activities in London. Would I warn the Bolshevik government immediately that such conduct could not be tolerated? As I sat paraphrasing the sense of the protest into Russian, the telephone rang. It was Trotsky. He had received news that the Japanese were preparing to land troops in Siberia. What did I propose to do about it, and how could I explain my own mission in the face of this open act of hostility? I queried the authenticity of his information and sat down again at my desk. My servant brought in yet another telegram. It was from Robbins, advising me to come to Vologda. I got on to him by telephone, told him that I was going to see things through to the bitter end in St. Petersburg, and requested him to inform his ambassador about the Japanese imbroglio. Japanese intervention in Siberia would destroy all possibility of an understanding with the Bolsheviks. Common sense seemed to indicate that as a measure for reconstructing an Eastern Front against Germany, it was ludicrous. The final blow of a shattering day was a telegram from my wife, cryptically worded, but conveying unmistakably the information that my efforts were meeting with no sympathy in London. I was to be careful, or my career would be ruined. London had neither approved nor disapproved my decision to remain on after Lindley's departure. From the fact that the Foreign Office continued to bombard me with telegrams, I concluded that it had acquiesced in the new situation. I indulged in a minor orgy of self-pity, which stiffened my obstinacy. Assuredly, my lot was a hard one. Then I went to bed and read the life of Richard Burton. In the circumstances, it was perhaps the most dangerous tonic I could have taken. Burton had fought against Whitehall all his life, and the results had been disastrous. Life in St. Petersburg during this period was a curious affair. The Bolsheviks had not yet succeeded in establishing the iron discipline which today characterizes their regime. They had, in fact, made little attempt to do so. There was no terror, nor was the population particularly afraid of its new masters. The anti-Bolshevik newspapers continued to appear and to attack the Bolshevik policy with violent abuse. In particular, Gorky, then editor of the Novaya Zizn, excelled himself in denouncing the men to whom today he has given his wholehearted allegiance. The bourgeoisie, still confident that the Germans would soon send the Bolshevik rabble about its business, was more cheerful than one might have expected in such disturbing circumstances. The population was starving, but the rich still had money. Restaurants and cabarets were open, and the cabarets at any rate were crowded. On Sundays, too, there were trotting races before our house, and it was strange to contrast these beautiful, well-groomed horses with the starved and skeleton nags of the unfortunate droshka drivers. The only real danger to human life during these early days of the Bolshevik Revolution was furnished, not by the Bolsheviks, but by the anarchists, bands of robbers, ex-army officers, and adventurers, who had seized some of the finest houses in the city, and who, armed with rifles, grenades, and machine guns, exercised a gangster's rule over the capital. They lurked at street corners for their victims, and were utterly unscrupulous in their methods of dealing with. They were, too, no respecters of persons. One evening, on his way back from Smolny to the center of the city, Uritsky, who was subsequently head of the St. Petersburg Cheka, was pulled from his sleigh by bandits, stripped of all his clothes, and left to continue his journey in a state of nudity. He was fortunate to escape with his life. When we went out at night, we never went alone, no matter how short the distance. We walked, too, in the middle of the road, and we kept our finger tight on the gun in our overcoat pocket. Desultory firing went on all through the night. The Bolsheviks seemed quite incapable of dealing with this pest. For years they had been crying against the Tsarist suppression of free speech. They had not yet embarked on their own campaign of suppression. I mention this comparative tolerance of the Bolsheviks because the cruelties which followed later were the result of the intensification of the Civil War. For the intensification of that bloody struggle, Allied intervention, with the false hopes it raised, was largely responsible. I do not say that a policy of abstention from interference in the internal affairs of Russia would have altered the course of the Bolshevik Revolution. I do suggest that our intervention intensified the terror and increased the bloodshed. On Saturday, March 3rd, the preliminary peace was signed by the Russian delegates at Brest, and the next day a Congress of all the Soviets was summoned to meet at Moscow on March 12th in order to give the formal ratification. At the same time, the Bolsheviks announced the formation of a new Supreme War Council and issued an order for the arming of the whole people. Trotsky was appointed president of the new council, and Chicherin took his place at the Bolshevik Foreign Office. I saw Chicherin on his return from Brest. He was dejected, and therefore friendly. He informed me that the German terms had raised a feeling of resentment in Russia similar to that in France after 1870, and now was the most favorable moment for a demonstration of Allied sympathy. The peace was a dictated peace which Russia would break as soon as she was strong enough. This, indeed, was the attitude of every commissar with whom I came into contact. As St. Petersburg was now to be evacuated by the government, I asked Chicherin what arrangements he could make to house my mission in Moscow. As usual, he was all promises and vagueness. I therefore went to Trotsky, who, when he was in the mood, could get things done, and done quickly. I found him in a state of exaltation. His sense of the dramatic had adapted itself to his new office. Almost in a night he had become a soldier. His whole conversation breathed war. Ratification or no ratification, there would be war. At the small committee meeting of the leading Bolsheviks, which had already decided on ratification, he had abstained from voting. He would not attend the formal ratification in Moscow. He was remaining in St. Petersburg for another week. He would be glad if I would remain with him. He would take me with him when he left and would be personally responsible for my comfort in Moscow. Preferring the virile action of Trotsky to the vacillations of Chicherin, I decided to stay on. In spite of more trouble about Japanese intervention, the mention of which never failed to rouse the fire in Trotsky's eyes, incidentally, it made no appeal to the Russian bourgeoisie, who rightly concluded that it would not relieve their sufferings. My last week in St. Petersburg was not unpleasant. I saw Trotsky every day, but otherwise I had less work than usual. The weather, too, was at its best, and we passed our time happily enough in entertaining our Russian friends. It was at this time that I first met Mora, who was an old friend of Hicks and Garston and a frequent visitor to our flat. She was then 26. A Russian of the Russians, she had a lofty disregard for all the pettiness of life and a courage which was proof against all cowardice. Her vitality, due perhaps to an iron constitution, was immense and invigorated everyone with whom she came into contact. Where she loved, there was her world, and her philosophy of life had made her mistress of all the consequences. She was an aristocrat. She could have been a communist. She could never have been a bourgeois. Later, her name was to become linked with mine in the final drama of my Russian career. During those first days of our meeting in St. Petersburg, I was too busy, too preoccupied with my own importance to give her more than a passing thought. I found her a woman of great attraction, whose conversation brightened my daily life. The romance was to come afterwards. Cromy, our naval attaché, was another of her friends, and on his birthday, Mora gave a little luncheon party, to which we all came. It was during Maslenitsa or Butter Week, and we ate innumerable bliny, pancakes and caviar, and drank vodka. I wrote a doggerel verse for each guest, and Cromy made one of his witty speeches. We toasted our hostess and laughed immoderately. For all of us, it was almost the last carefree hour we were to spend in Russia. Of the 4 English guests at that luncheon, I am the sole survivor. Cromy died gloriously, defending the embassy from Bolshevik intrusion. Poor Denis Garston, who had worked with all his boyish enthusiasm for an understanding with the Bolsheviks, was taken from me by the War Office and sent to Archangel, where he fell a victim to a Bolshevik bullet. Will Hicks, or Hickey as everybody called him, died of consumption in Berlin in the spring of 1930. It was a very peaceful St. Petersburg during this last week. Never had it looked more beautiful, and its deserted streets added to its charm. The center of gravity had now been transferred to Moscow. Lenin had left on March 10th. It was not until the afternoon of the 15th that Trotsky informed me we were to leave on the following morning. He had just been appointed Commissar for War. At the very moment when his appointment was announced, the Congress of Soviets, which was to ratify the peace, had opened, and Lenin was making his historic answer to his pro-war critics. One fool can ask more questions in a minute than 12 wise men can answer in an hour. The next morning, having stored most of our heavy luggage in the embassy, we rose at 7 and arrived at Smolny at 8, only to wait till 10 before the Trotsky baggage train was ready. Most of that day we spent at the station, lolling about in the glorious sunshine and watching the 700 Lets, who furnished the Praetorian Guard of the new Red Napoleon, intrigue. They looked a dour lot, but their discipline was excellent. The tediousness of our long wait was relieved by the drolleries of Bill Shadoff, a cheerful scoundrel with a sense of humor. He had spent his years of exile in New York and had a rich fund of East Side stories. Most of them were at the expense of Russia and the Russians, for whom, in spite of his communist beliefs, he had a slight contempt. His appearance was even funnier than his yarns. A miniature camera. He wore a suit of overalls over his ordinary clothes and sheepskin coat. The whole was surmounted by a large checked English cap. A pair of huge revolvers was strung from a belt at his hips. The general effect was a cross between a gunman and the rotund gentleman who furnishes the advertisement for Michelin tires. At last, at 4 o'clock, Trotsky arrived, resplendent in a khaki overcoat. We saluted, shook hands, and then he conducted us personally to our compartments. There were 2 of them, and as including our 2 Russian servants, we were only 6 strong, the accommodation was more than generous, more especially as the train was overcrowded. We traveled alone, but just before we reached Luban, we received a message from Trotsky. He would be glad if we would dine with him. I shall remember that dinner to the end of my days. We dined at the head of a long table in the station restaurant. I sat on Trotsky's right, and Hicks sat on his left. The fare was plain but good, a thick shea soup, veal cutlets with fried potatoes and sour gherkins, and a huge torta. There was, too, beer and red wine. Trotsky, however, drank mineral water. He was in one of his genial moods, and made an excellent host. Huge crowds, dumb and open-mouthed, watched us while we ate. The whole neighborhood seemed to have assembled to see the man who had given peace to Russia, and now did not want it. At the end of dinner, I congratulated him formally on his appointment as Minister for War. He replied that he had not yet accepted the post, and that he would not accept it unless Russia were going to fight. At the time I believe he was sincere. Almost at the same moment the station master came in and handed him a telegram. It was from Moscow. It contained the news that the Congress of Soviets had ratified the peace by an enormous majority. We slept none the less soundly and arrived at Moscow the next morning without further incident. At the station, Trotsky gave another exhibition of good manners. He had secured rooms for us at the only hotel which was still functioning. He insisted on sending us off in his 2 cars, while he himself waited at the station. Chapter 5. In one sense, I was glad to be back in Moscow. I knew nearly every stone of its cobbled streets. It was almost my home. I had spent more years of my life inside its walls than in any other city in the world. Yet, it was a new Moscow that I found. Many of my old Russian and English friends had left. Chelnikov had fled to the south. Lvov was in hiding. Most of the fine houses of the rich merchants were occupied by anarchists. whose outrages were even more daringly executed than in St. Petersburg. The city, too, was abnormally gay with a gaiety that shocked me. The bourgeoisie was awaiting the Germans with impatience, and was already celebrating in advance the hour of its relief. Cabarets flourished. There was even one in the elite hotel, which was now our headquarters. Prices were high, especially for champagne, but there seemed no lack of money among the guests, who nightly thronged the tables until the early hours. I had, however, little time for moralizing. Within 24 hours of my arrival, I was plunged into a whirlpool of turbulent activity. I found Robbins and his Red Cross mission at the Elite, where between us we had secured comfortable suites with sitting rooms and bathrooms. General Lenin and a large French military mission had also made Moscow their headquarters. General Romay was there with a smaller Italian mission. Major Riggs represented American military interests. If there was not to be the wildest confusion of opinion, it was essential that we should coordinate our efforts. I called on all the Allied representatives, and at Romay's suggestion we had a daily conference in my rooms, at which Lavergne, Romay, Riggs, and myself were always present. Robbins also attended frequently. We succeeded in establishing a remarkably smooth cooperation. Almost to the bitter end we were in complete agreement regarding policy. We were watching the situation from the inside, and we realized that without Bolshevik consent military intervention would result only in a civil war, which, without very large Allied forces, would be disastrous to our prestige. Intervention with Bolshevik consent was the policy which we sought to carry out, and within 10 days of my arrival, we passed a common resolution condemning Japanese intervention as futile. In self-defense, I should make it plain that all our actions were influenced by the situation on the Western Front, where the great German March offensive was in full swing. We knew that the burning anxiety of the Allied High Command was to detach as many German soldiers from the West as possible. But taking every factor into consideration, we could not believe that this object could be attained by support of Alexiev or Kornilov, who were at that time the forerunners of Denikin and Wrangel. These generals, like Skoropadsky, who was installed by the Germans as head of a white government in Kiev, were not immediately interested in the war in the West. They may have been sincere in their desire to reconstitute an Eastern Front against Germany, but, before they could do so, they had to deal with the Bolsheviks. Without strong foreign aid, they were not powerful enough for this task. Outside the officer class, and it too was demoralized. They had no support in the country. Although we realized that the Bolsheviks would fight only if they were forced into war by German aggression, we were convinced that this situation might easily develop, and that by a promise of support, we might help to shape events in the form we desired. We could understand the resentment of the Allied governments against the Bolsheviks. We could not follow their reasoning. In this miniature, Allied Counsel Romay and I were independent. Romay reported direct to the Italian General Staff. He was not under the Italian embassy. Since the departure of our own embassy, I was alone. Lavergne, although the head of a military mission, was also military attaché. He was directly under the control of his ambassador. Riggs was in an even more subordinate position, and the Allied ambassadors were at Vologda, a little provincial town, hundreds of miles away from the center of events. It was as if 3 foreign ambassadors were trying to advise their governments on an English cabinet crisis from a village in the Hebrides. They were, too, strangely ill-fitted for their task. Francis, the American ambassador, was a charming old gentleman of nearly 80, a banker from St. Louis, who had left America for the first time to be plunged into the vortex of the revolution. Newlands, the French ambassador, was also a new arrival. He was a professional politician whose attitude was determined by the prevailing policy of his own party in the French chamber. Lavergne, too, had a socialist on his staff, Captain Jean Sadoul, the well-known French barrister and former socialist deputy. Sadoul, who was on friendly terms with Trotsky, was a legacy of Albert Thomas. He served Lavergne well and faithfully, but to Newlands he was like a red rag to a bull. Politician mistrusted, politician. There was continual friction. Newlands held up Sadul's correspondence with Thomas, and in the end, his obstinacy and his oppression drove the unfortunate Sadul into throwing in his lot with the Bolsheviks. Torretta, the Italian chargé d'affaires, knew Russia well and spoke the language. His Russia, however, was the Russia of the old regime. Even had he wished to do so, he was morally incapable of standing up against the virile and aggressive Newlands. Moreover, he had had that desperate interview with Trotsky. There was not much to be hoped for from Torretta. Vologda, even more than London and Paris, lived on the wildest anti-Bolshevik rumors. Rarely a day passed without Laverne's being ordered by his ambassador to investigate some new evidence of Bolshevik pro-Germanism. Rome and I roared with laughter when Laverne asked us if we had heard anything of a German Control Commission in St. Petersburg. At the head of it was Count Frederiks, the former court minister of the Tsar. It was working behind the scenes, but it had complete control over the Bolshevik Foreign Office, and not a single foreigner could leave Russia without its permission. Another telegram from Vologda, we said. But Laverne did not laugh. These little excitements of MM's Newlands had to be taken seriously, and while Laverne made inquiries on his own, down would go Sadul to Trotsky to register an official protest against the establishment of such a mission. Trotsky would look blank. Sometimes he would be angry. At other times he would laugh and offer to write out a bromide prescription to calm the nerves of their excellencies of Vologda. His father had been a chemist, and his acquaintance with a drugstore had enriched his vocabulary. Laverne had to take the tedious journey to Vologda fairly frequently. Rome and I went only once. Rome's comment was that if we had put all the Allied representatives there in a cauldron and stirred them up, not one drop of common sense would have come out of the whole boiler. The month of March 1918 was the period during which the Bolsheviks were most amenable to an understanding with the Allies. They were afraid of further German aggression. They had little confidence in their own future. They would have welcomed the assistance of Allied officers in training the new Red Army which Trotsky was now forming. A coincidence of misfortune had provided us with a remarkable opportunity of supplying the Bolshevik war minister with the Allied officers whom he required. A large French military mission, headed by General Berthelot, had just arrived in Moscow from Romania. Holding the view that it was better that the Red Army should be trained by Allied officers than by Germans, we proposed to Trotsky that he should make use of General Berthelot's services. The Red leader, who had already shown his goodwill by appointing a committee of Allied officers to advise him, accepted the proposal with alacrity. At the first meeting of this new committee, which was composed of General Rome, General Laverne, Major Riggs, and Captain Garston, Trotsky made a formal request for help. General Laverne accepted the invitation, and it was agreed that General Berthelot's mission should remain. We seemed to have secured a tactical advantage. 2 days later, the whole scheme was wrecked. Newlands had intervened. General Laverne was hauled over the coals for exceeding his powers, and General Berthelot and his staff of officers were ordered to return immediately to France. The barometer of Trotsky's temperament suffered a severe depression, and the Izvestia came out with a leading article declaring that only America had known how to treat the Bolsheviks decently, and it was the Allies themselves who, by disregarding the wishes of the Russian people, were preventing the creation of a pro-Allied policy. If General Laverne had his troubles, my own were just as great. With the help of our Secret Service agents, the British government had discovered a new pro-German scare. According to the reports it had received, Siberia was teeming with German regiments composed of war prisoners, who had been armed by the Bolsheviks. They were in control of a vast area. Here was a further proof that the Bolsheviks were handing over all Russia to the enemy. I received a querulous telegram pointing out the difference between my reports and the actions of the Bolsheviks. I referred the matter to my Allied colleagues in Moscow. Common sense told me that the story was a mare's nest. Siberia, however, was far away. We could not quote the evidence of our own eyes. Robbins and I, therefore, went down to the Commissariat for War to interview Trotsky. His reply was unequivocal. It was no use his issuing a denial. We should not believe him. We must go and see for ourselves. There and then he offered full facilities to anyone we liked to send to carry out an investigation on the spot. Ill as I could spare him, I decided to send Hicks, my most reliable assistant. He left that night together with Captain Webster, an officer of the American Red Cross mission. Trotsky carried out his promise. He gave to both officers a personal letter instructing the local Soviets to give them the fullest assistance. They were to be allowed to go anywhere and to see everything. Hicks was not to return for 6 weeks. During that time, he traveled all over Siberia, inspecting the prison camps and carrying out his investigations with great thoroughness. His telegrams to me contained some startling information, especially regarding Semenov, the Cossack general, who behind the Chinese frontier was waging a brigand warfare against the Bolshevik. But of armed German or Austrian war prisoners in Siberia, he had seen no trace. I paraphrased his reports and ciphered them to the War Office. The immediate reaction of London was a telegram from the War Office ordering Hicks to return to England at once. I was in a quandary. I had a shrewd idea why Hicks had been recalled. Moreover, I could not spare him. I had already more work than I could cope with, and no one on my staff was an expert cipherer. At the end of a long day's work, I had to sit up late and take a hand in the ciphering myself. I sent a telegram to the Foreign Office pointing out my difficulties. At the same time, I added that Hicks had been sent to Siberia on my responsibility, and that if he were to be recalled, there was no other course than for me to ask for my own recall. I received a private telegram from George Clerk, whose kindness and patience with my shortcomings I remember with gratitude, informing me that Hicks could remain. The incident closed, but it did not increase my popularity in London. Within 4 days, I received 2 alarming telegrams from my wife. The second ran as follows: "Have fullest information. Do nothing rash. Am anxious about your future career. I understand your personal feelings but hope to see you soon. Would be better for you. Please acknowledge immediately, also wire about no sympathy here." Nay. The meaning was unmistakable. I knew from whom my wife had received her information. I was to throw in my hand and come home. I kept a stiff upper lip and my troubles to myself. Quite apart from the major question of policy, life at this moment was full of minor excitements. There were perpetual pinpricks between the British and Russian governments, pinpricks which served to confuse the real issue. We had small missions all over Russia, and each mission had a different policy. At the same time, we were making every kind of protest against the Bolshevik confiscation of Allied property. The Bolsheviks retaliated by attacks on the war aims of the Allies and attempts to influence British labor in their favor. Litvinov, in particular, was making himself a nuisance in London. In this game of protest and counter-protest, I was a sadly battered shuttlecock between the battledores of the two governments. Nevertheless, there were rays of light in this murky situation. The German successes on the Western Front had alarmed the Bolsheviks. They were prepared to go so far as to agree to Allied intervention in the event of renewed aggression by the Germans. The atmosphere in Moscow at this stage may best be illustrated by the fact that in its account of the March fighting on the Western Front, the Bolshevik press suppressed all German bulletins. The bourgeois press published them in full. The Germans, too, seemed to be playing into our hands in Russia. Their attitude towards the Bolsheviks was truculent and overbearing. They made numerous protests against our presence at Murmansk, which we still occupy. And for form's sake, the Bolshevik Foreign Office sent me several notes, which, in accordance with its practice of so-called open diplomacy, were published in the official press. I took the notes to Chicherin. "What am I to do with them?" I asked. He replied that it would help if we would take the local Soviet into greater consideration. "Otherwise," he said cynically, You can put them in your waste paper basket. Trotsky, although almost in despair over the attitude of the Allies, was no less friendly. Just when we are on the verge of going to war, he said, the Allied governments do everything they can to help the Germans. In the history of the Jews, which at that time was, not without reason, my bed. Side literature. I found the prayer of Bar Kokhba, the Jewish son of the star, in his struggle against the Romans in AD 132. We pray thee not to assist our enemies. Us thou needst not help. The words were almost the same as those which Trotsky addressed to me daily. It was at this time that Trotsky gave me one remarkable proof of his physical courage. I was talking to him in the commissariat for war in the square behind the Cathedral of the Savior. Suddenly, a startled assistant burst into the room in a state of panic. There was a large crowd of armed sailors outside. They had not been paid, or their pay was insufficient. They wanted to see Trotsky. If he did not come, they would storm the place. Trotsky rose at once, his eyes blazing, and went down into the square. I watched the scene from the window. He made no attempt to satisfy the sailors. Instead, he lashed them with a withering blast of invective. They were dogs totally unworthy of the fleet, which had played such a glorious part in the revolution. He would look into their complaints. If they were justified, they would be rectified. If not, he would brand them as traitors to the revolution. In the meantime, they were to go back to their barracks, or he would disarm them and take away their privileges. The sailors slunk away like beaten curs, and Trotsky returned to me to resume his conversation where he had left off. Was Trotsky another Bar Kokhba? At any rate, he was very bellicose. Lenin, whom Robbins saw frequently, was more guarded, but he too was prepared to go a long way to secure the friendly cooperation of the Allies. Nor were the other commissars behindhand in their evidence of friendliness. I had established smooth working relations with Karashan, who, together with Chicherin and Radek, formed a kind of triumvirate at the Bolshevik Foreign Office. An Armenian, with dark waving hair and a well-trimmed beard, he was the Adonis of the Bolshevik party. His manners were perfect. He was an excellent judge of a cigar. I never saw him in a bad temper, and during the whole period of our contact, and even when I was being denounced as a spy and an assassin by his colleagues, I never heard an unpleasant word from his lips. This is not to imply that he was a saint. He had all the guile and craft of his race. Diplomacy was his proper sphere. Radek, however, was our chief delight among the commissars. A Jew, whose real name is Sobolson, he was in some respects a grotesque figure. A little man with a huge head, protruding ears, clean, shaven face. In those days he did not wear that awful fringe, which now passes for a beard, with spectacles, and a large mouth with yellow, tobacco-stained teeth, from which a huge pipe or cigar was never absent. He was always dressed in a quaint drab-colored Norfolk suit with knickers and leggings. He was a great friend of Ransom, the correspondent of the Manchester Guardian, and through Ransom we came to know him very well. Almost every day he would turn up in my rooms, an English cap stuck jauntily on his head, his pipe puffing fiercely, a bundle of books under his arm, and a huge revolver strapped to his side. He looked like a cross between a professor and a bandit. Of his intellectual brilliance, however, there was no doubt. He was the virtuoso of Bolshevik journalism, and his conversation was as sparkling as his leading articles. Ambassadors were his game, and foreign ministers his butts. As assistant commissar for foreign affairs, he received the ambassadors and ministers in the afternoon, and the next morning, under the thinly disguised pseudonym of Vietor, he attacked them in the Izvestia. He was a puck full of malice and with a delicious sense of humor. He was the Bolshevik Lord Beaverbrook. When the German embassy arrived, he sorely tried the patience of the Kaiser's representatives. For, in those days, at any rate, This little man was violently anti-German. He had been at Brest-Litovsk, where he had taken an impish delight in puffing the smoke of his vile cheroot into General Hoffmann's face. He had voted on every occasion against peace. Hot-headed and impulsive, he chafed under the restraint which from time to time had to be placed on his conduct by his more cautious colleagues. And when he came to us and was rewarded with a half-pound tin of Navy tobacco, he would air his grievances with scintillating abandon. His satirical shafts were aimed at all and sundry. He spared nobody, not even Lenin, and certainly not the Russians. When the peace was ratified, he exclaimed, almost in tears, "My God, if we had had any other race but Russians behind us in this struggle, we should have upset the world." He had a poor opinion of both Chicherin and Karashan. Chicherin was an old woman. Karashan he described as the Ozol Klassikeskoi Krasodi, the donkey of classical beauty. He was an amusing and entertaining comedian and, kept in proper check, the most dangerous propagandist that the Bolshevik movement has so far produced. During our first 2 months in Moscow, Robbins and I enjoyed a privileged position. We had no difficulty in seeing the various commissars. We were even allowed to be present at certain meetings of the Central Executive Committee. On one occasion, we went to hear the debate on the new army. In those early days, the Bolshevik parliament held its meetings in the main restaurant of the Metropole Hotel, which had been renamed the First House of Soviet. The deputies were seated in chairs set out in rows, as for a concert. The various speakers spoke from the little pulpit, from which formerly Konchik, the leader of the orchestra, had stirred countless bourgeois souls with the sobbing of his violin. On this particular occasion, the chief speaker was, of course, Trotsky. As a demagogic orator, Trotsky is wonderfully effective, until he loses his temper. He has a fine command of language, and the words stream from his mouth in a torrent which never seems to abate. At its highest pitch, his voice sounds almost like a hiss. That night he was at his best. He was the man of action, reporting the first progress of his great achievement, the creation of the Red Army. There was just sufficient opposition. In March and April, there were still several Mensheviks in the Central Executive Committee to rouse him to a great effort, but not to make him lose his control. And he demolished his opponents with vigor and obvious relish. The enthusiasm he aroused was remarkable. His speech was like a declaration of war. He himself was an incarnation of belligerent hate. Before the debate began, Robbins and I were given tea and biscuits and were introduced to various commissars whom we had not yet met. The mild, mannered, and silky-tongued Lunakarsky, Bukharin, diminutive in size but a man of great personal courage, and the only Bolshevik who was not afraid to criticize Lenin or to cross swords with him in a dialectical duel, Pokrovsky, the eminent Bolshevik historian, Krylenko, an epileptic degenerate, the future public prosecutor, and the most repulsive type I came across in all my connections with the Bolsheviks. These 4 men, together with Lenin and Chicherin, represented the purely Russian element in a hodgepodge of Jews, Georgians, Poles, and other nationalities. During the debate, we sat at a side table with Radek and Gumberg, Robbins' Jew-American assistant. Lenin came into the hall several times. He sat down and chatted with us for a few minutes. He was, as usual, in a good humor. Indeed, I think of all the public figures I have met, he possessed the most equable temperament. But he took no part in the debate. The only attention he paid to Trotsky's speech was to lower his voice slightly in his own conversation. There were 2 other commissars whom I met that night for the first time. One was Dzerzhinsky, the head of the Cheka, and a man of correct manners and quiet speech, but without a ray of humor in his character. The most remarkable thing about him was his eyes. Deeply sunk, they blazed with a steady fire of fanaticism. They never twitched. His eyelids seemed paralyzed. He had spent most of his life in Siberia and bore the traces of his exile on his face. I also shook hands with a strongly built man with a sallow face, black mustache, heavy eyebrows, and black hair worn en brosse. I paid little attention to him. He himself said nothing. He did not seem of sufficient importance to include in my gallery of Bolshevik portraits. If he had been announced then to the assembled party as the successor of Lenin, the delegates would have roared with laughter. The man was the Georgian Dugashvili, known today to the whole world as Stalin, the man of steel. Of these new acquaintances, the one who made the deepest impression on me was Lunacharsky. A man of brilliant intellect and wide culture, he has been more successful than anyone in converting bourgeois intellectuals to Bolshevism or to tolerance of the Bolshevik regime. It was he who brought back Gorky to the Bolshevik fold, to which, perhaps without knowing it, he had always belonged. It was he, too, though, who insisted on the preservation of the bourgeois arts, who provided protection for the treasures of the Russian museums, and who is primarily responsible for the fact that, today Moscow has still its opera, its ballet, and its famous art theater. It was also Lunacharsky who, as an original adherent to the Orthodox faith, started the Bolshevizing movement inside the Russian church. A brilliant speaker, he advanced many original arguments in support of his revised religion. It was during that first year of Bolshevism that he made his famous speech in which he compared Lenin's persecution of the capitalists with Christ's expulsion of the money lenders from the temple, finishing with the startling peroration that, if Christ were alive today, he would be a Bolshevik. Robbins and I had one more thrilling experience during this period of March and April 1918. One of Trotsky's first tasks as Commissar for War had been to rid Moscow of the anarchist bands who were terrorizing the city. At 3 in the early morning of April 12th, he carried out a simultaneous raid on the 26 anarchist nests. The venture was a complete success. After a desperate resistance, the anarchists were evicted from the houses they had occupied, and all their machine guns, their rifles, their ammunition, and their loot were captured. Over 100 were killed in the fighting. 500 were arrested. Later in the day, on Dzerzhinsky's invitation, Robbins and I made a tour of the different fighting areas. We were given a car and an armed escort. Our cicerone was Peters, Dzerzhinsky's Lettish assistant and my future jailer-in-chief. The anarchists had appropriated the finest houses in Moscow. On the Povarskaya, where the rich merchants lived, we entered house after house. The filth was indescribable. Broken bottles littered the floors, the magnificent ceilings were perforated with bullet holes. Wine stains and human excrement blotched the Aubusson carpets. Priceless pictures had been slashed to strips. The dead still lay where they had fallen. They included officers in guards' uniform, students, young boys of 20, and men who belonged obviously to the criminal class and whom the revolution had released from prison. In the luxurious drawing room of the house, Grecheva the anarchists had been surprised in the middle of an orgy. The long table which had supported the feast had been overturned, and broken plates, glasses, champagne bottles made unsavory islands in a pool of blood and spilt wine. On the floor lay a young woman, face downwards. Peters turned her over. Her hair was disheveled. She had been shot through the neck, and the blood had congealed in a sinister purple clump. She could not have been more than 20. Peters shrugged his shoulders. "Prostitutka," he said. "Perhaps it is for the best." It was an unforgettable scene. The Bolsheviks had taken their first step towards the establishment of discipline. Chapter 6. If we lived in a state of chronic crisis, life was not without its relaxations. Thanks to the American Red Cross, we were well supplied with stores and tobacco. Hicks, too, was an excellent organizer, and in the days when the going was still good, he provided us with a cellar which nearly lasted out our stay. We dined in our rooms, entertaining our colleagues, and making as brave a show as we could in return for the more sumptuous hospitality which their larger numbers and their superior accommodation enabled them to off. After dinner, there was generally a game of poker with the Americans. Robbins did not play. He read his Bible or talked to me, but his staff did. My fellows were no match for them, and when I took a hand in the game, I too had to pay for my education. There was an Irish-American called O'Callaghan, whose equal as a poker player I have yet to discover. He was a confirmed pessimist. Every time he played, he would take out his watch and say, "The luck changes at 12 o'clock when it gets worse." His own luck or skill never changed. He took our money with unfailing regularity. On Sundays, we went to the ballet. Except that the Imperial box was crowded with comrades. The performance was the same as in Tsarist days, and excellent it was. For a few hours we could forget our troubles, and, watching the same scenery and the same dancers, I found it hard to remember that we were in the middle of the greatest revolution the world has ever known. Then the curtain would go down. The orchestra would strike up the International, and we returned to the grim realism of the time in which we live. In the space of a few months, the International was the third national anthem I had heard played by the same orchestra. When the spring came, we made excursions into the country, picnicked in the woods, and played rounders in the fields. It was our only form of exercise. Our favorite resort was Archangelsko, the beautiful country home of Prince Yusupov. It was strange to see the place deserted. The peasants had taken over the land, but, as far as we could see, they had not touched the house, and everything seemed intact. After Moscow, the solitude was vastly soothing. There was no traffic on the roads, and, once we were clear of the outskirts of the city, we rarely saw a living soul. The absence of traffic, in fact, was a danger which nearly brought me to disaster. Coming back one night after dusk, we ran into a toll bar. The turnpike keeper had gone to sleep. Fortunately, we were not going very fast, and beyond a smashed windscreen, our car suffered no damage. My hands, however, were badly cut by the broken glass, and I bear the scars of the adventure to this day. We even went to a cabaret, a cellar called the Popoli in the Okotny Riad. It was a stupid escapade, for the place was illegal, and if we had been caught, we should have looked foolish. The hall was crowded with bourgeois of the richer class. There was an excellent stage, tables on the floor, and a row of boxes at the end. Prices were high, but there was champagne on every table. We took a box and sat down to listen to a first-class entertainment such as only Russians can provide. It was here that I heard for the first time Vertinsky, a decadent young genius, whose songs, written and sung by himself, expressed the disillusionment of the Russian intelligentsia. One song in particular made a deep impression on me, "Ya не знаю зачем," I do not know why. It was an anti-war song, and Vertinsky, his face powdered a deathly white, sang it with immense effect. I can remember only the first few lines. I do not know why, or for what purpose, who sent them to death, with relentless, untrembling hand. Only it was all so useless, so pitiless. The song was in chord again and again. It reflected the mood of an anti-Bolshevik audience which had lost its soul and its morale. It was the song of a class which had already abandoned all hope, a class which would go almost to any length to avoid death by fighting. Yet only that morning I had received a telegram from the Foreign Office giving the view of a British military expert that all that was required in Russia was a small and resolute nucleus of British officers to lead the loyal Russians on to victory. As I sat reflecting on the hard fate of the man on the spot, there was a sudden rush at the door and a stern roar of "Hands up!" 20 men in masks had entered the room and were covering the audience with Browning pistols and revolvers. There was a deathly stillness. Quickly and without fuss, 4 of the bandits went through the pockets of the audience, collecting money, jewelry, and everything of value. Most of them wore officers' uniform. Whether with right or not, I had no means of determining. When they reached our box, The leader noticed the English uniforms of Hill and Garston. I had already handed over my watch and note case. The man saluted. "You are English officers," he said. With my arms still stretched towards heaven, I answered, "Yes." He returned me my money and my watch. "We do not rob Englishmen," he said. "I apologize for the state of my country, which forces me to adopt this manner of earning our living." We were in luck. Fortunately, we were never in a position to repeat the experiment. When Trotsky exterminated the anarchists, he closed the cabarets as well. As far as Moscow was concerned, we Allies were a not unhappy family. Lavergne and Romay were splendid companions, and during the 8 trying months we were together, we never had a quarrel or a crossword. Romay, in particular, was a great standby. He was the most stolid Italian I have ever met. He faced every crisis with complete objectiveness and could always be relied upon to give a common-sense solution to every problem. He had no illusions about the collapse of Russia as a fighting machine and opposed himself resolutely to any scheme of adventure. With the other British missions in Russia, my relations were not so good. I maintained as close a contact as possible with Cromy, the naval attaché, and was able to assist him in his work by bringing him into touch with Trotsky. He was a gallant and extremely efficient naval officer, but was without experience of political work. Occasionally, too, I saw McAlpine, a former Treasury official and a man of first-class intellect. His headquarters were in St. Petersburg. He, too, was able to take an objective view of the situation and remained to the end a convinced opponent of intervention. There were, however, other British officials who I knew disapproved of my policy and, without knowing what I was doing, intrigued against me. The truth is that our various missions and remnants of missions were at 6s and 7s. There was no one in a position of authority. And, although the Foreign Office addressed me in their telegrams as British Agent, Moscow, and the Bolsheviks insisted on labeling me British Diplomatic Representative, I was completely in the dark regarding the work of a whole group of British officers and officials for whose presence in Russia and for whose protection my position with the Bolsheviks was the only guarantee. There was no British policy, unless 7 different policies at once can be called a policy. And, for the furtherance of this vagueness, the Foreign Office insisted on keeping my own position as vague as possible. If in the House of Commons some irate interventionist wished to know why, in the name of decency, the British government maintained an official representative with a government of cut-throats, who boasted of their determination to destroy civilization, Mr. Balfour or his undersecretary would then reply quite truthfully that we had no official representative accredited to the Bolshevik government. On the other hand, when some revolutionary-minded liberal charged the British government with the folly of not maintaining an accredited representative in Moscow in order to protect British interests and to assist the Bolsheviks in their struggle with German militarism, Mr. Balfour would reply, with the same strict regard for the truth, that in Moscow we had a representative, an official with great experience of Russia, who was charged precisely with these duties. Obviously, the British government was faced with a problem of immense difficulty. It was not in a position to send large forces to Russia. If it supported the small officer armies in the south, it ran the risk of driving the Bolsheviks into an unholy league with the Germans. If it supported the Bolsheviks, there was, at the beginning at any rate, a serious danger that the Germans would advance on Moscow and St. Petersburg and set up their own pro-German bourgeois government. Personally, I should have preferred this course, as it would have drawn more German troops into Russia. Without German military support, no bourgeois government could have maintained power for a month. The Bolsheviks would always have mastered the forces of the anti-Bolshevik Russians. Moreover, it was physically impossible for our government to keep pace with the situation, which changed radically every 48 hours. That British ministers were unable to see any sign of order in the prevailing chaos was natural enough. Where they were to blame was in listening to too many counselors, and in not realizing the fundamental truth that in Russia, the educated class represented only an infinitesimal minority, without organization or political experience and without any contact with the masses. It was the crowning folly of Tsarism that outside its own bureaucracy, it had sternly repressed every political outlet. When Tsarism collapsed, the bureaucracy collapsed with it, and there was nothing left but the masses. In Moscow, with one's fingers on the pulse of the events, everyone except the most obstinate traditionalist could realize that here was a cataclysm which had shattered all previous conceptions of Russia. London, however, continued to regard it as a passing storm, after which the glass would return to set fair. The most dangerous of all historical aphorisms is the catch phrase, plus I change, plus c'est la même chose. During the spring and summer of 1918, it was constantly on the lips of the British pro-interventionists. History has its ebbs and flows, but unlike the tide, the ebb comes slowly and rarely, if ever, in one generation. Another heavy weight on my shoulders during this period was my contact with my old political friends of pre-revolutionary days. Those who had remained in Moscow came to see me. They came, some in anger, some in sorrow, and some in friendship. They could be divided into three classes: those who were in favor of general peace, those who were in touch with the white generals in the South, and who believed in the so-called Allied orientation, and those who realized sadly that the Bolsheviks had come to stay. I do not include the out-and-out pro-Germans in this classification. They did not come to see me. These interviews were a source of genuine grief to me. These men had been my friends and colleagues in the task of promoting Anglo-Russian friendship. To refuse them help seemed almost like treachery. With the advocates of a general peace, the idea was that we should make peace with Germany and allow the Germans to deal with Bolshevism. My task was comparatively simple. I could only shake my head sorrowfully and say that in the light of the situation on the Western Front, this object seemed unattainable. Nevertheless, they persevered, and when the German embassy arrived in Moscow, one prominent Russian informed me that he had consulted the German ambassador and was in a position to arrange a private interview for me with him at the Russian's house. I referred the matter to the Foreign Office and was instructed to have nothing to do with the proposal. Much more trying was my position with the advocates of Allied intervention. Situated as I was not in a position to offer them any promise of help or of support. Nor did I do so, although for the sake of information I maintained a more or less regular contact with them. I was visited, too, by various emissaries from General Alexiev, General Kornilov, and, later, General Denikin. But, as I was surrounded by agents, provocateurs, and could not be certain of their bona fides, I was severely non-committal in my answers. The third class, whom I may call the realists, were few in number. They included men like Ivanov, the former Assistant Minister of the Interior, and young Muraviv, ex-secretary of Izvolsky, and a brother of the First Lady Cheetham. Ivanov, a man of great intelligence and objectivity, was the most understanding of all my friends. He was a man whom no one could help liking. His manners were as charming as his culture. His wife, born a Countess Trubetskaya, belonged to one of the oldest families in Russia. The revolution had destroyed everything he held dear in life. But, prescient beyond most of his compatriots, he saw clearly. And in the course of a brilliant exposé of the revolutionary movement, he told me sadly that the Bolsheviks were the only government that had shown the slightest sign of strength since the revolution. That in spite of its dictatorial tyranny, its roots were in the masses. And in that the counter-revolution had no chance of success for years to come. We had two other visitors in the form of stranded English missions returning from Romania and the South. There was LePage, a self-possessed and bearded naval officer who had the arduous task of maintaining relations with the Russian fleet in the Black Sea. There was de Candolle, a railway expert who had been engaged on a mission in Romania. On his return home through Moscow, he left me his assistant, Tamplin, whom I added to the strength of my own mission. A little later I picked up Lingner, who had been employed on a propaganda mission in Tiflis, and who, in order to reach Moscow, had completed a real odyssey of dangerous adventure. Both Tamplin, who spoke Russian perfectly, and Lingner, who had a good business head, were of great help to me. Nor must I forget to mention Arthur Ransom, the correspondent of the Manchester Guardian, who, if not a member of our mission, was something more than a visitor. He lived in our hotel, and we saw him almost daily. Ransom was a Don Quixote with a walrus mustache, a sentimentalist, who could always be relied upon to champion the underdog, and a visionary whose imagination had been fired by the revolution. He was on excellent terms with the Bolsheviks, and frequently brought us information of the greatest value. An incorrigible romanticist who could spin a fairy tale out of nothing, he was an amusing and good-natured companion. As an ardent fisherman who had written some charming sketches on angling, he made a warm appeal to my sympathy, and I championed him resolutely against the Secret Service idiots who later tried to denounce him as a Bolshevik agent. Our most exciting visitors, however, were the Germans, whom we saw frequently but never greeted. As a direct result of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, the Germans had appointed Count Mirbach ambassador in Moscow. He was due to arrive on April 24th. The first of a long series of duels began on April 22nd, when the Bolsheviks roused me to fury by requisitioning 40 rooms in my hotel for the new ambassador and his staff. Most of the rooms were on the same floor as my own. White with passion, I went to Chicherin and protested vigorously against this insult. Chicherin was apologetic, but impotent. I stormed and I blustered. Chicherin looked up wearily, his ferret eyes blinking with amazement at this fierce outburst from so good-natured a person as myself. He wrung his hands, pleaded for time, promised that the intrusion would be only for a few days, and excused himself on the ground that there was no other accommodation available. In despair, I went to Trotsky, who at any rate could be relied upon to give a decision. He was not to be found. He had, however, an extremely able and tactful secretary, Evgenia Petrovna Shelipina, who is now an English subject and the wife of Arthur Ransom. I told her that I must speak to Trotsky immediately, and that the matter was one of the utmost urgency. Within 5 minutes I was speaking to him on the telephone. In the most vigorous Russian I could command, I told him that I would not tolerate this insult. And, that, unless the requisition order were rescinded at once, I should move myself, my mission, and my baggage to the station and camp there, until he gave me a train. I demanded an immediate answer. Trotsky, who was in the middle of a commissars' meeting at the Kremlin, took my outburst splendidly. He agreed that our position would be intolerable. He promised to take immediate action. He was as good as his word. Half an hour later, he telephoned to me to say that the matter had been settled. He had given categorical orders that other quarters, he did not know where, were to be found for the Germans. For several days they were lodged uncomfortably in a second-rate hotel. Then they moved to a magnificent private house in the Danini Periala. This minor triumph I owed entirely to Shelipina. I rewarded her later when she wanted to leave Russia by giving her a British passport, an illegal act, for which I hope I shall not be held responsible today. On April 26th, Count Mirbach presented his credentials at the Kremlin. He was received, not by Lenin, but by Sverdlov, the president of the Central Executive Committee. The proceedings were formal and acidly polite. In his speech, Sverdlov said, "We greet in your person the nation with whom we concluded the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk." The staff of the German embassy was composed almost entirely of Russian experts. Mirbach himself had been counselor of the German embassy in St. Petersburg before the war. Riesler, his chief assistant, had had a long and varied experience of Russian politics. Hauschild, the first secretary, was an old friend of mine. He had come to Moscow as vice-consul at the same time as myself. He was a man of sterling character. Until the outbreak of war, he had always been pro-English. Although they possess so wide a knowledge of Russian affairs, I do not believe that the Germans were more successful in their dealings with the Bolsheviks than we were. Certainly, they made as many mistakes, and at no time was their position secure or happy. We went everywhere unarmed and unattended. The Germans never moved out of their quarters without a guard. Their presence in Moscow, however, was a considerable embarrassment to us, and the Bolsheviks must have found a childish amusement in playing us off against each other. They did it very effectively. They herded us together in the same waiting room at the Foreign Office. If they wished to annoy Mirbach, they received me first. If the British government had offended them in any way, they were suave to Mirbach and kept me waiting. If the Germans were too insistent in their demands, the Bolsheviks would threaten them with Allied intervention. When the Allies tried to force intervention on the Bolsheviks, they would draw an alarming picture of the dangers of a German advance on Moscow. As neither the Germans nor the Allies could make up their minds on a clear-cut policy towards Russia, Bolshevik diplomacy had all the advantages. My meetings with the Germans at the Bolshevik Foreign Office caused me acute discomfort. Sometimes we were left together for nearly an hour, during which we turned our backs on each other and gazed out of the window or read the Izvestia. My most painful encounter was the first time I came face to face with Hauschild. He was alone in the waiting room when I entered, and he came forward to greet me with a frank smile. I turned away as if I did not know him. It was an act which I have regretted ever since. Later, when I was arrested and in danger of my life, he put me to shame by associating himself with the diplomatic representatives of the neutral powers in the demand for my release. Through the Swedish chargé d'affaires, he sent a friendly message to me when I was in prison. Today he is dead, and I have never been able to repay my debt of gratitude or to apologize for my action. There was one other visitor who, like Arthur Ransom, became a permanency. This was Murat. Since saying goodbye to her in St. Petersburg at the beginning of March, I had missed her more than I cared to admit. We had written to each other regularly, and her letters had become a necessary part of my daily life. In April, she came to stay with us in Moscow. She arrived at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I was engaged with interviews until 10 minutes to 1. I went downstairs to the living room, where we had our meals. She was standing by a table, and the spring sun was shining on her hair. As I walked forward to meet her, I scarcely dared to trust my voice. Into my life, something had entered which was stronger than any other tie, stronger than life itself. From then onward, she was never to leave us until we were parted by the armed force of the Bolsheviks. Chapter 7. With the arrival of the German embassy in Moscow, the prospects of a renewal of the war between Germany and Russia began to diminish. The great opportunity for an understanding between the Bolsheviks and the Allies had been in February and March, when the Soviet government was still uncertain what the Germans would do. By the beginning of May, Lenin's peace policy had made headway even among those Bolsheviks who were most opposed to the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. Strangely enough, the Foreign Office, who in February and March had given me no encouragement, now began to show signs of approval. Thus I was urged to do my utmost to secure Bolshevik consent to an Allied military intervention in Russia. The moment was not so favorable, but it had not entirely passed. There were still certain factors in our favor, of which the most important was the attitude of the German troops in the territory they had occupied. They had set up a bourgeois Russian government in the Ukraine, whose first action was to restore the land to its former owners. This naturally provoked a peasant revolt, which was suppressed with great cruelty. The Bolsheviks and left social revolutionaries who came from the south were furious and were doing everything they could to stimulate a partisan war against the Germans. The latter could take and hold the towns by their military strength. They never succeeded in controlling the countryside. Moreover, the military support, which the Germans had afforded to the White Finns in the Finnish Civil War, was another factor to our advantage. Germany seemed to be taking the side of reaction. It was therefore natural that the forces of the left should turn to us for aid. Trotsky, too, was still talking of war as though it were inevitable. When I asked him if he would accept Allied intervention, he replied that he had already asked the Allies to make a proposition. He wanted safeguards about non-interference in Russia's internal affairs. I then said that, if the Allies would come to an agreement on this point, could we have a half-hour's conference to draw up a working arrangement? His reply was characteristic. When the Allies agree among themselves, it is not half an hour, but a whole day that I shall give you. It is true that Lenin's views were less satisfactory. He, too, thought that war was inevitable and was in favor of an arrangement with the Allies. But he was determined to fix his own date of inevitability. I saw him for the last time on May 7th. He informed me frankly that to him it appeared clear that sooner or later Russia would become a battlefield for the two opposing imperialist groups, and that he was determined, for the sake of Russia herself, to prevent this for as long a period as was possible. Nevertheless, right up to the end of June, there was a reasonable prospect of arriving at a modus vivendi. Unfortunately, although both the British and American governments made some attempt to play with the idea of Allied intervention with Bolshevik consent, no definite policy was ever formulated. And in Vologda there was M. Newlands, the French ambassador, intent only on one aim, to have no dealings with the cutthroats who had insulted him. On April 29th, we had a meeting of the Allied representatives in my rooms. General Verne informed us that M. Newlands was in favor of intervention without Bolshevik consent and without asking for it. The general, who had been at Vologda, admitted that his ambassador had been unable to advance a single military argument in favor of his proposal. Romeo Riggs and I again affirmed our adherence to a policy of cooperation with the Bolsheviks. There were, too, minor frictions between the Bolsheviks and ourselves, frictions which played an important part in wrecking the working agreement we sought to achieve. Japanese intervention was one stumbling block. At one moment we would be reporting favorable progress with Trotsky. The next day we would be back to where we were before. The Japanese had landed troops at Vladivostok. Scowls from Trotsky. All privileges to the British stopped. Telegrams to London. And after days of delay, the answer would come that the incident was to be regarded as purely local. Prospects of an agreement were not enhanced by a well-intentioned speech of Mr. Balfour, who declared that the Japanese were coming to help the Russians. In a conversation with Ransom, Lenin at once raised the question of which Russians, and in a shrewd analysis of the problem, set out his reasons why Japanese intervention would benefit neither England nor Bolshevik Russia. He typed out his analysis and in his own handwriting added his attestation that it correctly represented his views. I reproduced the document in facsimile with an English translation on another page, 1. As a specimen of Lenin's handwriting, and 2. As an illustration of the workings of his mind. Another source of trouble was the Czech army which, formed of Czech prisoners, had been fighting for Russia up to the period of the Bolshevik Revolution. The Czechs, who were a well-disciplined and fully armed force, were under the control of French officers. My services, however, were requisitioned to secure their evacuation, presumably because of the privileged position I enjoyed with the Bolshevik government. The evacuation was no simple matter. Not unnaturally, the Germans protested violently against the presence, on what was now neutral Russian territory, of a large force, which was to be used against them. Nevertheless, I succeeded in securing Trotsky's goodwill, and but for the folly of the French, I am convinced that the Czechs would have been safely evacuated without incident. My task was not made easier by the last-minute requests of the British government to use my influence to persuade Trotsky to divert the Czechs to Archangel. This, too, at a time when General Poole was already in North Russia advocating a policy of intervention, which was subsequently adopted and which never amounted to anything more than an armed intervention against Bolshevism. Ultimately, the Czechs were the cause of our final breach with the Bolsheviks. How I wish today that President Masaryk had remained in Russia during this trying period. I am convinced that he would never have sanctioned the Siberian revolt. The Allies would have listened to him, and we should have been spared the crowning folly of an adventure which sent thousands of Russians to their deaths and cost the British taxpayer millions of pounds in money. Soviet of the Peoples. Commissars. No. Petrograd. 27th February 1918. No. 567. Yeah. I request all organizations, Soviets and commissars, of railway stations to give every assistance to the members of the English mission Messrs. R.B. Lockhart, V.L. Hicks, and D. Garstin. Commissar for Foreign Affairs. L. Trotsky, Da. Secretary. Sergeyev. P.S. Personal stores of provisions. Not to be confiscated. L. Trotsky. The sands were running out. We were drifting rapidly towards the inevitable tragedy. In Moscow, too, I was not alone in receiving no support from home. Robbins had lost ground in Vologda. He had a formidable opponent in Summers, the American consul general in Moscow, who, married to a Russian of good family, was heart and soul for the old regime. When Summers died suddenly towards the end of April, there were slanderers who declared that he had been poisoned by the Bolsheviks and who looked askance at Robbins. The French, too, had put a spoke in Robbins' wheel by playing on the American ambassador's vanity. In his presence, a member of the French embassy had asked who was the American ambassador, Francis or Robbins, because they always said the opposite of each other. As a result of these intrigues, Robbins' position became intolerable, and early in May he left Russia in order to make a personal appeal to President Wilson. The night before he left, he dined with us. He had been reading Rhodes' life, and after dinner he gave us a wonderful exposition of Rhodes' character. Like Lord Beaverbrook, he possessed in a remarkable degree the talent of extracting exactly what he wanted from everything he read, and dramatizing it afterwards in his conversation. He was a great personality and a man of sterling character and iron determination. His departure was a great loss to me. In the almost lone hand I was playing, his moral courage had been an immense support. Lavergne, too, willy-nilly, had been forced to adopt the Newlands policy. Even Romay, who as a soldier preferred action to inaction, was beginning to reach the stage when intervention, even without Bolshevik consent, seemed better than no intervention at all. At this stage, the position was that President Wilson was still opposed to intervention without Bolshevik consent. The French were working vigorously for military support of the anti-Bolshevik forces. The British Foreign Office, I write Foreign Office intentionally because the British War Office seemed to have a totally different policy, was pressing us hard for an immediate acceptance by the Bolsheviks of Allied military support. Presumably, although I do not think the conditions were ever laid down, they were prepared, in return for this consent, to guarantee to the Bolsheviks complete non-interference in Russia's internal affairs. In this gloomy vacuum, a ray of hope was suddenly propelled. Trotsky had been more than usually amenable. The Germans had been very aggressive in the south, and he had reacted in the usual belligerent manner. He had been conciliatory about Murmansk and about our stores at Archangel. He had even asked for a British naval mission to reorganize the Russian fleets, and had offered to put an Englishman in charge of the Russian railways. I had telegraphed this news to London, and for several days I received no answer. I was not astonished. The telegraph service was erratic, and delays and a break in the sequence of numbers were frequent. Then, one evening I received a telegram, which was as long as a dispatch. I sat up until late into the night deciphering it. It was from Mr. Balfour. I learnt later that he had drafted personally nearly all the telegrams I received in Russia. I have no copy of this telegram. I cannot remember all its details, but its beginning and its end are firmly fixed in my memory. It began, "There are three duties of a diplomatist. One is to make himself persona grata to the government of the country to which he is accredited. In this, you have succeeded admirably. The second is to interpret to his own government the policy of the country to which he is accredited. In this, you have also been successful. The third is to interpret to the government of the country to which he is accredited the policy of his own government. In this it seems to me that you have not been so successful." Then followed a list of British grievances against Bolsheviks. When the list was completed, there was a sudden change. "Since writing this," the telegram went on, "I have received your telegram informing me of Trotsky's request for British naval and technical experts. This is good news. If you can indeed persuade Trotsky to resist German penetration, you will have earned the gratitude of your own country and of all humanity. Once year." The telegram, although affording me fresh hope, was a little unkind. Admittedly, I had been unsuccessful in interpreting the policy of His Majesty's government to the Bolsheviks. But for 3 months London had given me no indication of its policy or policies. In my reply, I referred to my previous telegrams and requested humbly to be supplied with a more precise statement. It was not forthcoming. No naval mission was sent. No Englishman was appointed to the control of the Russian railways. But General Poole and a staff of officers were sent to Archangel and Murmansk. Altogether, May was a hectic and nerve-wracking month. It began with an impressive parade of the Red Army on the Red Square. Trotsky took the salute in the presence of the foreign diplomatic representatives. Mirbach watched the review from his motor car. At first he smiled superciliously. Then he looked serious. He was the representative of the old German imperialism. There was an unmistakable living force in the ill-clad, unorganized men who marched past him. I was impressed. The bourgeoisie, however, could not read the signs. They were obsessed with a strange story of a miracle which had taken place that day. On the Nikolskaya, the Bolsheviks had draped an icon with red bunting. As soon as they put it up, the cloth was miraculously torn. On May 6th, the American ambassador paid a visit of several days to Moscow. I had several interviews with him and liked him. He was a kind old gentleman who was susceptible to flattery and swallowed any amount of it. His knowledge of anything beyond banking and poker was severely limited. He had a traveling spittoon, a contraption with a pedal, which he took with him everywhere. When he wished to emphasize a point, bang would go the pedal, followed by a well-aimed expectoration. During his Moscow visit, he was responsible for a story which deserves to rank with Dumas' account of the loving couple, plighting their troth under the shade of the Kliukva, cranberry. One afternoon, Norman Armour, the efficient secretary of the American embassy, came into the ambassador's room. "Governor," he said, "would you like to go to the opera tonight?" "Nope," was the reply. "I think I'll play poker." "Do come, Governor," said Armour. "You really ought not to miss it. It's Evgeny Onegin." "Evgeny what?" said the ambassador. "Oh, you know," replied Armour. "Pushkin and Tchaikovsky." There was a crash from the pedal of the spittoon. "What?" said the ambassador ecstatically. "Is Pushkin singing tonight?" On May 7th, I had an excitement of a more disturbing nature. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Karashin telephoned to me, requesting me to come to see him. He had an extraordinary story to tell. That afternoon, a British officer had walked boldly up to the Kremlin gate and had demanded to see Lenin. As for his credentials, he had declared that he had been sent out specially by Mr. Lloyd George to obtain first-hand news of the aims and ideals of the Bolsheviks. The British government was not satisfied with the reports it had been receiving from me. He had been entrusted with the task of making good the defects. He had not seen Lenin, but he had been interviewed by Bonch Bruevich, a Russian of good family and the closest personal friend of the Bolshevik leader. Karashin wished to know if the man was an impostor. The name of the officer, he said, was Relly. I was nonplussed, and holding it impossible that the man could have any official standing, I nearly blurted out that he must be a Russian masquerading as an Englishman or else a madman. Bitter experience, however, had taught me to be prepared for almost any surprise, and, without betraying my amazement, I told Karashin that I would inquire into the matter and let him know the result. That same evening I sent for Boyce, the head of the intelligence service, and told him the story. He informed me that the man was a new agent who had just come out from England. I blew up in a storm of indignation, and the next day the officer came to me to offer his explanation. He swore that the story Karashin had told me was quite untrue. He admitted, however, that he had been to the Kremlin and had seen Bolshevik. The sheer audacity of the man took my breath away. I knew instinctively that on this occasion, Karashin had adhered strictly to the truth. Now I was faced with the unpleasant and even dangerous task of saving a British agent, who, unless I denied him, might compromise me and for whose safety, although he was in no way subordinate to me, I felt myself in some measure responsible. Although he was years older than me, I dressed him down like a schoolmaster and threatened to have him sent home. He took his wigging humbly but calmly, and was so ingenious in his excuses that in the end he made me laugh. Fortunately, I was able to arrange matters with Karashin so that his suspicions were not unduly aroused. The man who had thrust himself so dramatically into my life was Sidney Riley, the mystery man of the British Secret Service, and known today to the outside world as the master spy of Britain. My experiences of the war and of the Russian Revolution have left me with a very poor opinion of Secret Service work. Doubtless, it has its uses and its functions, but political work is not its strong point. The buying of information puts a premium on manufactured news. But even manufactured news is less dangerous than the honest reports of men who, however brave and however gifted as linguists, are frequently incapable of forming a reliable political judgment. The methods of Sidney Riley, however, were on a grand scale, which compelled my admiration. We shall hear more of him before my story is ended. About this time, too, I received a mysterious visit from a tall, clean-shaven Russian. He addressed me as Roman Romanovich. I looked at him blankly. As far as I knew, I had never seen him before. "You do not recognize me?" he said. "Frankly, no," I replied. He covered his chin and mouth with his hand. It was Fabrikantov, a social revolutionary and an intimate friend of Kerensky. The last time I had seen him, he had worn a beard. He was in dire trouble. Kerensky was in Moscow and wanted to leave Russia. The only way he could go was by Murmansk or Archangel. Fabrikantov had been to see Wardrop, the British consul general, in order to obtain the necessary visa. Wardrop had refused to give it without first referring the matter to London. Several days might elapse before the answer came. There was an immediate opportunity of smuggling Kerensky out with a platoon of Serbian soldiers who were returning home via Murmansk. Every hour he remained in Moscow exposed him to the danger of betrayal to the Bolsheviks. If the British refused to give him a visa, they might be responsible for his death. What did I propose to do about it? I made up my mind very quickly. I dared not telephone to Wardrop lest our conversation might be tapped. If he had no authority to give a visa without reference to London, he was not likely to change his mind. I had no time to go to see him. I could not expose Fabrikantov to the disappointment and even danger of sending him away and asking him to return. I had no authority to give visas. I was an Ishmaelite, to be owned and disowned as the British government thought fit. I had no certainty that my visa would be accepted by the British authorities at Murmansk. We were living, however, in strange times, and I was prepared to go a long way to avoid endangering the unfortunate Kerensky's life. I therefore took the Serbian passport, which Kerensky had procured, wrote out a visa, and sealed my signature with the rubber stamp, which made apology for our official seal. That same evening Kerensky, disguised as a Serbian soldier, left for Murmansk. Not for 3 days, when I knew he must be safe, did I telegraph to London, reporting my action and my reasons for taking it. I was afraid that the Bolsheviks had a key to our ciphers. My fears were not entirely groundless. Karashan himself had confessed to me that the Bolsheviks had made every attempt to procure the German ciphers. They had staged a raid on the German courier. He even suggested to me that, if our cipher experts could decipher them, he could furnish me with copies of the German telegram. I suspect that my own popularity with the Bolsheviks was due to the fact that they knew from my telegrams that I was opposed to any form of intervention without Bolshevik consent. Between May 15th and 23rd, Cromy came down twice from St. Petersburg to confer with me. He was anxious about the Black Sea Fleet, which, owing to the German advance along the Black Sea coast, was now in imminent danger of capture. Together we went to see Trotsky. During Cromy's visit, I had several interviews with the Red Minister for War, and although he was now full of suspicions against the Allies, he was reassuring about the fleet and not unfriendly. After several days of negotiation, he informed me that he had given orders for the destruction of the Black Sea Fleet. A little later it was, in fact, blown up. This was the last interview I ever had with Trotsky. From now onwards his door was to be shut against me. The next day, May 24th, was young Tamplin's 21st birthday, and we gave him a dinner at Strielna, the restaurant outside the city, where Maria Nikolaevna and her tziganes held their court. By what means I do not know, the place had escaped the vigilance of the Bolshevik authorities, and we were able to relax to our heart's content. We were all a little excited. We felt instinctively that our stay in Russia was coming to an end, and the minor orgy, which I suppose every gypsy party must be called, was a welcome relief to the high tension of the previous week. We drank innumerable sharaki, while Maria Nikolaevna sang to us as she had never sung before. She, too, realized that the days of her reign were numbered. One by one, she went through all our old favorites, 2 guitars, once again to the last kopeck. Black eyes. Po obichayu chisto ruskomu. Po obichayu pomoskovoskomu. Bunji. Zitnai mozum, my bez, shamposkavo. I bez penya, bez tsiganskavo. Vyanim. Wendel. In the true Russian fashion. In the manner that is Moscow's. We cannot live without champagne, without our songs and our tziganes. Yarn, the haunting minor chords of the guitars, the deep bass notes of Maria Nikolaevna's glorious voice, the warm stillness of the summer night, the rich fragrance of the lime trees. How it all comes back to me like every experience which we cannot repeat. There was one song which I have never heard from any other lips than Maria Nikolaevna's. In those days, it was in tune with my own turbulent soul, and that night I made her repeat it again and again, until at last she laughed and kissed me on both cheeks. It was called I Cannot Forget, and it began, "They say my heart is like the wind." That to one maid I can't be true, but why do I forget the rest, and still remember only you? Though, in English idiotic, but sung by Maria Nikolaevna, in Russian a throbbing plaint of longing and desire. We drank deep into the night. Hicks, Tamplin, Garston, Hill, and Lingner went out into the garden at different intervals to cool their heads, until I was left alone. When they returned, they found me sitting at the middle of the table, still erect, and very serious, and greeting them with a sigh. Roman Romanovich Pachti Payan. Roman Romanovich is almost drunk. It was almost true. Their return broke the spell. I pulled myself together, and when the dawn broke, I sent the others home and drove out with Mura to the Sparrow Hills to watch the sun rise over the Kremlin. It came up like an angry ball of fire heralding destruction. No joy was to come with the morning. The next day I received news from St. Petersburg that General Poole was expected in Archangel that evening. Colonel Thornhill, the former assistant military attaché, had already arrived in Murmansk and had paid a recent visit to St. Petersburg, although I had heard nothing of these movements from London. Indeed, the Foreign Office were still pressing me, 1. To secure the consent of the Bolsheviks to Allied military assistance, and 2. To expedite the departure of the Czech army from Russia. It was obvious that the interventionists were gaining ground. I had further proof of their activities when on the same evening General Lenin came to our daily meeting. He brought with him an invitation for me to go to Vologda to see the Allied ambassadors. Mr. Francis and M. Newlands wished to see if we could not coordinate our views and find a common formula. Although I was scarcely in a position to refuse, I accepted with some reluctance. My visit to Vologda was to have an all-important influence on my career. Yet, although I realize today that it would have been better for me if I had remained in Moscow, this journey into the wilderness was a valuable experience. Vologda itself was a sleepy provincial town with almost as many churches as inhabitants. As a connecting link with Moscow, it was as useless as the North Pole. Its only advantage as a retreat for the Allied representatives was its proximity to Moscow. On my arrival, I called on M.E. Newlands, who received me with every mark of friendliness. After a short preliminary discussion, I went off to dine with the American ambassador, who was comfortably lodged in an old clubhouse, and who was to be my host during my stay. The serious business was to be left until the next day. My evening with the Americans had the merit of being amusing as well as instructive. Mr. J.J. Francis was a charming host. At his house I met the Japanese chargé d'affaires, the Brazilian minister, and the serious and still perturbed Toretta. We sat up late into the night, but Russia figured hardly at all in our conversation. From Francis I gathered that President Wilson was strongly opposed to Japanese intervention. Otherwise, he did not seem to have any decided views about Russia. Knowledge of Russian politics he had none. The only political entry in my diary for that evening is the laconic note. Old Francis doesn't know a left social revolutionary from a potato. To do him justice, he made no pretense of professing to understand the situation. He was as simple and as fearless as a child. It never entered his head that he himself was in any personal danger. At dinner he asked me a few questions about life in Moscow. I answered him with commendable brevity, and the rest of the meal was devoted to chaffing the Brazilian minister. This gentleman was the one joy of Vologda. I hope he is still alive and that he is still serving his country. He had reduced the art of diplomacy to a simple formula. Do nothing, and promotion and honors are certain. He did his best to live up to his own formula. He slept all day and played cards all night. When the American ambassador twitted him with doing no work, he turned the tables by wagering that his telegram bill was higher than the Americans'. His statement was correct. True it is that since February 1917, he had sent only one telegram to his government, but it had cost over £1,000. He had translated and telegraphed to Rio the whole of Kerensky's first speech on the revolution. Having proved his case, he then proceeded to justify his philosophy. When he had entered the service as a young attaché, he had been full of zeal. He had gone to London as second secretary. He had worked strenuously on a report on the Brazilian coffee trade with England. He had made certain recommendations. His reward had been a reduction in rank and a transfer to the Balkans. When later he was transferred to Berlin, he resumed his zeal and furnished his government with an admirable report on technical education in Germany. Once again he suffered a reduction in rank. Then wisdom came to him. Zeal had obviously no place in diplomacy, and he made up his mind to do nothing in future to remind his government of his existence. From that moment, his diplomatic career had been one long triumph, and his promotion had been as regular as clockwork. The formula is not so absurd as the layman may imagine. It has stood more than one British diplomatist in good stead. As soon as dinner was over, Francis began to fidget like a child who wishes to return to its toys. His rattle, however, was a deck of cards, and without loss of time they were produced. The old gentleman was no child at poker. We played late, and, as usually happens when I play with Americans, he took my money. The next day, I lunched with the French ambassador. There was nothing childish about M. Newlands. If he played poker, he played without cards. Politics, and politics viewed from the narrow logical angle of a Frenchman, was his only game. General Lenin had given him a copy of the report we had drafted on the military needs of the situation. It was based on the supposition that the Bolsheviks would give their consent to our intervention. Together we discussed the report. M.I. Newlands was flatteringly congratulatory. He agreed with the report. He had only one amendment to make. If the Bolsheviks would not give their consent, we must intervene without their consent. He advanced many arguments in support of this new formula. He referred to the critical situation on the Western Front. He quoted telegrams from the French General Staff. The war would be lost, or won, on the Western Front. And the French General Staff insisted on the necessity of some diversion in Russia, which would prevent the Germans from transferring more troops from the east. It was essential that the various Allied representatives in Russia should present a united front. Dissensions in Allied policy had been the chief cause of delay in achieving victory. He would go far to obtain unity. He would accept our formula. He hoped I would agree to his amendment. I looked at Lenin. I knew he had already capitulated. Romé had not come to Vologda, but he too had been subjected to pressure from Italian headquarters. As a soldier, he was not likely to stand out against his own general staff. I was alone. Robins had left. Sadoul, the French Robins, had been sidetracked. M.O. Newlands had taken away his right of telegraphing direct to Albert Thomas. Feverishly, I tried to summarize my own position in my mind. Perhaps I could still pull off a big coup with Trotsky. Perhaps M. Newlands was cleverer than I realized. I was in a corner. If I refused to agree, M. Newlands would go ahead with his own policy. He would carry the Italians, the Japanese, and even Francis with him. If I consented, at least I should escape the stigma of having stood out against the united opinion of all the other Allied representatives. I capitulated. In the blazing sunshine, we walked across to the ambassadors' meeting. Francis was in the chair, but Newlands dominated the proceeding. He was, in fact, the only Allied representative in Vologda who knew his own mind. He was at one with us regarding the number of troops that would be required for a successful intervention. Even with regard to the Czech army, which was then stretched like a serpent from the Volga to Siberia, he was strangely conciliatory. We discussed this question from all its angles and decided that the Czechs should be evacuated as soon as possible. After the meeting, I said goodbye to M. Newlands. He was all smiles and affability. When, 24 hours later, I arrived in Moscow, I was met by Hicks with the news that there had been a serious clash in Siberia between the Bolsheviks and the Czechs. How the clash had arisen is unclear to me to this day. The report from the French officers, who were accompanying the Czechs, stated that the Bolsheviks, yielding to German demands, had tried to disarm the Czechs. The Czechs resisted and were now continuing their journey by the force of their own arms. The Bolsheviks maintained that at the instigation of the French, the Czechs had made an unprovoked attack on the local Bolshevik authorities and had taken the law into their own hands. From which side the provocation came will probably remain a matter of dispute for all time. Nevertheless, what the result of this affair was to be was quite clear. The first plank in the platform of the interventionists had been laid. I found Moscow in a state of siege. The Czech diplomatic council had been arrested. Numerous counter-revolutionaries had been rounded up and put in prison. The newspapers had been suppressed. There was an urgent request from Cheka, begging me to use my influence to settle the Czech incident amicably. There was also a telegram from Cromy, urging me to come to St. Petersburg to see one of General Poole's officers who was arriving the next day. I spent the next afternoon in interviewing Chicherin and Karashan. In the absence of details of what was happening in Siberia, we were unable to make much headway about the Czech incident. That the Bolsheviks were anxious to settle the affair amicably was evident. But, as I had not time to receive instructions from London, I could only promise to do my best. My interview, however, left me with one clear impression. The suspicions of the Bolsheviks were now fully aroused. They were, as I had always believed, accurately informed about the activities of the French. They knew that General Poole had arrived in North Russia. Already they had a shrewd idea that the Czechs were to be the vanguard of an anti-Bolshevik intervention. I gave them the only answer I could, that the British government's offer of military aid against Germany was still open. Chicherin laughed bitterly. The Allies were siding with the counter-revolutionaries. There was no choice for the Bolsheviks. They would oppose Allied intervention against Russia's wish in the same way as they would oppose German intervention. The same evening, having decided that I could just afford the time, I left for St. Petersburg. There I saw Cromie and McGrath, the English officer who had come out with General Poole. In one sense, McGrath was reassuring. Some weeks before Trotsky, in a moment of depression, had suggested that I was merely a tool, used by the British government to keep the Bolsheviks quiet while it was preparing an anti-Bolshevik coup. At the time I had been furiously indignant. Now I was perturbed. McGrath, however, set my mind at rest. The intervention plan, he said, was not very far advanced, and England had no policy at all as far as Russia was concerned. Nothing would be decided until Poole reported home. If there was a negative comfort in this statement, McGrath gave me several shocks. Poole himself was in favor of intervention. Thornhill, who was at Murmansk, was a rabid interventionist. Moreover, Lindley, who had been our chargé d'affaires when I arrived in St. Petersburg, was coming out again. This could mean only one thing. London had no confidence in me. I returned to Moscow in a state of dejection, aggravated by the humiliation that all St. Petersburg should know of Lindley's pending arrival before my own government had thought fit to inform me of the fact. On my return to Moscow, I found instructions from London regarding the Czech affair, and the same afternoon, together with my French and Italian colleagues, I went to the Russian Foreign Office. The proceedings were severely formal. Chicherin's room was long and bare of any furniture except the desk in the middle. We sat on wooden chairs facing him and Karashan. One by one, we read out our protests. Mine was the strongest. I told the two commissars that for months I had done my best to bring about an understanding with the Allies, but that they had always put me off with evasion. Now, after promising a free exit to the Czechs, who had fought for the Slav cause and who were going to France to continue the fight against a foe, who was still the Bolshevik enemy, as well as ours, they had yielded to German threats and had wantonly attacked those who had always been their friends. I was instructed by my government to inform them that any attempt to disarm the Czechs or to interfere with them in any way would be regarded as an act inspired by Germany and hostile to the Allies. The Bolsheviks listened to our protests in silence. They were scrupulously polite. Although they had a case, they made no attempt to argue it. Chicherin, looking more like a drowned rat than ever, stared at us with mournful eyes. Karashan seemed stupidly bewildered. There was a painful silence. Everyone was a little nervous, and none more than myself, whose conscience was not quite clear. Then Chicherin coughed. "Gentlemen," he said, "I have taken note of what you said." We shook hands awkwardly and then filed out of the room. Our protest had made a profound impression. Months afterwards, when I was in prison, Karashan told me that both he and Chicherin had been completely surprised by the vehemence of my language. Their first suspicions of me had dated from that day. The suspicions were well-founded. Almost before I had realized it, I had now identified myself with a movement which, whatever its original object, was to be directed not against Germany, but against the de facto government of Russia. I must explain the motives which had driven me into this illogical situation. For 4.5 months I had opposed Japanese intervention and, indeed, every kind of intervention which had not received the sanction of the Bolsheviks. I had little faith in the strength of the anti-Bolshevik Russian forces, and none at all in the feasibility of reconstituting an Eastern Front against Germany. Moreover, I had been in close touch with the Czech Council. The Czech army, whose revolt had brought matters to a head, was composed of war prisoners. They were Slavs, who, although technically Austrian subjects, had deserted in their thousands to the Russians at the beginning of the war. They bore no love to the Tsarist regime, which had always refused to recognize their separate nationality. They were Democrats by instinct, and their sympathies were with the Russian liberals and the social revolutionaries. They were not likely to cooperate smoothly with the Tsarist officers, who supplied the main strength to the armies of the anti-Bolshevik generals. Why then had I given my adherence to a policy which seemed to hold out little promise of success, and which was to expose me to widespread accusations of inconsistency? Although I desire to be strictly truthful, the answer is not easy. Fortunate indeed are the traditionalists, who accept the existing order of society in their cradle, and who solve every political problem by the simple formula of, "These men are my friends and those my enemies." I could not see the situation in this light. I had been sent back to Russia mainly in order that I might keep the British government informed about the real state of affairs. That task I had tried to fulfill to the best of my ability. I had no special sympathy for the Bolsheviks, nor did the numerous accusations of pro-Bolshevism augment unduly the obstinacy with which I strove to maintain an objective and unbiased view of the situation. At the same time, I could not help realizing instinctively that, behind its peace program and its fanatical economic program, there was an idealistic background to Bolshevism which lifted it far above the designation of a mob movement led by German agents. For months I had lived cheek by jowl with men who worked 18 hours a day and who were obviously inspired by the same spirit of self-sacrifice and abnegation of worldly pleasure which animated the Puritans and the early Jesuits. If to realize that I was living in a movement which was likely to assume even greater proportions in history than the French Revolution, was to be pro-Bolshevik, then I am entitled to the label of pro-Bolshevism. I knew from my wife's telegrams, later they were to be confirmed from other sources, that my views were unpalatable to the British government. I ought to have resigned and come home. Today, I should have been enjoying the reputation of a prophet who had predicted the various phases of the Russian Revolution with remarkable accuracy. I did not do so. It would be easy for me to say that my first duty was to my country, that, when my country had decided on another policy, I had no right to oppose it, and that to resign in the middle of the war would have been equivalent to deserting my post in the face of the enemy. I do not plead these excuses. They were not my motives. 3 months later, when I was in prison, Karl Radek wrote a letter to Arthur Ransome, in which he described me as a carrierist who, when he had seen that his own policy had no chance of being accepted, sought feverishly to regain the favor of his employers. This too, although nearer the mark, is an unfair accusation. The motives for my conduct were two. Subconsciously, although I did not put the question to myself at the time, I was unwilling to leave Russia because of Murat. The other motive, and it was the all-compelling one, of which I was fully conscious, was that I lacked the moral courage to resign and to take a stand which would have exposed me to the odium of the vast majority of my countrymen. There was perhaps one other more creditable motive. In my conceit I imagined that, if the Allies were bent on a military intervention in Russia, my special knowledge of the Russian situation would be of some value in aiding them to avoid the major pitfalls. I knew the Bolsheviks more intimately than any Englishman knew them at that time. I had had my finger on the pulse of events in Russia since January. The clam-jamfree of military experts, who from outside were screaming for intervention, and who regarded the Bolsheviks as a rabble to be swept away with a whiff of grapeshot, was deprived by its geographical situation of that knowledge. Having gone over to intervention, I did my best to ensure that it would have at least some chance of success. To the last, I opposed the theory that the loyal Russians were capable of overthrowing the Bolsheviks, even if supported by Allied munitions and money, and led by Allied officers. To the last, I insisted on the need for large Allied forces, without which the whole scheme was bound to fail. I even devised a special formula, that the support which we would receive from the loyal Russians would be in direct proportion to the number of troops we sent ourselves. For all the good I did, I might have saved my breath for my own porridge. My volte-face had discredited me with everybody. The interventionists looked on me as an obstinate young mule, who had at last come over to their way of thinking. I was an obstacle which had been successfully removed. My views could now be safely disregarded. The Bolsheviks shared Radek's opinion of me. I had fallen between two stools. To this day I have suffered from my tumble. To the Bolsheviks I am the incarnation of counter-revolution. To the interventionists I am still the pro-Bolshevik, who wrecked their plans. Chapter 8. The intervention itself did not take place until August 4th. The 2 months from June to August were a purgatory, during which our position gradually deteriorated. And as a result of the increased danger which now threatened them, the Bolsheviks tightened up their discipline. On June 10th, Benji Bruce arrived in Moscow. He had come to fetch his bride, the beautiful and charming Karsavina. He brought me a large bundle of mail and my first real news from England. There was a letter from George Clerk, then head of the War Department in the Foreign Office. It was full of nice things. Indeed, he and Colonel Kish, who was then at the War Office, are almost the only senior officials who have been generous enough to sympathize with my attitude, and to admit that my estimate of the situation had not been far wrong. Bruce, however, left me with no illusions regarding my unpopularity in England during the period of my so-called pro-Bolshevism. He informed me that in March I had nearly been recalled. He stayed only 12 hours in Moscow. But, in spite of the news he brought me, his visit was like a breath of wind coming over the desert. After being shut off from the world for 5 months, I was thrilled by his account of the situation in England and on the Western Front. Karsavina and he had a nightmare of adventure before reaching Murmansk. They had to travel without a Bolshevik permit. My powers to help them had ceased. June was a dreary month. Perhaps because my conscience was uneasy, I lived in an atmosphere of suspicion. Trotsky would have no more dealings with us, and although I continued to see Checherin, Karashan, and Radek almost daily, we avoided the real issue in our conversation. With the alteration in the political attitude of the Bolsheviks came a change in our material position. We found it increasingly difficult to obtain supplies of fresh meat and vegetables. Without the tinned rations supplied to us by the American Red Cross mission, we should have fared badly. Through Hicks, I increased my contact with the anti-Bolshevik forces. As far as we were concerned, they were represented in Moscow by an organization called the Center, which was subdivided into 2 wings of left and right, and by the League of the Regeneration of Russia, founded by Sev. There were constant bickerings between the 2 organizations. The Center was in close touch with the White Army in the south. The White generals regarded Savinkov with suspicion. Indeed, about this period I received a letter from General Alexeyev, in which he stated that he would sooner cooperate with Lenin and Trotsky than with Savinkov or Kerensky. Both organizations were agreed on one point only. They wanted Allied aid and Allied money. I saw 1 or 2 of the leaders, notably Peter Struve, a brilliant intellectual who at one time had been a socialist and had helped Lenin to frame his first communist manifesto, and Michael Fyodorov, a former assistant minister. Both were men of fine character. Both were unswervingly loyal to the Allies. I was, however, very guarded in my conversations with them. As far as I knew officially, the British government had not yet decided on intervention. Until the decision was brought to my notice, I gave no support to the whites, either in cash or in promises. In this, my attitude differed from that of the French, who, as I knew from their own admission, were supplying funds to Savinkov. Their promises, too, were extravagant. While the whites were led to believe that Allied military support would be forthcoming in decisive strength. The figure generally mentioned was 2 Allied divisions for Archangel and several Japanese divisions for Siberia. Encouraged by these hopes, the anti-Bolshevik forces began to increase their activities. On June 21st, Volodarsky, the Bolshevik commissar for press affairs in St. Petersburg, was assassinated on his return from a meeting at the Obukhov works. The Bolshevik reply was swift. In his speech to the St. Petersburg Soviet, Uritsky, the head of the local Cheka, made a violent attack on England in which he accused the English of organizing the dead commissar's murder. The next day, Shastny, the commander-in-chief of the Baltic Fleet, who had been a prisoner in the Kremlin, was condemned to death and shot. At the trial, Trotsky distinguished himself by the violence of his language. The terror was beginning. I went to see Chicherin to protest against Uritsky's accusation. He put me off with semi-apologetic explanations. It was deplorable, but what else could we expect if we insisted on infringing Russia's neutrality? Russia wanted only to be left alone, and to enjoy the fruits of her dearly bought peace. He was amusing about Trotsky, who, with his back to the wall, was always wanting to fight somebody, and was now advocating strong measures against the Allies. "It is strange," said Chicherin, "how the military idea has gone to Trotsky's head." In March, Lenin had to use his influence to prevent Trotsky from declaring war on Germany. Now it is Lenin's cool brain which is holding Trotsky back from declaring war on the Allies. Now, although the intervention appeared to be hanging fire, our stay in Moscow seemed near its end. None of us was very happy. Denis Garstein had already left us. He had been ordered to join General Poole at Archangel. He too had to leave clandestinely owing to the difficulty in securing a Bolshevik pass for him. He went with a sad heart. He would have liked to remain with us to the end. Poor boy! He was one of the first victims of the intervention. Still, we were not without optimism. Believing that the Allies would land in force, we were convinced that the Bolsheviks would be unable to offer a serious resistance. Even Ransom, whose opposition to intervention without Bolshevik consent had remained constant, told us that the show was over and began to make preparations to leave. Before we ourselves were to be allowed to depart, we were to have our fill of excitement. One extraordinary adventure during this period was the murder of Count Murbach, the German ambassador. This assassination, accompanied as it was by an internal revolt against the government, was the most dramatic political murder of modern times. As I myself was an uncomfortable eyewitness of the attempted coup d'etat, I give my own account of the affair in full detail. To understand the situation, the reader must remember that after the Bolshevik Revolution in November 1917, the extreme wing of the Russian Social Revolutionary Party joined hands with the Bolsheviks and cooperated with them in the formation of the new government. They received a few posts in the various commissariats, retained their places in the Soviets, and were strongly represented in the AL, Russian Central Executive Committee, which, when the Congress of Soviets is not sitting, is the supreme legislative and executive power of the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic. For the first 8 months of its existence, the Soviet government was, in fact, a coalition. As a party, the left social revolutionaries were quite as extreme as the Bolsheviks in their hatred of capitalism and imperialism. They were therefore as violent as the Bolsheviks in their denunciation of the Allies. In internal politics, while they differed from the Bolsheviks on agrarian questions, they upheld the Soviet system and supported the Bolsheviks in the prosecution of the Civil War. Two members of the party, Colonel Muraviv, an ex-serial police officer, and Lieutenant Sablin, the son of the proprietor of the Kors Theater in Moscow, were during the first period of the Bolshevik regime the most successful military commanders of the new government. Unlike the Bolsheviks, however, the left social revolutionaries were not prepared to go to any lengths in their desire for peace. They had been opposed to the Brest-Litovsk peace, and although they retained their representatives in the government, had never accepted it. They drew most of their support from the Ukraine, which had been occupied by the Germans, and the Germans were hard taskmasters who had installed a dummy reactionary Russian government and restored the land to the Russian landowner. The left social revolutionaries had not accepted this situation, and ever since the peace they had carried on a violent partisan war in the Ukraine against both the Russian landlords and the German troops of occupation. By both sides, this miniature warfare was conducted with appalling cruelty, goaded almost to despair by the sufferings of their compatriots in the Ukraine. The left social revolutionaries protested vigorously against the servile attitude of the Bolsheviks before the Germans and denounced the Bolshevik commissars as Mirbacha's lackeys. As even the official press had to admit, almost daily, some fresh German breach of the Brest Treaty. Considerable point was given to the caustic comments on the cringing tone of Chicherin's mild protests and the barely civil replies of the German ambassador. The real difference between the two Russian government parties was that the left social revolutionaries regarded Germany as the chief menace to the revolution. The Bolsheviks, or rather Lenin, for he alone saw clearly in this confused atmosphere, were determined to do nothing which might endanger the fragile fabric of their peace. They were now more afraid of Allied intervention than of further aggression by the Germans. The two parties were, of course, at heart both anti-German and anti-NT. The situation, however, was not without its comic side. While the Bolsheviks were publicly denouncing the activities of the left social revolutionaries in the Ukraine, they were supplying them secretly with the funds for their partisan warfare against the Germans. There was one other grievance which further divided the two parties. Among the peasants, the chief supporters of the left social revolutionaries were the kulaks, partly in order to strengthen their own position in the country and partly to obtain more grain. The Bolsheviks had organized so-called poverty committees, composed of poorer peasants, who were encouraged to attack the richer kulaks and to seize their grain. Here, obviously, were dissensions, which were bound to come to a head. Secretly, the left social revolutionaries began to prepare fantastic plans for the overthrow of the Bolshevik government and for a renewal of the war with Germany. By July 4th, the opening day of the Fifth All-Russian Congress, the political situation was ripe for the inevitable explosion. For this Congress, the left social revolutionaries had made special preparations. In spite of Bolshevik manipulation at the elections, they succeeded in returning about 1/3 of the 800 delegates present. And for the first time since November 1917, the Bolsheviks were confronted, in their own carefully hedged, in Parliament, with a real official opposition. The Congress took place in the Moscow Opera House, in the parterre, where once sat the ballotamanes and the richly bejeweled ladies of the Moscow plutocracy. Now are ranged the official delegates. On the right, facing the stage, the Bolshevik majority, composed mainly of soldiers in khaki. On the left social revolutionary opposition, whose brawny arms and loose shirts proclaim their village origin. On the high stage, from which Chaliapin first gave his immortal rendering of Boris, now sit the members of the Central Executive Committee, a motley gathering of about 150 intellectuals with a strong predominance of Jews. At a long table across the front of the stage is the Presidium, with Sverdlov, the president, in the center. A Jew so dark that he might almost be suspected of color. His black beard and his fierce black eyes make him look like some modern incarnation of the Spanish inquisitors. On his left are Afanasiev, the secretary of the Central Executive Committee, an insignificant young Jew with nervous twitching eyes, and Nakamkis, the editor of the Izvestia, and better known to the public under his pseudonym of Stekla. At this table, too, sits Zinoviev, the president of the St. Petersburg Community. Clean-shaven and with an enormous forehead, he looks as intelligent as he is reputed to be. On the right of Sverdlov sit the left social revolutionary leaders, Komkov, Karelin, both young Jews, clean-shaven, well-dressed, and clearly of the intellectual class. Cherepanov, and at the extreme end, Maria Spiridonova, the 32-year-old leader of the party, very simply dressed, her dark hair brushed smoothly back over her head, and with pince-nez with which she toys continuously. She looks for all the world like Olga, the schoolmistress in Chekhov's Three Sisters, in 1906, while still a girl. She had made herself famous by her assassination of Lujanovsky, the notorious counselor of the government administration of Tambov. She had been selected by her party to carry out this terroristic act, and in the middle of winter she waited for Lujanovsky on the platform of the station at Borisoglebusk and fired on him with a revolver as he stepped out of the train. Her shots were successful, but an attempt to end her own life failed, and she was dragged from the platform and later raped by the Cossack soldiery. She had been condemned to death, but yielding to a strong plea for mercy on account of her age, the Tsar had changed her sentence to one of penal servitude for life. The earnest, almost fanatical, expression in her eyes shows that her sufferings have affected her mind. She is more hysterical than practical, but her evident popularity with her own followers shows that she is still one of the few sentimental figures of the revolution. Behind the Presidium table, in serried rows arranged, the other members of the Central Executive Committee. Here are to be found the real Bolshevik leaders and the chief commissars. They are present in full force from Trotsky to Krylenko, the scowling, twitching public prosecutor. Only Dzerzhinsky and Peters are absent. These grim exponents of Bolshevik justice have no time for congresses. Lenin, too, is late as usual. He will slip in later, quietly, unobtrusively, but at the opportune moment. In the boxes and galleries all around are the friends and supporters of the various delegates. Admission is by ticket only, and every entrance, every corridor, is guarded by groups of Lettish soldiers armed to the teeth with rifle, pistol, and hand grenade. In the great imperial box are the representatives of the official press. I take my place in the large parterre box on the right hand of the stage, together with Lavron, Romay, and the other members of the Allied missions. Just above us are the representatives of the German, Turkish, and Bulgarian embassies. Fortunately for our enjoyment of the spectacle, we are not face to face. From the first, the atmosphere is charged with electricity. The opening day is devoted to speeches by minor delegates. The speeches are on strictly party lines. The three great crimes are the Brest-Litovsk peace, the poverty committees, and the death sentence. The left social revolutionaries denounce all three. They support their denunciation of the peace treaty with blood-curdling accounts of the German atrocities in the Ukraine. The Bolsheviks are on the defensive. The real battle comes on the second day, when the heavy artillery on both sides is engaged. It is opened by Sverdlov, who wisely anticipates the left social revolutionary attack. He admits the horrors of the German occupation, but pleads that Russia is too weak to fight. He is less successful in his defense of the poverty committees. He scores a point over the left social revolutionary attitude towards the death sentence. The left social revolutionaries, he says, protested against the death sentence on Admiral Shasny. At the same time, they have cooperated closely with the Bolsheviks in the extraordinary commissions. One of their members is vice president of the Moscow Cheka, which has carried out numerous death sentences without any trial. Are they, then, to understand that the left social revolutionaries are against the death sentence in cases of trials, but in favor of it when there is no trial? He resumes his seat amidst laughter and Bolshevik applause. Spiridonova then rises, and from her first words one realizes that this is no ordinary Congress, that today the Bolsheviks and the left social revolutionaries have come to the parting of the ways. She is obviously nervous. Her delivery, too, is monotonous, but as she warms to her subject, she acquires a hysterical passion which is not unimpressive. Her attack is concentrated on the poverty committees. With pride, she refers to the fact that her whole life has been dedicated to the welfare of the peasants. Keeping time to the rhythm of her sentences with an up-and-down movement of the right arm, she bitterly attacks Lenin. "I accuse you," she says, addressing Lenin, "of betraying the peasants, of making use of them for your own ends, and of not serving their interests." She appeals to her followers. In Lenin's philosophy, she shrieks, "You are only dung, only manure." Then, whoa! Working up to an hysterical peroration, she turns on the Bolsheviks. "Our other differences are only temporary. But on the peasant question we are prepared to give battle. When the peasants, the Bolshevik peasants, the left social, revolutionary peasants, and the non-party peasants, are alike humiliated, oppressed, and crushed as peasants. In my hand you will still find the same pistol, the same bomb, which once forced me to defend." The end of the sentence is drowned in a wild torrent of applause. A Bolshevik delegate in the parterre hurls an indecent assault at the speaker. Pandemonium ensues. Brawny peasants stand up in their seats and shake their fists at the Bolsheviks. Trotsky pushes himself forward and tries to speak. He is howled down, and his face blenches with impotent rage. In vain Sverdlov rings his bell and threatens to clear the theater. Nothing seems more certain that he will have to carry out his threat. Then Lenin walks slowly to the front of the stage. On the way he pats Sverdlov on the shoulder and tells him to put his bell away. Holding the lapels of his coat, he faces the audience, smiling, supremely self-confident. He is met with jeers and catcalls. He laughs good-humoredly. Then he holds up his hand, and with a last rumble the tumult dies. With cold logic he replies point by point to the criticisms of the left social revolutionaries. He refers with gentle sarcasm to their illogical and frequently equivocal attitude. His remarks produce another storm of interruption. Again Sverdlov becomes excited and grasps his bell. Again Lenin raises his hand. His self-confidence is almost irritating. Then, swaying slightly forward as he accentuates his points, but with strangely little gesticulation, he proceeds as calmly as though he were addressing a Sunday school meeting. To the taunts of servility towards the Germans, he replies that the left social revolutionaries, in wishing to renew the war, are carrying out the policy of the Allied imperialists. Coldly, and without a trace of sentiment, he defends the Brest Treaty, points out how bitter a humiliation it has been, but underlines the grim doctrine of necessity. He almost exaggerates the difficulties of the present situation, praises the courage of those who are fighting the battle of socialism, counsels further patience, and promises a reward for that patience in a glowing picture of the future, when weariness must inevitably produce a revolution in all countries. Gradually, the sheer personality of the man and the overwhelming superiority of his dialectics conquer his audience, who listen spell-bound until the speech ends in a wild outburst of cheering, which, although many of the left social revolutionaries must know of the preparations for the morrow, is not confined to the Bolsheviks. The effect on the left social revolutionaries, however, is only temporary. Lenin is followed by Kamkov, a brilliant orator who lashes himself into a passion of fury. His is a fighting speech, and I marvel at his foolhardiness. He spares no one. His peroration is magnificent in its dramatic emotion. He turns towards the box in which the Germans are sitting. The dictatorship of the proletariat, he thunders, has developed into a dictatorship of Mirbach. In spite of all our warnings, the policy of Lenin remains the same, and we are become not an independent power, but the lackeys of the German imperialists, who have the audacity to show their faces even in this theater. In an instant, the left social revolutionaries are on their feet, shouting and shaking their fists at the German box. The theater rings with roars of, "Down with Mirbach! Away with the German butchers! Away with the hangman's noose from Brest!" Hurriedly, Sverdlov rings his bell and declares the session closed, and in a fever of excitement, the delegates stream from the hall. One incident gives me cause for reflection. During Kamkov's speech, a French intelligence officer in our box applauds fiercely. His attitude is typical of that of many of my Allied colleagues. They cannot realize that to both Bolsheviks and left social revolutionaries, foreign intervention, whether by Germany or by the Allies, means counter-revolutionary intervention. When our own intervention took place, it received no support from the left social revolutionaries. The debate, which had ended so dramatically on the evening of July 5th, was not destined to be resumed on the Saturday afternoon of the 6th. The Congress indeed reassembled, but the Bolshevik leaders were absent. The stage revolution of yesterday had been transferred to the streets and to the barricades. I went to the Opera House at 4 o'clock. It was a hot and sultry afternoon, and the atmosphere of the theater was like a Turkish bath. The parterre was filled with delegates, but many of the seats on the platform were vacant. There was no Trotsky, no Radek. By 5 o'clock, most of the other Bolshevik members of the Central Executive Committee had disappeared. The box allotted to the representatives of the Central Powers was empty. There was, however, a considerable number of left social revolutionaries, including Spiridonova. She looked calm and composed. There was nothing in her manner to betray the fact that her party had already decided to put its whole existence to the supreme test of war. Yet, this was what had happened, although it was some time before we realized the truth. At 6 o'clock, Sidney Riley came into our box with the news that the theater was surrounded by troops and that all exits were barred. He had only the vaguest idea of what had occurred. He knew, however, that there had been fighting in the streets. Something had gone wrong. Our apprehension was not diminished by a loud explosion in the corridor above us. A careless sentry had dropped a hand grenade. Fearful that the Bolsheviks might search them before they were allowed to leave the theater, Riley and a French agent began to examine their pockets for compromising documents. Some they tore up into tiny pieces and shoved them down the lining of the sofa cushions. Others, doubtless more dangerous, they swallowed. The situation was too tense for us to appreciate its comic side, and deciding that in this case inaction was the best policy, we sat down to await the denouement with as brave a show of patience as we could assume. Finally, at 7 o'clock, we were relieved by Radek, who gave us the whole story. The left social revolutionaries had assassinated Mirbach, hoping thereby to provoke Germany into restarting the war. Headed by Sablin and Alexandrovich, the vice president of the Cheka, they had planned to arrest the Bolshevik leaders during the Congress in the theater. Instead, they themselves had been caught in the trap which they had set for their opponents. The story of their coup d'etat may be told in a few words. At 2:45 on the Saturday afternoon, a motor car with 2 men drove up to the German embassy in the Denini, Pereyaulok. The embassy itself was guarded by a detachment of Bolshevik troops. The occupants of the car, however, had no difficulty in obtaining an entrance, for they were provided with special passes signed by Alexandrovich in his capacity as vice president of the Cheka. A man named Blumkin, who for months had lived in the room next to me in my hotel, was the chief actor in the ensuing tragedy. Himself an official of the Cheka, he was received immediately by Riesler, the counselor of the German embassy. He informed Riesler that he must see Mirbach personally. The Cheka had discovered an Allied plot for the assassination of the German ambassador. In view of Blumkin's credentials and the seriousness of his information, Dr. Riesler himself took him into Count Mirbach's presence. When the Count asked him how the assassins proposed to act, Blumkin took a Browning from his pocket, replied, "Like this," and emptied his pistol into the body of the unfortunate ambassador. Then, leaping out of an open window, he hurled a hand grenade behind him in order to make doubly sure and escaped. In the meantime, the left social revolutionaries had assembled such troops as they could persuade to support them in the Pokrovsky barracks. They included one unit of 2,000 men who had been bought over by Popov, an agent of the Cheka, some disaffected soldiers from other regiments, and a few hundred sailors from the Black Sea Fleet. For an hour, they enjoyed a slight success. They arrested Dzerzhinsky. They captured the telegraph office. Then, however, their imagination failed them, and, beyond sending out telegrams all over the country to announce the success of their coup d'etat, they did nothing. Towards evening they made a half-hearted attempt to approach the opera house, but, finding it already surrounded by a strong detachment of Bolshevik forces, they retired to their headquarters. So feeble was their military effort that the vast majority of the Moscow population never realized until the next day that an attempted revolution was in progress. In the meantime, Trotsky had not been idle. He had called in 2 Lettish regiments from the suburbs. He had assembled his armored cars. Within a few hours, the left social revolutionary troops, opposed by overwhelming strength, laid down their arms. Some of the leaders escaped. Alexandrovich, however, was caught at the Kursk railway station and promptly shot. The social revolutionary delegates in the opera house were arrested without even a protest. The revolution, which was conceived in a theater, ended in the same place. The only effect of this opera buff of the left, social revolutionaries, was to strengthen the hands of the Bolsheviks and the Peace Party. The repercussion in the country was insignificant. A few days later, Muraviv, the commander-in-chief of the Bolshevik forces on the Volga, attempted to move his troops against Moscow. By this time, however, the failure of the coup d'etat in Moscow was known, and he was arrested by his own men. He ended his life dramatically by shooting himself in the presence of the Simbirsk Soviet. Spiridonova and Cherepanov were imprisoned in the Kremlin, where, later, I was to be their companion in misfortune. Blumkin, the assassin, escaped. Most of the rank and file, in order to save themselves from reprisals, went back on their leaders, condemned their action, and were readmitted into the Bolshevik fold. This miserable affair, which should have been an object lesson to the Allies, in the sense that it proved beyond all doubt that Russia would do almost anything to avoid fighting either the Germans or the Allies, had certain reactions both on our own position and that of the Germans. The German government was furious, but, convinced now of the certainty of Allied intervention, it did not declare war on the Bolsheviks. It demanded the right to send a battalion of German soldiers to guard its Moscow embassy, but, when the Bolsheviks refused this request, it confined its action to a diplomatic protest. The reaction in our own case was more comic. 2 days after Mirbach's murder, Radek came to see me and informed me that the Bolshevik government wished to place a guard at my disposal. There was a broad grin on his face. He knew what my reply would be. I told him to put his guard where the Khyber Pass veteran had put the workhouse Christmas pudding. It was almost the last laugh we had together. Our situation was, in fact, none too pleasant. During the Congress, Lindley had arrived at Vologda, and his first telegram to me was vaguely alarming. It gave me, however, no indication either of policy or of the date of our intervention. The attempted counter-revolution was already uncomfortably near. Savinkov, egged on by French assurances of Allied help, had seized Yaroslavl, and Yaroslavl was between Moscow and Archangel, our only port of exit. Incidentally, Trotsky accuses me in his autobiography of having fomented and financed the Yaroslavl affair. This is wholly untrue. Never at any time did I furnish Savinkov with financial aid. Still less did I encourage him in any action he took. Trotsky, too, had issued an order that all French and British officers were to be refused traveling passes on account of their counter-revolutionary activities. Although technically this ukase did not apply to my mission, I knew that in practice there would be no difference. Moreover, there was great delay in the telegraph service to England, and I was never sure when this source of communication would be cut off from us altogether. On the evening of July 17th, I received from Karashan the official intimation of the murder of the Tsar and his family at Ekaterinburg. I believe that I was the first person to convey the news to the outside world. The only first-hand evidence of this crime that I can give concerns the official attitude of the Bolshevik government. My own impression is that, alarmed by the approach of the Czech troops, who had now turned in their tracks and were at open war with the Bolsheviks, the local Soviet had taken the law into its own hands, and that the approval of the central government was subsequent. Certainly, there was no question of disapproval or disavowal. In its leading articles, the Bolshevik press did everything it could to justify the murder and reviled the Tsar as a tyrant and a butcher. It announced that it would begin immediate publication of his diaries. Later, a few installments were published. All that they revealed was that the emperor was a devoted husband and a loving father. When it was seen that their effect was to win sympathy for the Tsar, the installments were stopped. Karashan, it is true, professed to be shocked and pleaded extenuating circumstances. He advanced the theory that the menace of Allied intervention was the direct cause of the emperor's death. I am bound to admit that the population of Moscow received the news with amazing indifference. Their apathy towards everything except their own fate was complete, yet symptomatic of the extraordinary times in which we were living. While this stark tragedy was taking place at Ekaterinburg, a drama, rich in its comic situations, was being enacted at Vologda. The Bolsheviks had sent Radek to this Allied Elysium in a last attempt to persuade the Allied ambassadors to come to Moscow. Perhaps they were animated by a genuine desire to come to an amicable settlement. It is more probable that, realizing that intervention was now inevitable, they desired to hold the ambassadors in Moscow as hostages. For this delicate task, they had chosen the Bolshevik Puck, and if his effort failed, he richly satisfied his own sense of humor. He appeared before the ambassadors with his revolver. He argued, cajoled, and even threatened. He interviewed them jointly and singly, but the ambassadors stood firm. Then, in the evening, he went to the local telegraph office and gave an account of the failure of his mission by direct wire to Chicherin. His joyride in Arcady had an amusing sequel. I received a word-for-word report of the Radek-Chicherin direct wire conversation from one of our secret agents. The document was so obviously genuine that the American consul general in Moscow sent a translation of it to his ambassador. Without reading it, Francis put it in his pocket and took it to the ambassador's daily conference. "Gentlemen," he said, "I have received an interesting document from Moscow. It is Radek's account of his negotiations with ourselves. I shall read it to you." Fumbling with his pince-nez, he began, "Ambassador Francis is a stuffed shirt front." It was only too true, but coming from the ambassador's lips, it was a little startling. Richer jests followed, and the climax came with the closing sentence, "Lindley is the only man who has any sense." He practically admits that he considers Newland's behavior childish in the extreme. Sir Francis Lindley has faced many difficult situations with unfailing courage and equanimity. I doubt, however, if he has ever felt quite so awkward as at that moment. There was to be one more comedy before the final tragedy. On July 22nd, an official British economic mission, composed of Sir William Clark, now British High Commissioner in Canada, Mr. Leslie Urquhart, Mr. Armistead, and Mr. Roux, Peters of the Commercial Diplomatic Service, arrived in Moscow. They had come to discuss the possibilities of trade relations with the Bolsheviks. Their arrival staggered me. As far as I knew, and I had no certain knowledge, our intervention was only a matter of days. The Czech army was now advancing towards the west. It had taken Simbirsk and was then besieging Kazan. The Czechs were our allies. Insofar as we were supporting them, we were supporting war against the Bolsheviks. Savinkov, too, was holding Yaroslavl, and Savinkov was being financed by the French. Moreover, at that very moment, British troops must have been on their way to Archangel. Yet, here was a British economic mission in Moscow breathing peace and commercial treaties to the Bolsheviks. Was there ever a more Gilbertian situation? Could I be surprised when later the Bolsheviks accused me of Machiavellian duplicity and supplemented their denunciation of my crimes with well-documented references to Albino's perfidy? Alas! Here was no guile or treachery. It was merely another example of one department in Whitehall not knowing what the other was doing. I took Sir William Clark to see Chicherin and Bronsky, the Trade Commission. I cannot say that I enjoyed the interview, nor did I learn much from the English visitors. Sir William Clark knew nothing of the Allies' plans regarding Russia. Urquhart, who had mining interests in Siberia, was a convinced interventionist. I was glad when, after 2 days of abortive negotiations, they left for St. Gall. Petersburg died. Had they stayed 12 hours longer, they might have been detained indefinitely. The next day, with startling suddenness, came the news that the Allied embassies had left Vologda and had fled to Archangel. Although they issued a futile statement to the effect that their departure was not to be regarded as a rupture, the Bolsheviks rightly interpreted it as the prelude to intervention. Their flight, carried out without a word of warning to the Allied missions in Moscow, left me in an unenviable position. All too clearly, I saw that the role of hostages, which had originally been destined for the ambassadors, would now be reserved for us. Together with my French, American, and Italian colleagues, I went to see Chicherin in order to feel our way. He was studiously polite and obviously anxious to avoid any act which would put the blame for any rupture of relations on the Bolsheviks. He pressed us to remain in Moscow and assured us that, whatever happened, we should be allowed to leave whenever we wanted to go. We gave a non-committal answer. We were still without any official intimation from our governments. We took it for granted that the Allies had decided to land troops. We assumed that they would land in force at Archangel, Murmansk, and Vladivostok. We knew nothing for certain. It was, however, clear that our own position in Moscow was no longer tenable, and I returned to my rooms to take the preliminary steps for our departure. The next few days were the most miserable of my whole stay in Russia. Murat had left Moscow some 10 days before in order to visit her home in Estonia. Owing to the fighting on the Czech and Yaroslavl fronts, traveling on the railways was now strictly controlled. I could not communicate with her. It seemed any odds on my having to leave Russia without seeing her again. For 4 days and nights, I never slept. For hours on end, I sat in my room playing patience and badgering the unfortunate Hicks with idiotic questions. There was nothing we could do, and in my despair, my self-control left me, and I abandoned myself to the gloomiest depression. Then, on the afternoon of July 28th, my telephone rang. I picked up the receiver. Murat herself was speaking. She had arrived in St. Petersburg after 6 days of terrible adventure, during which she had crossed the no-man's land between Estonia and Russia on foot. She was leaving that night for Moscow. The reaction was wonderful. Nothing now mattered. If only I could see Murat again, I felt that I could face any crisis, any unpleasantness the future might have in store for me. Chapter 9. The sequence of events was now to be swift. On the day after Murat's return, General Eichhorn, the German commander-in-chief in Russia, was assassinated at Kiev. A young Moscow student called Donskoy, who was a member of the Social Revolutionary Party, had carried out this act of terror. He had hired a cab and, passing the general, had hurled a bomb at him with fatal effect. I was sitting with Chicherin and Karashan when the news was conveyed to them by telephone. They made no concealment of their joy, especially Chicherin, who turned to me and said, "You see what happens when foreigners intervene against the wishes of the people." Their glee shocked me. My reason should have told me that in Bolshevik eyes, the general was an oppressor, whose murderer was to be regarded as a liberator in just the same manner as bourgeois children are taught to admire jail or brute. To the Bolsheviks, German generals and English generals were in the same category as soon as they set foot on Russian soil. They were the agents of counter-revolution and therefore outside the law. Both Allies and Germans, however, made the mistake of regarding Russia solely in the light of their own conflict. At the German court-martial of Donskoy 2 days later, the first two questions asked of the prisoner were, "Do you know Lockhart? Do you know the head of the English mission in Moscow?" "No." On August 1st, we received notice to leave our hotel. It had been requisitioned for the General Council of Russian Trades Unions. The Bolsheviks were showing their horns. No longer were we worthy of special consideration. Fortunately, I succeeded in obtaining occupation of my old flat in the Klebny Pereolak, and we were able to avoid an awkward predicament. On August 4th, Moscow went wild with excitement. The Allies had landed at Archangel. For several days the city was a prey to rumor. The Allies had landed in strong force. Some stories put the figure at 100,000. No estimate was lower than 2 divisions. The Japanese were to send 7 divisions through Siberia to help the Czechs. Even the Bolsheviks lost their heads and, in despair, began to pack their archives. In the middle of this crisis, I saw Karashan. He spoke of the Bolsheviks as lost. They would, however, never surrender. They would go underground and continue the struggle to the last. The confusion was indescribable. On the day after the landing, I went to see Wardrop, our consul general, who had established his office in the Yusupov Palace close to the Red Gates. While I was talking to him, the consulate general was surrounded by an armed band. It was composed of agents of the Cheka. They sealed up everything, and everyone in the building was put under arrest, except Hicks and myself. The special pass I had received from Trotsky still held good. This raid had an amusing aspect. While the Cheka agents were cross-examining our consular officials downstairs, our intelligence officers were busily engaged in burning their ciphers and other compromising documents upstairs. Clouds of smoke belched from the chimneys and penetrated even downstairs, but, although it was summer, the Cheka gentleman noticed nothing untoward in this holocaust. As we were to learn later, the Cheka was terrifying but far from clever. At the same time, a similar raid was carried out on the French mission and consulate general, although the Italians and Americans were left alone. This outrage, it is true that in Bolshevik eyes our landing at Archangel was also an outrage against international law, could not be ignored. And the next day we all went to Chicherin to give formal notice of the rupture of relations and to demand our passports. Chicherin did not actually refuse. He seemed overwhelmed by the situation and made his usual plea for time. The unfortunate Chicherin was, indeed, sorely harassed. Only that morning he had received a similar visit from Helfferich, who had succeeded Count Mirbach as German ambassador. Helfferich, too, seemed to treat the Allied intervention as a serious menace to the Bolsheviks. He had no intention of sharing Count Mirbach's fate or of being caught in Moscow when the Allied troops marched in. The same night he took the train for Berlin, leaving only a small staff to carry on in Moscow. Deserted now by both the Allies and the Germans, the Bolsheviks seemed to be in a hopeless position. The Czech army had captured Kazan, and although the Bolsheviks had retaken Yaroslavl from Savinkov's Russians, they seemed incapable of offering any serious opposition to the large Allied force which was supposed to be advancing from Archangel. For 48 hours I deluded myself with the thought that the intervention might prove a brilliant success. I was not quite sure what we should be able to do when we reached Moscow. I could not believe that a bourgeois Russian government could be maintained in Moscow without our aid. Still less did I believe that we could persuade any considerable number of Russians to renew the war with Germany. In the circumstances, the intervention was bound to assume an anti-Bolshevik rather than anti-German character. It was therefore likely that our occupation of Moscow would last indefinitely. But, with the adequate forces, which I assumed we had at our disposal, I had no doubt of our being able to reach the Russian capital. Disillusionment was to follow swiftly. On August 10th, the Bolshevik newspapers splashed their front page with headlines announcing a great Russian naval victory over the Allies at Archangel. I regarded this report as a joke, or, at best, as a feeble attempt on the part of the Bolsheviks to stimulate the courage of their own followers. But that afternoon, when I saw Karashin, I had misgivings. His face was wreathed in smiles. The dejection of the previous days had gone, and his relief was too obvious to be put down to play acting. "The situation is not serious," he said. "The Allies have landed only a few hundred men." I smiled skeptically. Later, I was to discover that his statement was only too true. The naval victory was a myth. The Bolsheviks had sunk an Allied barge in the Dvina. But the account of the strength of the Allied forces was literally correct. We had committed the unbelievable folly of landing at Archangel with fewer than 1,200 men. It was a blunder comparable with the worst mistakes of the Crimean War. In the chaotic state of Russia, it was obvious that, if intervention was to be a success, it must start well. It had begun as badly as it could, and no individual gallantry could ever repair that initial mistake. The plan of the pro-interventionist Russians was to hold the line of the Volga with the Czechs and to join up with the Allies in the north and with Generals Alexeyev and Denikin in the south. The latter had been advised to proceed via Tsaritsyn to Samara, while it was hoped that the Allies would be able to advance almost unopposed to Vologda and Via. The weakness of our landing force in the north resulted in the loss of the Volga line and in the temporary collapse of the anti-Bolshevik movement in European Russia. All my worst fears were speedily justified. In the absence of a strong lead from the Allies, the various counter-revolutionary groups began to quarrel and bicker among themselves. The accuracy of my dictum that the support we would receive from the Russians would be in direct proportion to the number of troops we sent ourselves was speedily proved. The broad masses of the Russian people remained completely apathetic. The consequences of this ill-conceived venture were to be disastrous, both to our prestige and to the fortunes of those Russians who supported us. It raised hopes which could not be fulfilled. It intensified the civil war and sent thousands of Russians to their death. Indirectly, it was responsible for the terror. Its direct effect was to provide the Bolsheviks with a cheap victory, to give them a new confidence, and to galvanize them into a strong and ruthless organism. To have intervened at all was a mistake. To have intervened with hopelessly inadequate forces was an example of spineless half-measures which, in the circumstances, amounted to a crime. Apologists for this policy maintain that it served a useful purpose in preventing Russia from falling into the hands of Germany and in detaching German troops from the Western Front. By June 1918, there was no danger of Russia being overrun by Germany. The effect of the intervention on the German situation in the West was insignificant. The fact remains that, whatever may have been the intentions of the Allied governments, our intervention was regarded by those Russians who supported it as an attempt to overthrow Bolshevism. It failed, and with the failure, our prestige among every class of the Russian population suffered. Karashin's optimism was a bitter disillusionment, but now that the intervention had begun, I had to do my best to aid it. My efforts during August were concentrated, 1. On securing our own departure, and 2. On furnishing financial assistance to the Russians who were supporting us. As far as our own departure was concerned, we had reached a deadlock. Chicherin had assumed an attitude which was typical of Bolshevik diplomatic finesse. Of course, we could have our passports. We could leave as soon as we liked. But where did we intend to go? The Germans were in control in Finland. The Turks were in Constantinople. He did not suppose we should like to make the long trek to the Afghan or Persian frontiers. Yet these seemed the only exits. I cut short this long rigmarole. What about Archangel? I asked. He washed his hands apologetically. The English counter-revolutionaries are at Archangel, he said. We cannot let you go there. We seem to be checkmated. It was only too likely that we should be held in Moscow as hostages. There was only one hope, that the Finnish-German bourgeois government would guarantee us a safe conduct through Finland. We put ourselves in the hands of the diplomatic representatives of the neutral powers, who at once began negotiations with the Finnish and German governments. I took advantage of this period of waiting to supply financial aid to the pro-Ally organizations, who were badly in need of funds. For weeks the French had furnished this aid single-handed, and my refusal to cooperate in this work had been a sore point with Alexiev's and Denikin's political representatives. Now that we had reached an open rupture with the Bolsheviks, I contributed my share. Although the banks were closed and all dealings in foreign exchange illegal, money was easily available. There were numerous Russians with hidden stores of rubles. They were only too glad to hand them over in exchange for a promissory note on London. To avoid all suspicion, we collected the rubles through an English firm in Moscow. They dealt with the Russians, fixed the rate of exchange, and gave the promissory note. In each transaction, we furnished the English firm with an official guarantee that it was good for the amount in London. The rubles were brought to the American Consulate General and were handed over to Hicks, who conveyed them safely to their destined quarters. Apart from this excitement, the days passed drearily. There was almost no other work that we could do. With the exception of a small pocket code for emergency messages, we had destroyed all our ciphers and all our documents. We had a daily meeting of the Allied representatives at the American Consulate General, which was now our safest refuge. For, strangely enough, although the United States had associated itself with this landing at Archangel, the Bolsheviks showed no animosity against the Americans. Their name was always excluded from the official protests against the alleged atrocities by the French and British troops in North Russia. They were never mentioned in the violently anti-French and anti-British articles in the Moscow press. We made plans for our departure. The negotiations with the Finnish and German governments were proceeding slowly but not unsatisfactorily. At immense expense, the French kept a train waiting with steam up so that we might leave without a moment's delay. From the British in St. Petersburg, we were completely cut off. Through the Dutch legation, I sent Cromie a message informing him that I could do nothing to help him, and that he had better conduct his own negotiations for the departure of himself and the other British officials. I had several discussions with Riley, who had decided to remain on in Moscow after our departure. It was an extraordinary situation. There had been no declaration of war, yet fighting was proceeding on a front stretching from the Dvina to the Caucasus. We were unable to leave Moscow, yet our liberty of action inside the city was almost unrestricted. On the other hand, we knew little of what was going on outside. All that seemed clear was that the Bolsheviks were holding their own. We struggled successfully against dejection. We dined with the French, and they with us, and played bridge. We renewed our unsuccessful encounters with the Americans at poker. Here I must pay my tribute to Poole, the American Consul General, and to Wardwell, the head of the American Red Cross mission. They would have had little difficulty in arranging their own departure. Yet they stood solidly by us to the end. In the afternoons we had strenuous football matches at the British Consulate General. There was one historic encounter between the British and the French, for which even General Lavaron, complete in shirt, military riding breeches, braces, and military boots, turned out. He performed prodigies of valor, his silver hair sparkling gaily in the August sun. "Sadol!" The French socialist deputy, who was afterwards to join the Bolsheviks, kept goal. As there was no referee, the charging was terrific. The French had several heavy weights, and shod as we were with tennis shoes, we suffered several casualties. The result, however, was the same as at Waterloo, this time without the aid of the Germans, and, the victory clinched, we carried the general off the field to toast his health in Russian beer. It was the last game of football I ever played. A few days after this international contest, on August 15th, to be exact, I received a visit which was to cause international diversions of a more serious nature. I was lunching in my flat when the bell rang and my man announced two leadish gentlemen. One was a short, sallow-faced youth called Smitchin. The other Berzin, a tall, powerfully built man with clear-cut features and hard, steely eyes, called himself a colonel. He was in fact in command of one of the Lettish regiments which formed the Praetorian Guard of the Soviet government. Smitchin brought a letter from Cromy. Always on my guard against agents provocateurs, I scrutinized the letter carefully. It was unmistakably from Cromy. The handwriting was his. The text referred to a previous communication which I had addressed to him through the Swedish consul general. The expression that he was making his own arrangements to leave Russia and hoped to bang the door before he went out was typical of this very gallant officer. Above all, the spelling was his. No forger could have faked this, for like Prince Charles Edward, Frederick the Great, and Mr. Harold Nicholson, poor Cromy could not spell. The letter closed with a recommendation of Smidgen as a man who might be able to render us some service. I asked the two men what they wanted. Berzin did most of the talking. He explained that while the Lets had supported the Bolshevik Revolution, they could not fight the Bolsheviks' battles indefinitely. Their one ambition was to return to their own country. As long as Germany was powerful, this was impossible. On the other hand, if the Allies, as now seemed likely, were to win the war, it was clear that the Allies and not Germany would have the final word regarding the future of Latvia. They were therefore determined not to put themselves wrong with the Allies. They had no intention of fighting against General Poole's forces at Archangel. If they were sent to that front, they would surrender. Could I arrange matters with General Poole so that they would not be shot down by the Allied troops? It was an interesting and plausible proposal. It would have to be considered seriously, but, before holding out any encouragement, I wanted to consult my colleagues. I told the two conspirators that, while I understood their reluctance to fight against the Allies, I was not in a position to help them. I was not in touch with General Poole. Moreover, I was expecting to leave Russia at any moment. Their best plan would be to send their own messenger to General Poole. In this connection, I might be able to assist them. I arranged for them to call on me at the same time the next day. That afternoon, I thrashed out the whole matter with General Lavergne and M. Renard, the French consul general, and subsequently French minister to Yugoslavia. We decided that, while we must be very careful not to compromise our own position in any way, it was probable that the Lets had no desire to fight against the Allies. There could be little harm in encouraging them to send a messenger to General Poole. We would assist them in this matter. As the negotiations for our own departure were now nearing a happy conclusion, we would put them in touch with Sidney Riley, who was staying on. Riley could keep an eye on their movements and help to stimulate their reluctance to oppose our troops. The next day I saw the two Lets, gave them a paper saying, "Please admit bearer, who has an important communication for General Poole," through the English lines, and put them into touch with Riley. 2 days later, Riley reported that his negotiations were proceeding smoothly, and that the Lets had no intention of being involved in the collapse of the Bolsheviks. He put forward a suggestion that after our departure he might be able, with Lettish help, to stage a counter-revolution in Moscow. This suggestion was categorically turned down by General Lavergne, Grenard, and myself, and Riley was warned specifically to have nothing to do with so dangerous and doubtful a move. Riley then went underground, that is, into hiding, and until he escaped to England, I never saw him again. For another fortnight our enforced idleness continued. Our departure, so the neutral diplomatist informed us, was now decided in principle. The actual date would be fixed at any moment. We packed our clothes, deciding rightly that we should have to travel light, and with heavy heart I resigned myself to the abandonment of all the belongings in my flat. My collection of Oriental books, my furniture, and my wedding presents. One night we went out to Strelna to say goodbye to Maria Nikolaevna, our gypsy queen. Strelna had been closed, but we found her in her dacha close by. She wept over us copiously, sang a few of our favorite songs to us in a low voice, which was scarcely louder than a whisper, and kissing me on both cheeks, begged us to remain with her. She saw tragedy ahead of us. She would disguise us, hide us, and feed us, and arrange for our departure to the south. Her advice, as sound as it was well meant, could not be taken. She came to the gate to see us off, and we said goodbye beneath the giant firs of the Petrovsky Park, with the harvest moon casting ghostly shadows around us. It was an eerie and emotional farewell. We never saw her again. Vaguely I heard that she died a few years ago in poverty. The tragedy which she had foreseen came with a pistol shot. On Friday, August 30th, Uritsky, the head of the St. Petersburg Cheka, was murdered by a Russian junker called Kanagiser. The next evening, a social revolutionary, a young Jewish girl called Dora Kaplan, fired 2 shots point-blank at Lenin as he was leaving Michelson's factory, where he had been speaking at a meeting. One bullet penetrated the lung above the heart. The other entered the neck close to the main artery. The Bolshevik leader was not dead, but his chances of living were at a discount. I received the news within half an hour of the actual shooting. It could hardly fail to have serious consequences, and with a premonition of our impending fate, Hicks and I sat up late, discussing in low whispers the events of the day and wondering how they would affect our own unenviable situation. We went to bed at 1 o'clock, and worn out by months of strain, I slept soundly. At 3:30 a.m., I was awakened by a rough voice ordering me to get up at once. As I opened my eyes, I looked up into the steely barrel of a revolver. Some 10 armed men were in my room. One man who was in charge I knew. He was Mankov, the former commandant of Smolny. I asked him what this outrage meant. "No questions," he answered gruffly. "Get dressed at once. You are to go to Lubyanka no do. 11. Lubyanka no Batoya. 11 was the headquarters of the Moscow Cheka. A similar group of Cheka agents was dealing with Hicks, and while we dressed, the main body of the invaders began to ransack the flat for compromising documents. As soon as we were ready, Hicks and I were bundled into a car, and with a gunman on each side of us, were driven off to the Cheka headquarters. There we were put into a square small room, bare of all furniture except a rough table and a couple of plain wooden chairs. After a long wait, I was taken along a dark corridor. The 2 gunmen who accompanied me stopped before a door and knocked. A sepulchral voice said, "Come in," and I was brought into a long dark room, lit only by a hand lamp on the writing table. At the table, with a revolver lying beside the writing pad, was a man, dressed in black trousers and a white Russian shirt. His black hair, long and waving as a poet's, was brushed back over a high forehead. There was a large wristwatch on his left hand. In the dim light, his features looked more sallow than ever. His lips were tightly compressed, and as I entered the room, his eyes fixed me with a steely stare. He looked grim and formidable. It was Peters. I had not seen him since the day he had accompanied Robbins and myself on our tour of inspection of the anarchist strongholds. "You can go," he said to the 2 gunmen, and then there was a long silence. At last he turned his eyes away and opened his writing folder. "I am sorry to see you in this position," he said. "It is a grave matter." He was scrupulously polite, but very serious. I asked for information, pointing out that I had come to Moscow on the invitation of the Soviet government, and that I had been promised full diplomatic privileges. I made a formal protest against my arrest and demanded to speak to Chicherin. He ignored my protests. "Do you know the Kaplan woman?" I did not. But I decided that in the circumstances it was better to answer no questions. I repeated as calmly as I could that he had no right to question me. "Where is Riley?" was his next question. Again I made the same answer. Then he produced a paper from his folder. It was the pass to General Poole which I had given to the Letts. "Is that your writing?" he asked. Yet again I replied with studious politeness that I could answer no questions. He made no attempt to bully me. He fixed me again with a long stare. "It will be better for you if you speak the truth," he said. I made no reply. Then he rang a bell, and I was taken back to Hicks. Again, we were left alone. We hardly spoke, and when we did, we talked trivialities. We realized that our conversation was likely to be overheard. I had only the vaguest idea of what had happened. It was obvious, however, that the Bolsheviks were trying to link us up with the attempt on Lenin's life. This maneuver did not disconcert me. The attempt on Lenin might be an indirect consequence of Allied intervention, but we had had nothing to do with it. I was more uneasy about the mention of Riley's name and the production of my pass to Poole. I guessed that there had been a hitch somewhere and that my two Lettish visitors were agents provocateurs. As, holding the lapels of my coat, I tried to review the situation in my mind, I suddenly felt in my breast pocket a notebook which contained in cryptic form an account of the moneys I had spent. The Cheka agents had ransacked my flat. They were probably searching it at that moment, but they had not thought of searching the clothes we had put on when we were arrested. The notebook was unintelligible to anyone except myself, but it contained figures, and, if it fell into Bolshevik hands, they would find some means of rendering it compromising. They would say that the figures represented movements of Bolshevik troops or moneys I had spent on fomenting counter-revolution. That notebook preyed on my mind. How was I to be rid of it? We might be searched at any moment. In the circumstances, there seemed only one solution to the problem. I asked permission of our 4 sentries to go to the lavatory. It was granted, but the affair was not so simple. 2 gunmen accompanied me to the door, but when I started to close it, they shook their heads. "Leave it open," they said, and took up their stand in front of me. It was an embarrassing moment. Should I take the risk or not? Fortunately, the decision was made for me by the unsanitary conditions of the place. There was no paper. The walls were smeared with stains of human excrement. As calmly as I could, I took out my notebook, tore out the offending pages, and used them in the manner in which the circumstances dictated. I pulled the plug. It worked, and I was saved. I went back to Hicks and sat down to wait. At 6 in the morning, a woman was brought into the room. She was dressed in black. Her hair was black, and her eyes, set in a fixed stare, had great black rings under them. Her face was colorless. Her features, strongly Jewish, were unattractive. She might have been any age between 20 and 35. We guessed it was Kaplan. Doubtless, the Bolsheviks hoped that she would give us some sign of recognition. Her composure was unnatural. She went to the window, and leaning her chin upon her hand, looked out into the daylight. And there she remained, motionless, speechless, apparently resigned to her fate, until presently the sentries came and took her away. She was shot before she knew whether her attempt to alter history had failed or succeeded. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Peters himself came in and informed us that we could go home. We were discharged. We heard afterwards that he had been uncertain how to act and had telephoned to Chicherin for instructions. Chicherin had protested against our arrest. It was Sunday morning, and it was raining. We found an old droshky, and, tired and dejected, we made our way home. The flat was all upside down. The cook and our 2 men servants had disappeared. Mura, we learnt from the porter downstairs, had been taken off to the Cheka. On the way home we had bought a paper. It was full of bulletins about Lenin's condition. He was still unconscious. There were, too, violent articles against the bourgeoisie and against the Allies. But there was no mention of our arrest, no effort to incriminate us in the assassination of Trotsky or the attempt on Lenin. After a bath and a shave, I went round to the Dutch legation to see Oudendijk, the Dutch minister, who was now in charge of our interests. He was a little man who had spent most of his life in China. His wife was English, and he spoke our language perfectly. I found him in a state of great agitation. There had been a terrible tragedy in St. Petersburg. On the same day as I had been arrested, a band of Cheka agents had burst into our embassy there. The gallant Cromy had resisted the intrusion, and after killing a commissar, had been shot down at the top of the staircase. All British officials in St. Petersburg had been arrested. With a sinking feeling in my heart, I went to find Wardwell. I was anxious about Mora and my servants, and hoped that he would be able to secure their release. He promised to do his best, and his quiet assurance did much to restore my self-control. He had been unable to see Chicherin, but had been promised an interview for the next day. He, too, was unaware of what lay behind these arrests. He supposed that, as a result of the attempt on Lenin's life, the Bolsheviks had lost their heads. He was afraid that the threat of a Red Terror, which now filled the newspapers, would soon be put into execution. As I walked back to my flat, I was struck by the emptiness of the streets. Such people as went about their business did so with quick steps and furtive glances. The street corners were guarded by little groups of soldiers. A new fear was abroad. In 48 hours, the whole atmosphere of the city had changed. The next day, unable to bear the suspense about Mora's fate any longer, I went down to the Foreign Office and demanded to see Carachon. I was received at once. Avoiding all political discussion, I went straight to the point. Whatever grievances the Bolsheviks might have against me, it was inhuman that they should seek to hit at me through the arrest of Mora. I appealed to his decency and begged him to release her. He promised to do what he could. It was my 31st birthday, and I spent it alone with Hicks, who prepared us a meal of coffee, black bread, and sardines. On the Tuesday, we read the full tale of our iniquities in the Bolshevik press, which excelled itself in a fantastic account of a so-called Lockhart Plot. We were accused of having conspired to murder Lenin and Trotsky, to set up a military dictatorship in Moscow, and by blowing up all the railway bridges to reduce the populations of Moscow and St. Petersburg to starvation. The whole plot had been revealed by the loyalty of the Lettish garrison, whom the Allies had sought to suborn by lavish gifts of money. The whole story, which read like a fairy tale, was rounded off with a fantastic account of my arrest. I had been surprised, it was stated, at a conspirators' meeting. I had been taken to the Cheka, and as soon as my identity was established, I had been immediately released. An equally fantastic story described the events in St. Petersburg at I. Cromy's murder was depicted as a measure of self-defense by the Bolshevik agents, who had been forced to return his fire. Huge headlines denounced the Allied representatives as Anglo-French bandits, and in their comments the leader writers shrieked for the application of a wholesale terror and of the severest measures against the conspirators. At first I was inclined to regard this outburst as a typical Bolshevik attempt, 1. to excuse their murder of Cromy, which I felt sure they had never intended, and 2. to galvanize their own supporters and to strike terror into the heart of would-be counter-revolutionaries in Moscow itself. Riley, whose name figured largely in the plot, had disappeared. Unless he had completely lost his head, the whole story was a tissue of invention. I found that Poole, the American consul general, took a more serious view of the conspiracy. He was inclined to regard Riley as an agent provocateur, who had staged this plot for the benefit of the Bolsheviks. One account of the conspiracy mentioned a project whereby Lenin and Trotsky were not to be murdered, but were to be led through the streets of Moscow in their shirts. This fantastic proposal could have emanated only from Riley's fertile imagination. I laughed at Poole's fears. Later, I was to know much more of Riley than I did at that time, but my estimate of his character did not alter. He was then in his 46th year. He was a Jew with, I imagine, no British blood in his veins. His parents came from Odessa. His real name was Rosenblum. The name of Riley he had taken from the second name of his first wife's father, an Irishman called Callahan. How he became a British subject, I do not know to this day. Prior to the war, he had spent most of his time in St. Petersburg, where he had earned considerable sums of money as a commission agent in various forms of business. He was a man of great energy and personal charm, very attractive to women and very ambitious. I had not a very high opinion of his intelligence. His knowledge covered many subjects, from politics to art, but it was superficial. On the other hand, his courage and indifference to danger were superb. Moreover, Captain Hill, his associate in his dangerous plan to remain on in Moscow after our departure, was a man whose loyalty was beyond suspicion. He was as brave and as bold as Riley. He spoke Russian just as well. If there had been any double-crossing by Riley, Hill would hardly have failed to detect it. Ridiculous as this story was, I found nevertheless that through Poole it had gained some credence in England. When 2 months later I reached London, I had to go bail with the Foreign Office for Riley's bona fides when, after a series of hairbreadth escapes, this remarkable man succeeded in making his way to Bergen. I did so without the slightest hesitation. But, although I never questioned Riley's loyalty to the Allies, I was not sure, indeed, I am not sure to this day, how far he had gone in his negotiations with the Lets. He was a man cast in the Napoleonic mold. Napoleon was his hero in life, and at one time he possessed one of the finest collections of Napoleona in the world. He saw himself being left alone in Russia, and the prospect of playing a lone hand may have inspired him with a Napoleonic design. In conversation afterwards, he always denied most of the Bolshevik allegations. His own theory was that Berzin and the other Lets, whom he saw, were at first sincere in their desire to avoid fighting against the Allies. When they realized that the Allied intervention was not serious, they went back on him and betrayed him to save their own skin. Be this as it may, the so-called Allied plot was to have serious consequences for all of us. Riley's subsequent career was curious. On his return to England, he speedily established himself with Mr. Churchill and the advocates of post-war intervention, and went to South Russia as a British agent with Denikin's forces. When that venture ended in disaster, Riley allied himself with Savinkov, who was then besieging the statesmen of England and France with requests for support for his so-called Green Movement. Riley, who was a lavish spender, exhausted his financial resources on Savinkov. He became hard up, and in a last desperate endeavor to re-establish his fortunes, set out for Russia in 1926 on some counter-revolutionary scheme alleged to be organized by ex-Guards officers. His subsequent fate is not known with certainty. The Bolsheviks announced that he had been shot while trying to cross the Finnish frontier. Such evidence as is available would seem to prove that he walked into a Bolshevik trap, that his Guards officers whom he met abroad were really Cheka agents, and that he was taken to a dacha outside Moscow, and then shot. After this long digression, which contains the whole truth, so far as I know it, about the so-called Lockhart Plot, I must return to my own situation in Moscow. The account of the Allied conspiracy had appeared in the Russian papers of September 3rd. In spite of the serious nature of the allegations, I was left at liberty throughout that day. I discovered later that there was considerable difference of opinion in Bolshevik official circles regarding the procedure to be observed towards me. There were several commissars who were not prepared to swallow the whole of the Cheka story without some dilution. The next day I determined to approach Karashan again in order to make a last appeal for Mora, who was still in prison. He was not unfriendly. I told him that the story in the Soviet press was a tissue of lies, and he laughed good-humoredly. "Now, you know," he said, what we have to put up with from your newspapers, Troy." He was, however, not very hopeful about Mora, and deciding on desperate remedies, I made up my mind to approach Peters himself. I walked up from the Russian Foreign Office to the Lubyanka and asked to see him. My request caused some excitement and much whispering among the guards in the entrance hall. It took me half an hour to gain admission, and still longer to obtain access to Peters. When he received me, I tackled him at once about Mora. I told him that the conspiracy story was a fake and that he knew it. Even if there were a grain of truth in it, Mora knew nothing about it. I begged him to release her at once. He listened to me patiently and promised that my assurance of her innocence would receive every consideration. Then he looked me straight in the face. "You have saved me some trouble," he said. "My men have been looking for you for the last hour. I have a warrant for your arrest. Your French and English colleagues are already under lock and key." This last statement was not strictly accurate. Some of them had avoided capture by what was to prove the one comic expedient in our ignominious situation. But this I shall recount later. As far as I myself was concerned, this time I was to be a prisoner in all seriousness. Chapter 10. My term of imprisonment lasted for exactly 1 month. It may be divided into 2 periods. The first, which lasted 5 days and was marked by discomfort and fear. The second, which lasted for 24 days, and may be described as a period of comparative comfort, accompanied by acute mental strain. In Lubyanka Nabada, 11, a former insurance company's office, I was kept in a room which was used for the registration and preliminary examination of minor criminals. It had 3 windows, 2 of which looked on to an inside courtyard. It was furnished with a table, 4 wooden chairs, and an old, broken-down sofa, on which, if I was fortunate, I was sometimes allowed to sleep. Generally, I slept on the floor. The real hardship, however, was that the room was never empty, never dark. 2 sentries were on guard all the time. The work of the minor commissars, who used the room, never ceased by night or day. Most of these men were Lets or Russian sailors. Some of them were not unfriendly. They regarded me with a kind of detached interest, spoke to me occasionally, and gave me the Izvestia to read. Others again were surly and hostile. At night, Peters would send for me, and I would have to go through a kind of bantering cross-examination. I cannot say that he treated me unfairly. The want of sleep was a severe strain, and for that reason I found his midnight questions trying. They were mostly urgent appeals to tell him the whole truth in my own interests. He would inform me that my colleagues had confessed. One French agent did write an anti-Ally letter which was published in the Bolshevik press, and he would urge me to do the same if I wished to avoid being handed over to the Revolutionary Tribunal. He was, however, neither brutal nor even impolite. As between prisoner and jailer, our relations were pleasant. He himself was married to an Englishwoman, whom he had left in England. He seemed interested in my romance with Mora. Occasionally, too, he would come into my room and ask if I were being properly fed. The food, tea, thin soup and potatoes, was not sustaining, but I made no complaint. On the second day, he brought me 2 books to read. Wells' Mr. Bredling Sees It Through, and Lenin's State and Revolution. My one comfort was the official Bolshevik newspapers, which my gaolers took a propagandist joy in supplying to me. Certainly, as far as my own case was concerned, they were far from reassuring. They were still full of the Lockhart Plot. They contained numerous resolutions, passed by workmen's committees, demanding my trial and execution. They gave, too, full prominence to foreign comment on the plot. The German press, in particular, did itself proud. During the war, it had suffered much from similar accusations of undiplomatic conduct, notably in the von Papen case, and now it made the most of our alleged misdemeanors, which were described as the most scandalous in the history of diplomacy. There were, too, discouraging reports of Bolshevik victories over the Czechs and the Allies, and still more fearsome accounts of the terror, which was now in full force. It was not these details which relieved my anxiety. From the first day of my captivity, I had made up my mind that, if Lenin died, my own life would not be worth a moment's purchase. Only one thing could save me: an overwhelming victory of the Allied armies in France. Knowing the Bolshevik passion for peace at almost any price, I felt that such a victory might moderate the Bolshevik attitude towards us. And the Izvestia, to my relief, contained not only bulletins of Lenin's health, but also news from the Western Front. Both were comforting. By September 6th, Lenin was pronounced to be out of danger. In the West, the Allied advance was meeting with real success. From Peters, I learnt that my colleagues had been herded together in the Buderki prison. I alone had been singled out for solitary confinement. It was an additional strain. 2 macabre incidents marked the period of my detention in the Cheka. On the third day, a bandit was brought into my room. He was a tall, powerful fellow, not more than 25. I was a silent witness of his cross-examination, which was very different from anything I had experienced at Peter's hands. At first, he laughingly asserted his innocence. No man was a more loyal supporter of the Soviet regime than he. No man had observed the decrees more scrupulously. The accusations of banditry and smuggling, with which he had been confronted, were the acts of counter-revolutionaries who were seeking to destroy him. He made a brave show, but the Commissar paid no attention. With relentless reiteration, he repeated his question. "Where were you on the night of August 27th? The bandit blustered, became confused, lied, and when he saw that the Commissar knew he had lied, began to weep and plead for mercy. The Commissar laughed and scribbled something on a piece of paper. He tossed it to the sentry, while the bandit still groveled before the table. The sentries tapped him on the shoulder, and in an instant his manner changed. Realizing that his doom was sealed, he sprang to his feet, hurled one sentry against the wall, and made a dash for the door. One of the Bolsheviks put his foot out, and the bandit fell sprawling on the floor. He was seized, and, still scuffling and shouting curses at his captors, was dragged out of the room. The second incident, more terrifying in its effect upon my nerves, took place on my last day in Lubyanka Novy 11. I was reading in the afternoon when Peters came into the room. I went over with him to the window to talk. When he had a free moment, he liked discussing England, the war, capitalism, and revolution. He told me strange tales of his experiences as a revolutionary. He had been in prison in Riga in Tsarist days. He showed me his nails as a proof of the torture which he had undergone. There was nothing in his character to indicate the inhuman monster he is commonly supposed to be. He told me that he suffered physical pain every time he signed a death sentence. I believe it was true. There was a strong streak of sentimentality in his nature, but he was a fanatic as far as the clash between Bolshevism and capitalism was concerned, and he pursued his Bolshevik aims with a sense of duty which was relentless. As we were talking, a motor van, a kind of Black Maria, pulled up in the courtyard below, and a squad of men, armed with rifles and bandoliers, got out and took up their places in the yard. Presently, a door opened just below us, and 3 men with bowed heads walked slowly forward to the van. I recognized them instantly. They were Sheglovitov, Koftov, and Bieletsky, 3 ex-ministers of the Tsarist regime who had been in prison since the revolution. There was a pause, followed by a scream. Then through the door the fat figure of a priest was half pushed, half carried, to the Black Maria. His terror was pitiful. Tears rolled down his face. His knees rocked, and he fell like a great ball of fat on the ground. I felt sick and turned away. "Where art they going?" I asked. "They are going to another world," said Peters dryly. "And that man," he said, pointing to the priest, "richly deserves it." It was the notorious Bishop Vostorgov. The ex-ministers formed the first batch of the several hundred victims of the terror who were shot at that time as a reprisal for the attempted assassination of Lenin. That same night, Peters sent for me. "Tomorrow," he said, "we are sending you to the Kremlin. You will be alone, and you will be more comfortable." In my presence, he rang up the commandant of the Kremlin. "Are Citizen Lockhart's rooms ready?" he asked peremptorily. The answer was obviously in the negative. "Never mind," said Peters. "Give him Bieletsky's." Bieletsky was one of the ex-ministers who had been shot that afternoon. The allusion seemed ominous. The Kremlin was reserved only for the most unfortunate political prisoners. Hitherto, not one had left it alive. I was taken to the Kremlin on the evening of September 8th. I was placed in an apartment in the Kavaleriysky Korpus. My new quarters were clean and comfortable. They consisted of a small hall, a sitting room, a diminutive bedroom, a bathroom, without a bath, and a tiny kitchen. The rooms in former days had served as a flat for one of the ladies-in-waiting. Unfortunately, the windows on both sides opened on to corridors, so that I had no fresh air. Unfortunately, too, I was not alone, as Peters had promised I should be. I had a companion in misfortune, the Let Smitchen, who was the cause of all our troubles, and who was alleged to be my accomplice and agent. We spent 36 hours together, during which I was afraid to exchange a word. Then he was taken away. I never heard what happened to him. To this day, I do not know whether he was shot or whether he was handsomely rewarded for the part he had played in unmasking the great conspiracy. There was one other drawback to my new prison. On both sides of my quarters I had sentries, one for each window. They were changed every 4 hours, and as each change had to come into my rooms to certify that I was there, I was woken up every night at 10, 2, and 6. My sentries were mainly Lets, but there were also Russians, Poles, and Hungarians. I had also an old man, a former servant of the Kremlin, who did my rooms. He was as kind as he dared to be, but our conversation was limited and confined strictly to requests for the Bolshevik newspapers and for hot water for my samovar. From the Izvestia I learnt that the Allied governments had sent a fierce note to the Bolsheviks demanding our immediate release and holding them separately and jointly responsible for our safety. By way of reprisal, England had arrested Litvinov and thrown him into prison. Chicherin had replied to this protest with a note which set out our alleged misdeeds at great length, but which contained an offer to let us go free in exchange for Litvinov and other arrested Russians in France and England. Chicherin's offer was to some extent reassuring. As, however, other sections of the official newspaper continued to announce that I was to be tried for my life, I was still far from certain of my release, and even of my personal safety. My food in the Kremlin was the same as in Lubyanka Novoduty. 11. Soup, tea, and potatoes. Peters apologized for it, stating that it was the same as that supplied to himself and his assistants. From what I had observed during my stay in the Cheka headquarters, his statement was true. One of my first acts, after my arrival in the Kremlin, was to write to Peters on behalf of Mora and my staff. Once again, my appeal was to his sense of decency. I told him my staff was in no way responsible for anything I might or might not have done. As far as Mora was concerned, I asked him what satisfaction he could have in making war on women. On the third day he came to see me. He informed me that in all probability I should be handed over to the Revolutionary Tribunal for trial. He had, however, released Mora. What was more, he had given her permission to bring me food, clothes, books, and tobacco. Provided it was written in Russian and given to him open, he offered to take a note from me to her. At the same time, he gave instructions to the commandant of the Kremlin that I was to have 2 hours exercise daily in the open air. He was in a magnanimous mood. Lenin was now well on the way to recovery. The news from the Bolshevik front was excellent. The Bolsheviks had recaptured Uralsk from the Czechs. Kazan was on the eve of capitulation. Peters was true to his word. That afternoon I had concrete proof of Mora's release in the form of a basket with clothes, books, tobacco, and such luxuries as coffee and ham. There was, too, a long letter from her. Of course, it contained no news of any sort, but it arrived sealed. It was not to be read by the prying eyes of my guards. Peters himself had stamped it with the official seal of the Cheka, with a footnote signed in his own bold handwriting. Please deliver this letter in sealed form. It has been read by me. Peters. This strange man, whose interest I had somehow aroused, was determined to show me that a Bolshevik could be as chivalrous in small matters as any bourgeois. The clothes and the food, but especially the clothes, were a real boon. I had not taken off my suit, or washed, or shaved for 6 days. I was not to be relieved of my anxiety for another fortnight. Only the night before, Krylenko, the public prosecutor, had spoken at a meeting, and amid loud cheers had announced that the Allied conspirators were to be tried by him, and that the criminal Lockhart would not escape his proper punishment. From now on, however, my prison life was to be tolerably comfortable. Naturally, time lay heavy on my hands. Gradually, however, I evolved a kind of routine, which made the day pass more rapidly. As soon as I was dressed, I sat down to play a Chinese patience. With my clothes and books, Mura had enclosed a pack of cards. I played a kind of game with myself. With Celtic superstition, I said to myself that if I did not get it out, the day would end in disaster. It was an unhealthy excitement in which I gambled my life against the cards. Fortunately for my peace of mind, I never failed to get the patience out. Some days, however, it was late in the afternoon before I succeeded. My card playing ended, I read. The books I read during my 3 weeks in the Kremlin included Thucydides, Renan's Souvenirs d'enfance et de jeunesse, Ranke's History of the Popes, Schiller's Wallenstein, Rostand's L'Aiglon, Arkenholt's History of the 7 Years' War, Belsky's History of the War in Russia in 1812, Zudermann's Rosen, Macaulay's Life and Letters, Stevenson's Travels with a Donkey, Kipling's Captains Courageous, Wells' The Island of Dr. Moreau, Holland Rowe's Life of Napoleon, Carlyle's French Revolution, and Lenin and Zinoviev's Against the Current. I was a serious young man in those days. The preparation of my meals was another pastime. After luncheon, there was my walk in the Kremlin grounds. My first walk was on September 11th. It was the day on which the Bolsheviks recaptured Kazan, and the Kremlin was a riot of flags and red bunting. In the early days of the Bolshevik regime, the Kremlin was a fortress to which visitors were rarely, if ever, admitted. Even at the time of my friendliest relations with the Bolsheviks, I had never crossed its threshold. My interviews with Lenin, Trotsky, Chicherin, and the other commissars had always been outside its walls. Now I was able to see the changes which had taken place since the October Revolution. The giant monument to Alexander II on the parade ground had been dragged down from its huge pedestal. The cross which marked the spot where the Grand Duke Serge had been blown up had been removed. My sentry on that first day was a Pole. He walked beside me with loaded rifle, and was talkative and not unfriendly. He informed me that he had frequently accompanied the Tsarist ex-ministers on their walks, and that few prisoners who entered the Kremlin came out alive. The betting among his comrades was 2-1 on that I would be shot. On the whole, my sentries were decent, sensible fellows, who made no attempt to jeer at me. During my whole period of captivity, I struck only one really nasty one, a sour-faced curmudgeon, who swore at England, cursed me as an assassin, and refused to allow me even to send a message to the commandant. He was a Hungarian. The Lets were the best. Most of them were contemptuous of the Russians, whom they regarded as inferiors. One Let informed me that, if Russia could have put 1 million non-Russian troops into the trenches, she could not have failed to win the war. Every time the Lets advanced, he said, they were let down by the Russians, who failed invariably to support them. He despised, too, the dirt and laziness of the Russian troops. On the other hand, he had a wholesome respect for the Bolshevik leaders, whom he regarded as supermen. Not all my sentries were Bolsheviks. They were divided into three classes. First, the ardent communists, who convinced one by their sincerity and by their devotion to their cause. Of these there were not many. Secondly, the sheep who went with the crowd, Bolshevik today, Menshevik tomorrow. And thirdly, and these were the most numerous, the skeptical, who believed that in Russia anything was possible and everything bad. All, however, were convinced that the revolution had come to stay. Even those Lets, who were anxious to return to Latvia, laughed at the possibility of a successful counter-revolution. To them, counter-revolution meant the restoration of the land to the landowners. These walks were a welcome relief to the monotony of my existence. They kept me from thinking about myself, and although at first I could not refrain from indirect questions to my guards regarding my own fate, the answers I received soon discouraged further attempts to satisfy morbid curiosity. Every day during my walk, I paid a visit to a little church built in the wall of the Kremlin. It had a little garden round it, and a famous icon called Our Lady of Unexpected Joy. Before the war, inspired by the attractiveness of the title, I had written a short story about it, which was published in the Morning Post. Now it was to be for 3 weeks the shrine of my daily prayers. After my first week in the Kremlin, Karashan came to see me. He was reticent about my own case. He too hinted that a public trial was inevitable. He also informed me that René Marchand, a member of the French mission, had furnished the Bolsheviks with full proofs of an Allied meeting at the American Consulate General. At this meeting, the Allied representatives had discussed such measures as blowing up railway bridges and cutting off Moscow and St. Petersburg from their sources of food supplies. He had given, so Karashan said, a full list of the names of those who were present. I laughed. Most of my conversations with Karashan were conducted in a tone of airy persiflage. That beats the times, I said. Believe me or not, as you like. This is another invention of your Cheka. It is true, he replied. We shall publish the letter in a day or two. Fortunately for you, he added with a grin, you do not seem to have been present. The story was more or less true. Marchand had thrown in his lot with the Bolsheviks. After the war, he returned to France and joined the French Communist Party. He renounced his communism in 1931. Karashan also gave me news of the war and of the outside world. The neutral diplomatists had issued a violent protest against the terror, from which I deduced that they were working to secure our release. The Allied forces were making no progress in Russia. The Bolsheviks had registered further successes against the Czechs and the Russian counter-revolutionary forces. On the other hand, the Allies were driving back the Germans in the West. Austria and Bulgaria were on the verge of collapse. He admitted that the Allies might now win the war. This was good news indeed. It was further stressed by the disclosure of the real object of Karashan's visit. He had come to ascertain my views regarding the terms on which England would be prepared to abandon her intervention and to make peace with Russia. The Bolsheviks were prepared to offer an amnesty to all counter-revolutionaries who would accept the regime and a free exit out of Russia to the Czechs and to the Allies. Obviously, if the Bolsheviks were ready to discuss peace terms with the Allies, they were not going to shoot. On the other hand, the Allies were not likely to listen to any proposals of this nature. On the whole, my hopes were raised by this visit. Lenin, Karashan informed me, was now able to sit up and to take nourishment. The week from September 14th to 21st was wet and miserable, and on 2 days I was unable to have my daily walk. I still received my daily messages and my daily supply of luxuries from Mora. She sent me, too, a fountain pen and several notebooks, and I amused myself by writing bad verse and by keeping a strictly non-committal diary of my prison life. I had, however, no more Bolshevik visitors and no news, and as I was sleeping badly, I underwent a fresh period of pessimism. Spiridonova, who was imprisoned in the same corridor as myself, I saw often. We never spoke, although we greeted each other solemnly when we passed on our daily walk. She looked ill and nervous, with great dark lines under her eyes. She was clumsily and very carelessly dressed, but might have been quite pretty when young. Another prisoner whom I met occasionally on my walks was General Brusilov. He had had an accident to his leg and walked with difficulty with the aid of a stick. My diary states that he looked ill, haggard, and very old, and that he had a sly, foxy face. Yet another prisoner was Sablin, the former Soviet commander, who had played a leading part in the left social revolutionary attempted coup d'etat in July. Good-looking, with an attractive smile and blue eyes, he looked little more than a boy. The eminence of their prisoners evidently caused some amusement to our guards. One day my sentry piloted me to the shrine where formerly had stood the statue of Alexander II, and with pride pointed out to me a sentence roughly chiseled on the side of the huge pedestal. The words, carved by one of our sentries, ran as follows: "Here the Red Army soldiers of the 9th Lettish Rifles had the honor of walking with Brusilov, Lockhart, Spiridonova, and Sablin." The word honor was in inverted commas. I reflected with grim morbidness that this was the only statue except a tombstone on which my name was likely to figure. On September 21st, Karashin came to see me again. He was in high fete over the Bolshevik successes on the Volga. The Red Army had captured Simbirsk and Biwinsk and was now full of confidence. He brought me copies of The Call, a Bolshevik news sheet, printed in English, which was to be distributed by airplanes among the English troops on the Archangel and Murmansk fronts. It contained a lurid account of the so-called Allied plot. My name figured largely in it, and to my other crimes was now added the charge of having concocted a false treaty between Germany and Russia as a means of inducing the Allied troops to fight against the Bolsheviks. The account, so the paper said, read like a tale from the Arabian Nights. I pointed this passage out to Karashin and congratulated him on the aptness of the simile. It was a fine example of imaginative fiction. Karashin, who knew the circumstances of my arrest in every detail, smiled blandly. "Your government," he said, "is supporting the war against the revolution. Every kind of irregularity has been committed by Allied agents in this country. You have become the symbol of these irregularities. In a clash between two world forces, the individual has to suffer." No. The next day I received a surprise visit from Peters. He brought Mura with him. It was his birthday. He was 32, and as he preferred giving presents to receiving them, he had brought Mura as his birthday treat. In more senses than one, this was the most thrilling moment of my captivity. Peters was in a reminiscent mood. He sat down opposite me at the small table near the back wall and began to talk of his life as a revolutionary. He had become a socialist at the age of 15. He had suffered exile and persecution. I listened only fitfully. Mura, who was standing behind Peters and in front of me, was fiddling with my books, which stood on a small side table surmounted by a long hanging mirror. She caught my eyes, held up a note, and slipped it into a book. I was terrified. A slight turn of his head, and Peters could see everything in the mirror. I gave the tiniest of nods. Mura, however, seemed to think that I had not seen and repeated the performance. My heart stopped beating, and this time I nodded like an epileptic. Fortunately, Peters noticed nothing, or else Mura's shrift would have been short. Although he gave me no news about my own fate beyond saying that preparations were being made for my trial, he treated me in every other respect with great courtesy, questioned me several times about my treatment by my sentries, and asked me if I were receiving Mura's letters regularly, and if I had any complaints to make. Then, excusing himself on account of pressure of work for the shortness of his visit, and promising to bring Mura again, he left me. Mura and I had hardly exchanged a word, but already I felt a new hope. It was as if I had left the world and come back to it again. As soon as they had gone, I rushed to the book. It was Carlyle's French Revolution, and took out the note. It was very short. 6 words only. Say nothing. all will be well. That night I could not sleep. The next day, Peters came again. His second visit explained his first. This time he was accompanied, not by Mora, but by Asker, the Swedish consul general, a man of great charm and high ideals, who had labored night and day to secure our release. Peters went straight to the point. The neutral diplomatists had expressed concern about my fate. They had been much perturbed by rumors that I had been shot, that I was being subjected to Chinese torture. He had therefore brought the Swedish consul general in order that he might persuade himself by the proof of his own eyes, 1, that I was alive, and 2, that I was being well treated. My conversation with Asker was restricted. We had to talk in Russian, and his knowledge of the language was limited. Moreover, he was not allowed to discuss my case with me. Having satisfied himself that I was not being starved or tortured, he managed to say that everything possible was being done on my behalf, and then he left. On the following morning, the Bolshevik press broadcast a statement that, while the bourgeois press throughout the world was spreading rumors of the terrible tortures to which I was being subjected, I myself had denied them and had admitted to the Swedish consul general that I was being treated with every courtesy. My interview with Asker was not altogether satisfactory. The fact that he was not allowed to discuss my own case with me depressed me. If I was no longer afraid for my life, the probability of a public trial and of a long term of imprisonment impressed itself more strongly than ever on my mind. My apprehensions were increased by the publication in the Izvestia the next morning of the disclosures of Marquand, the French agent. It took the form of an open letter to Poincaré, and denounced in strong terms the counter-revolutionary activities of the Allied agents in Russia. Although my name was not mentioned in the letter, and although I had never had any connection with the activities, which had turned Marquand against his own country, the Bolshevik press seized on this opportunity to rake up all the mud they could against me. Once again I was denounced as the instigator of everything true or untrue, and as the arch-criminal of diplomacy. I suppose I should have felt flattered. I was by far the youngest of the Allied representatives. Yet I had been singled out for solitary confinement in the Kremlin, and my name had figured in every newspaper as the ringleader of the Allied representatives. Doubtless, the Bolshevik attitude, so different in public and in private towards myself, was determined solely by reasons of policy. I had known them more intimately than any other Allied representative. I had opposed intervention almost to the end. It was necessary that they should do their best to discredit in advance any evidence I might bring against them. The American officials, who were far more deeply implicated in Marchand's disclosures than I was, escaped not only arrest, but all abuse. The Bolsheviks knew that President Wilson, who was a historian, and who therefore remembered Napoleon, was very lukewarm in his attitude towards the Russian policy of the Allies. They were determined to do nothing to prejudice that attitude. The weather at this period was very trying. There were days when the sun shone and when the temperature was as high as in July. These were days of hope. There were other days when the wind blew and the rain beat down mercilessly on the Kremlin walls. Winter was already in the air, and the cold and the damp added to my depression. My diary tells me that my nerves, which hitherto had stood the strain of these strenuous months remarkably well, were beginning to suffer. On September 26th, Khorassan came to see me again. He was, as always, courteous and affable. We had a further discussion about the Allied situation in Russia and the possibility of opening up negotiations for peace. He informed me that the question of my trial had now been settled. It was not to take place. He assumed that eventually I should be set free. When he had gone, I sat down and translated into blank verse the Tell soliloquy from Schiller. Through this deserted valley must he pass? 2 days later, Peters came in with Mora. It was 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening. He was dressed in a leather jacket and khaki trousers. An enormous Mauser pistol was strapped to his side. There was a broad grin on his face. He told me that I was to be set free on Tuesday. He would allow me to go home for 2 days to pack. I thanked him, and then he looked at me rather sheepishly, put his hand into his pocket, and pulled out a packet. "I have a favor to ask of you," he said. "When you reach London, will you give this letter to my English wife?" At the same time, he gave me a signed photograph of himself and showed me some snapshots of his wife. Almost before I could say, "Of course I will," he drew back. "No," he said, "I shan't trouble you. As soon as you're out here, you'll blaspheme and curse me as your worst enemy." He seemed incapable of crediting any bourgeois with feelings of humanity towards the proletariat. I told him not to be a fool and to give me the letter. Politics apart, I bore him no grudge. I would remember his kindness to Murat all my life. I took the letter. Later, of course, I delivered it. Then he began to talk, first, about politics and the plot. He admitted openly in front of Murat that the Americans were as greatly compromised in this business as anyone else. Since my arrest, an American agent had been detected with plans, concealed in a hollow walking stick, of the disposition of the Red Army. He confessed that the evidence he had been able to collect against me was not very damaging. I was either a fool or very clever. "I don't understand you," he said. "Why are you going back to England? You have placed yourself in a false position. Your career is finished. Your government will never forgive you. Why don't you stay here? You can be happy and make your own life. We can give you work to do. Capitalism is doomed anyway." Und dann der Ball. I shook my head and he went away, wondering. He could not understand how I could leave Murat. He left her alone with me. The reaction was wonderful. Although, except during the first few days, before it was clear that Lenin was going to recover, I was not really afraid that I should be shot. The strain had been severe, and I had never been sure that some little straw would not change everything against me. We laughed and cried alternately. Then we settled down to talk. There was so much to tell, a whole month's gap during which I had heard nothing of the outside world, of my colleagues, of Murat herself. It was an incoherent, disjointed conversation, interrupted by numerous digressions, but little by little I pieced together the whole story. Murat had been in the women's prison. My colleagues and a goodly number of the French had been incarcerated in the Butyrki. Wardwell, the American, had been heroic. He had run concessions from the Bolsheviks. Daily he had fed all the Allied prisoners and Murat, as well, with his own provisions. He had not lessened her alarm by telling her that I was to be shot. For 10 days there had been great anxiety about my fate. My solitary confinement had baffled the neutral diplomatists. There had been a terrible scene between the Dutch minister and Cheka, during which both men lost their tempers. The Dutch minister was persuaded that I was going to be shot, and had telegraphed his conviction to London. The British government had replied with a menacing note to the Bolsheviks. The whole situation seemed hopeless until Lenin was able to take a hand in affairs. After he recovered consciousness, his first remark, it was said, was, "Stop the terror." Gradually the hot heads on both sides cooled down, and out of chaos, a scheme had been evolved whereby we were to be exchanged for Litvinov and other Bolsheviks in England. There had been a long hitch before an agreement could be reached. The British government, who had arrested Litvinov, were not prepared to trust the Bolsheviks. They would not allow Litvinov to leave English soil until I had crossed the Russian frontier. For days the negotiations were sidetracked in this cul-de-sac. I had foreseen this difficulty when I had first read of the proposal in the Izvestia. I knew that the Bolsheviks cared little about Litvinov, but much about their own prestige. The only way to deal with them successfully in a matter like this was to take them at their word. They would act up to it. Treated like bandits, they would behave as bandits. I realized that the British government would prefer the bandit treatment. This was precisely what had happened. Fortunately, Rex Leeper, who advised Mr. V. Balfour during the negotiations, understood Bolshevik psychology. He persuaded Mr. Balfour to agree to let Litvinov leave London at the same time as I left Moscow, and Mr. Balfour, in face of the opposition of the majority of the cabinet, took his advice. The Swedes and Norwegians had now taken charge of the negotiations. We were to be allowed to cross the Russian frontier as soon as Litvinov and his party reached Bergen. During this exciting month there had been one episode in connection with our imprisonment, which had made all Russia laugh. When the mass arrest of the Allied representatives began, half a dozen officials, including Hicks and Grenard, the French consul general, had taken refuge in the American consulate general, which since the rupture of relations had been taken over by the Norwegian minister. Officially, it was now the Norwegian legation. The Bolsheviks soon tracked down the missing Allied officials. They wanted to arrest them. At the same time, disturbed by the consequences of their raid on the British embassy in St. Petersburg, they had no wish to create another breach of the law of nations. They would be correct. They would not infringe diplomatic extraterritoriality, but they would force the refugees to surrender by starving them out. The Norwegian legation was a large house with a small dower house where the besieged allies slept and a large garden. It occupied the whole space between two side streets, and both sides were entirely exposed to the public view. The Bolsheviks surrounded the whole place with troops, allowed no one to enter the gates, and shut off the water supply and the electric light. Every day half Moscow assembled in the streets to see the fun. But the Allies never surrendered. They took their exercise daily in the garden. Whenever it rained, they rushed out with bathtubs to collect the drops. So far from looking starved, they seemed to have grown fatter. They held out to the end. The bathtubs were, in fact, make-believe. The dower house cellars contained the stores of the American Red Cross, bully beef, milk, biscuits, butter, candles, tobacco. In cutting off the water supply, the Cheka had forgotten one tap, which was apparently connected with another main. Ample supplies of food, clean and well furnished quarters, and poker, played by night behind heavily draped windows so as not to destroy the Bolshevik delusion, made the lot of the besieged more comfortable than that of their other colleagues in misfortune. That night, when Mura left me, I sat up late, smoking and reviewing the situation. After the first joy of relief had evaporated, my feelings changed to a deep depression. My whole future seemed without hope. My nerve had gone. Now that I was to be set free, or rather to be sent out of Russia, I did not want to go. I found myself coming back again and again to Peter's proposal that I should remain in Russia with Mora. I gave it more consideration than the English reader may imagine. It was not so madly impossible as it seemed. Sadoul and Pascal, a young French officer of almost saint-like character, had accepted a similar proposal. There was Marchand. These men were not willful traitors. Like most of us, they had been influenced by a cataclysm which they realized would shake the world to its foundation. There were moments when I asked myself what I should do if I had to choose between the civilization of Wall Street and the barbarism of Moscow. Now, however, I was not a free agent. I had become the center of a miniature world storm, a something over whose body two world systems had been wrangling. I could never be a Bolshevik. At this stage, when the telegraph wires of half Europe had been working to secure my release, I could not forego my official obligations. The decision left me helpless and indifferent. Some time before, an American newspaper, in criticizing American diplomacy in Russia, had compared the American ambassador unfavorably with the cold, experienced Lockhart with his calculated and relentless pursuit of British interests. What a satire it now seemed on my conduct. How futile were the personal wishes of the individual in this maelstrom of international conflict. Mura herself was wonderful. She was ill. She had a temperature of over 100, but she made no complaint. She accepted the parting with Russian fatalism. She knew that there was no other way. For 2 more days I was kept in the Kremlin. Mura was with me from morning till sundown. Together we packed my belongings, my books, the pack of patience cards, the notes and letters, some of them written on Cheka notepaper, which she had sent me. We talked mainly of the past, avoiding as far as possible all discussion of the future. On Tuesday, October 1st, Karashan came to see me and to say goodbye. He told me that we were to leave the next day. At 3 that afternoon, I was released and taken back under escort to my flat. A sentry was posted at the door, and I was informed that I was under house arrest. The flat was in a sad state. Since my second arrest, it had been occupied by a Cheka guard. I discovered that my pearl studs, my links, my new waterproof, and a considerable sum of money had disappeared. The soldiers, too, had drunk all our wine and appropriated our supplies of provisions. In their search for compromising documents, they had taken out the linings of my chairs and sofa. They had even probed the wallpapers. Yet in the closed typewriter in my study I found a piece of paper, which had escaped their attention and mine. It bare the words, "I hereby certify that the firm of is good for the sum of..." Fortunately, the secretary who had been typing had gone no farther. Although I was not allowed to go out, there was no ban on visitors. That evening Asker came to see me. He had been the most efficient and level-headed of all the neutral representatives. He told me that at one moment I had been in serious danger of being shot. I thanked him as best I could. He was a splendid type of Swede, and to him more than to anyone we owed our release. Wardwell, too, was another whose efforts on our behalf left us with a debt we could never repay. Later, when we returned to England, the British government conferred the knighthood of the Order of St. Michael and St. George on the neutral ministers who had conducted the negotiations for our release. I was able to secure for Wardwell, who as an American could not accept an order, a piece of silver plate with an inscription conveying the gratitude of the British government for his services on our behalf. Yet another visitor was Lyuba Malinina, the niece of Chelnikov. She informed me that she had become engaged to Hickey, who was still beleaguered in the Norwegian legation. Could I secure his freedom for an hour the next day, in order that she might marry him? I promised to do what I could, and later in the evening, when Peters came in to say goodbye, I put the question to him in the half-joking, half-sentimental way which I knew would appeal to him. He was amused. "No one but a mad Englishman," he said, "would make a request of this nature at a time like this. Nothing is impossible to such a race. I'll have to see what I can do." He did, and Hickey and Lyuba were duly married the next day. The Wednesday of our departure was a busy day. There was a letter from Peters apologizing for the theft of my belongings and enclosing compensation, which I returned with a polite note of thanks. There were long conversations with Asker about the control of British interests and about the protection of British subjects in Moscow. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sentry was taken away from my front hall, and at 9:30 Asker came with his motor car to take me to the station. There I found my French and English colleagues, most of whom had been taken straight from prison to the train. The train itself was drawn up at a siding outside the station. As I walked down the line, I wondered vaguely whether my colleagues would blame me for all they had endured. Everyone was strangely silent and subdued. The train was in charge of a platoon of Lettish soldiers, who were to conduct us to the frontier. Their presence created an atmosphere of restraint. I think we all felt that until we were out of Russia, we could not breathe freely. There were a few friends to see us off. Mura, Wardwell, and some Russian relations of the newly married Mrs. Hicks. There was nothing tense or dramatic about our farewell. There was the usual Russian hitch about the time of our departure, and we were kept waiting for several hours. In the cool, starlit night, Mura and I discussed trivialities. We talked of everything except ourselves. And then I made her go home with Wardwell. I watched her go until she had disappeared into the night. Then I turned into my dimly lit carriage to wait, and to be alone with my thoughts. It was nearly 2 in the morning before our train, with many snorts and several false starts, steamed slowly out of the station. The end, however, was not yet. After skirting St. Petersburg, the Izvestia declared that our train had been diverted lest the infuriated populace should tear us limb from limb. We reached Bialystovrov, the Russo-Finnish frontier station, on the Thursday evening. Our rejoicings were premature. There was no Finnish train to meet us. The commander of our Lettish escort had received the strictest orders not to allow us to proceed until he had received definite confirmation of Litvinov's arrival at Bergen. There was no news of Litvinov. There was nothing to do but wait. These 3 days at Bialystovrov seemed more trying than my imprisonment. Now that everything was over, I had given a free rein to my depression. We were cooped up in a dingy and heated train. We had provisions for several days, but not for longer. Although I had no real fears that the Bolsheviks would change their mind and take us back to Moscow, the possibility of a hitch could not be excluded. As the delay dragged itself out, nerves became strained and tempers frayed. There were even hotheads who counseled making a dash by night across the narrow strip of no man's land, Wham! For me personally, the nights were the worst ordeal. Now I could hardly sleep at all. I talked with Levin and Hick. Rather feebly we tried to justify ourselves, repeating all the old arguments and consoling ourselves with the reflection that, if the Allies had only taken our advice, they would not have landed themselves in such a mess. I think we all realized that in any circumstances, intervention would have been a mistake. We foresaw clearly that we should be blamed, and that both the generals and the politicians would shelter themselves behind the excuse that they had been badly informed. Mostly, however, I walked the platform by myself. I wanted to be alone. I dreaded the homecoming and the questions I should have to face. Fortunately, the weather was fine, and under the starlit northern sky, I must have walked for miles. Hope was dead in my heart. I had no illusions about my reception at home. For a few days, I should figure in the front page of the news. There would be newspaper men and photographers. I should be received by the Crown Princess of Sweden, by the King, by Mr. Balfour. There would be relief at my escape. Had anything happened to me, there would have been unpleasant complications, and perhaps some twinges of consciences in Whitehall. Then I should be laid on the shelf. My knowledge, at that time unique, of a complicated situation would be allowed to go to rust. There is no one more quickly neglected than the man on the spot whose policy becomes discredited. And my policy was already discredited in the eyes of both the pro-Bolsheviks and of the interventionists. My future was not pleasant to contemplate, and I subjected my conscience to a severe cross-examination. Months before, when we had had a slight altercation about a question of principle, Mora had described me as a little clever, but not clever enough, a little strong, but not strong enough, a little weak, but not weak enough. Peters himself had described me as the man of the Zolotaya Seredina, the man of the golden mean, and had despised me. It seemed then, it seems today, a fair definition of my character. And now I had left her. My cup of unhappiness was full. If these were my inmost thoughts, I had to keep a brave face in public. The piece had to be played through to the end. There were some 40 or 50 French and English on the train. We had to keep on good terms with the Lettish commander and endeavor to induce him to expedite our departure. To keep our spirits up, I organized a great series of test matches between the French and ourselves at pitch and toss. We played the series out with the platform for our pitch, and with the Lettish soldiers and the Russian station officials as our crowd. They became almost as excited as we did, and doubtless, to them the sight of a silver-haired French general bending down on his knee on the platform and measuring the distance between the various ruble pieces with a pocket handkerchief was thrilling. If they thought us mad, they became quite human, and it would have required little persuasion to induce the Lettish commander to take a hand in the game himself. He refused, but there was obvious reluctance in his refusal. Perhaps he was afraid that Moscow might consider his participation unproletarian. England, or rather Scotland, won the series. In my Presbyterian youth I had played the game diligently on the Scottish Sabbath, and like the curate in the music hall song, who won 3 out of 4 'cause had played it before, we were the more experienced players. The end of the test matches saw the end of our troubles. As we were picking up our coins, the commander came up with a telegram in his hand. Everything was in order. The Finnish train was ready, and we were to leave immediately. He also brought us the Russian newspapers from St. Petersburg. They were full of great news. Bulgaria had collapsed and had signed an armistice. Austria was a suppliant for peace. The Hindenburg Line in the west had been broken. On my companions the news acted like a tonic. Most of them regarded their departure as a happy release, as a nightmare that had been swallowed up in a glorious morning. They could look forward to the future with a new hope. In my heart, there was no elation. My physical body was going forward, but my thoughts were back in Moscow and in the country which I was leaving, probably forever. Finis.